Hey folks, welcome to my 1000 day special. As you can see over here on the left, we are on day 1000. We've done so much in this world in 1000 days, and I just wanted to compile it all into a video for your viewing pleasure. So without further ado, enjoy. Don't forget to, like and subscribe and all that sort of stuff. Anyways, enjoy. For the past 10 months, I have been learning the wonderful mod that is Create while building an absolutely awesome base on this island, filling it with all sorts of fantastical steampunk, Victorian, and industrial builds. And also a gingerbread house. I've been having a ton of fun, but I kind of accomplished everything that I wanted to accomplish in this world. And I'm ready to move on to new beginnings. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me formally introduce you to my new series, Minecraft Create Nations. I'm going back to my roots here, building in high fantasy, sprinkling in a bit of steampunk here and there where appropriate. You have to have that pipe clutter. And we're running Mr. Beardstone's Perfect World mod pack 2 with more mods, as you can see behind me. The biggest addition here being Ars Nouveau,
Nouveau.
Ars, that adds literal magic to the world. And gray trees, we finally have a gray wood texture, which is absolutely fantastic. We'll get into that later, no worries. Speaking of trees, I better punch some. Now, if you want to play along with me, the seed is on the screen right now for your viewing pleasure. And I gotta be honest with you folks, this seed is pretty incredible. I have scoured long and hard to figure out exactly which seed I want to use here, and the seed that we have here is just absolutely beautiful. It's got all the awesome biomes and all the awesome locations. You are absolutely gonna love it. But a lot of that other generation we'll see later in the series, don't worry. But all this yapping ain't getting us anywhere, so let's go check out the environment. And as you see, one of the new things that we have in here is bushier flowers. And now essentially this just gives flowers a bit of a bushier kind of, I don't know, they look better in my opinion, all bunched up like this, and it allows you to actually bone meal those clusters, and you can get the small flowers as well. You don't have to go to a flower forest and set up your own little flower farm. And then we've got our first Ars Nouveau, I'll get it by the end of the episode, I swear. Tree. Let me just go ahead and chop a little piece of this down and just show y'all what's going on here. We've got this cascading archwood log, which has a beautiful, almost warped and crimson stem-esque kind of thing going on to it, and you can strip it as well, and it kind of gets rid of that little motion design there. Let me go ahead and pick this back up. And if we turn it into planks, now these planks are absolutely gorgeous. They're like this grayish, purpley kind of, they're just so beautiful, and we are absolutely going to be using these throughout the series. And the interesting piece is, I'm pretty sure every single different one of the Ars trees looks exactly the same, like that sort of gray, except the outside is a different color. And then you have these crazy leaf colors. They're super cool. But I'm just going to wander around for a little bit, and if I see anything interesting, then I'll go ahead and bring you all back. Ooh, interesting. We got birds. We've got birds, and they sound so great. Oh, the ambience. I love it. Ah, yeah. See, here's one of the new trees. We've got a purple tree in there as well. Gotta have carrots. Early game food. It's one of the most important things, folks. Come on. And what is this over here? Ooh, coffee. Oh. And you get the little berries from it, too. Coffee Delight. This is, I think, something that was in the Perfect World mod pack. I didn't add this. But that's pretty interesting. We should be able to make our own coffee, then? Oh, well, look at that. You got little coffee cups and everything. That's super cool. Oh, and you can place the cup down by the looks of it. Very neat. I friggin' love coffee in the... Hey, village. I love coffee in the real world. So, yeah, this is absolutely something that we're going to dig into at some point. Let's go check out this village. Oh, and there's one of the orange trees. I gotta stop running. We're hungry already. And our first village, isn't it gorgeous? Let's just take absolutely everything we can from these people. Lou, you seem to be stuck on your table there, buddy. There you go, dude. Hey, oh, 2 iron picks. That's awesome. Very cool. Oh, and yes, one of the other things, we have the Fresh Animations mod. This is such a wonderful immersive mod. I'm so glad that we got this to work. A yoink. Ducks! Ducks are the best. Oh, a leather worker. I wonder if they have a saddle? No, just bread. Bread and pants. And oh my gosh, it's almost nighttime on our first day already. Wow, the time flies in Minecraft. And I'm a hungry boy. Let's set up shop real temporarily here. Dawn of a new day. Beautiful. Oh, thank you, Mr. Duck, for your commentary. Now that we have a new day and a fresh, clean inventory, let's go around. We'll gather up some meats, some wool, so we can make ourselves a nice, pretty little bedroll. And we'll go ahead and get started on this adventure. Ooh, there's some spruce over there. Anything worth dying over here? Nope. Wow, isn't that view just beautiful? Oh, and I see our first Ars Nouveau mod, or mob, excuse me. This is a Drigme. I have no idea what these guys do, but they're so stinking cute. I think if I could like tame them or capture them or something like that, and they can do stuff for me. I'm not exactly sure. I read up a little bit on Ars, and I know I've always wanted to try it just because of the magic stuff. Ah, they're so cute. Oh, gotta be careful. Just want some easy to grab iron. Is that too much to ask? Oh, there's another Ars mob. So these are starbunkles, I'm pretty sure. If you give them, I think it's like a gold nugget or something like that, you can tame them and they can like move items around for you or something. But right now they run away from me because I don't have any. I got some gold, but it's in the chest at home, so that's not gonna help us right now. But once again, they're so stinking cute. Now this is super interesting. This is something, I don't know, from supplementaries? By the looks of it? Oh, I love that. That's beautiful. So it just tells you where villages are. By the looks of it, there's one 200 blocks that way, which is the one we raided. And then there's another one 800 blocks this way. Let's see if we can see it from here. Nope, that's not a village. I don't know what that is. But yeah, that's super neat. And I thought I did, some campfire smoke over there. I wonder what that is. Oh man, not having all of my fancy armor. I feel so slow. I'm also just looking for iron. Heyo. What is this? Whoa. Oh, there's some more iron down there too. Very nice. This was a very precarious place to set up shop, my friend. I don't know why you would do this to yourself, Sarita. Oh, you sell brushes. That's cool. Archaeologist. Very interesting. And an archaeology table from Better Archaeology. Very cool. Very interesting stuff. Ow! Is there anything in here? No. I'm so sorry that I broke that. Let me just, I'm so sorry. I'll put that back. That was rude. That was rude of me. Just, there you go. I feel so bad. My apologies. I'll leave you be now. Well, I am thoroughly impressed so far. We have beautiful butterflies. We got birds. We got the drigmees and all these beautiful trees. I am so jonesed up to start building a whole bunch of incredible stuff. The problem is, we don't have nearly enough resources to start doing the things that we want to do. And here's some of the resource that I need, is this andesite right here. Because the first thing I want to get is a mechanical saw. And to get a mechanical saw, because once again, remember, folks, this is still the create mod, right? This is still create, so we're still going to do the create stuff. We're going to be using the automation from create and the magic from Ars Nouveau in order to make some absolutely beautiful, beautiful stuff here in this world. There is a kitty. You will be mine. Oh, hey, buddy. How did you get under here? Are you a little stuck? Do you need me to dig you a hole out, dude? There you go, man. You can head out this way, dude. You do you, all right, bud? You do you. Cursed. Cursed. It's so cursed. Why? Why? Oh, it's tall grass. So it's the top piece of tall grass. Oh, that's actually kind of cool. I like that. So I'm just gathering a bit of wood here. I'm just gathering a little bit of supplies. So that way we can go down into the ground and just do a little mining montage. And as we're down there, I want to talk to y'all about this world and the purpose and what we're going to do and why I called it nations and all that sort of stuff. And I also wanted to show you my moonwalk, because it's dope. So let's play the nice music and, you know, learn a bit about what we're doing here. What's going on? I don't know if y'all can tell already in this video, but I am super excited for this world and the possibilities of what's going to go on here. This is going to be so much fun. Nations. What's up with the name Nations? All right, so I had a series in the past that I called Minecraft Nations, and essentially what the plan was, and that was I was just going to create these little nations all over the place, plop them all over this world, and, you know, just kind of sort of interconnect them and come up with lores for them and all that sort of stuff. So I'm kind of taking a leaf out of that past chapter of my content career, and we are going to make little nations all over the place. And I know that create kind of lends itself very well to steampunk and industrial, Victorian, etc. But I want to kind of step away from that and show folks that you can still build in a medieval style or a fantasy style. So we're going to go back to my roots here. We're going to do more medieval, high fantasy, where we're going to have elves and we're going to have dwarves and we're going to have different nations based on different lore. And we're gonna throw Ars and create in each one of those nations. And I'm using nation as like a very loose term here, so, you know, a nation could be a small town, essentially. Like, it doesn't have to be this massive city. I know nations is a little bit misleading, but, you know, I only have a certain amount of time to do all this sort of stuff. But I can't wait for, like, the little farming village, and also the underground dwarf empire, and also the wizard's tower, and also the elven kingdom, etc., etc. I have so many ideas. We'll see how many I get to. I don't want to promise anything because, hey, I did that last season, and, you know, we see how far we got there. But I've rambled on enough. Let's see what we've gotten from our adventure. Ooh, spooky. Probably not prepared at all for anything that we're going to find in here, but that's okay. I found some zinc and I really want it. All right, I am just going to make a running dash to light up some stuff. Hopefully we don't run into any gribblies. And immediately we run into gribblies. Look at this, our first spawner. Oh, very cool. All right, what do we get? Whoa, a cassette tape. Ah, no, no little kids. No little kids. Oh, God. Oh, geez. Oh, I thought that was it. I thought that was the end. Oh, man. Oh, golden apples. Ah, why? Why? Where are you coming from? Don't die. 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 Oh, my gosh. Oh, I wonder if those were zombie reinforcements. That might have been exactly what that was. I do hear another zombie, a radio antenna. Very interesting. You know what I could have done with? No way. Heck yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Wow, so many golden apples. That seems great. Oh, a starbuncle. Obtained by giving a wild starbuncle a golden nugget. Oh, very cool. A speaker. Look at all this nifty stuff in here. A new disc, excuse me, name tags, very neat. All right, let's put a bunch of crap away. A backpack, though, what an incredible find. That's absolutely fantastic. And a spawner, too, and in this mod, I think, so I have the carry-on mod, right? Yes, I can pick these guys up, too, as well. That's super fantastic. Heck yeah. What a fantastic find. And this is a massive vein of ochrum. Now, ochrum is really great because you can use it in order to, you can crush it down and turn it into gold. And it's actually a really, really great way, speaking of gold, to get some easy early game gold. The boys are back in town and I ain't got no torches. All right, let's do some of this. Let's do a little bit of this. Oh, that guy gave me some pants. I already had pants. I don't want any more pants. Uh-oh. Ouch. Oh, that's not good. Oh, it broke the spawner, too. I knew that was going to happen. No! All right, run away, run away, run away. Eat the gapple. Don't die. Losing that spawner sucks. What an idiot. What an idiot. I should have moved out of the way. Oh, no. That's all right. Listen, you win some, you Jake, you know? You know, as upset as I am over losing that, I gotta be honest with you, at least it wasn't a skeleton spawner, because that would have been... Oh, that would have been so sad if we lost a skelly spawner. Those things are just... I covet those so much. Oh, what are these? What is this? An urn. Interesting. And head over this way to a little bit more iron. Zombie was probably over here somewhere, so they should come and tangle. Whoa. Nope, that is certain death. I cannot fight Enderman. Oh, yep. Skelly spawner. Heck yeah, and they're fighting each other. Heck yeah. Awesome stuff. Don't care if I die down here now. That's incredible that we just found that. All right, so this thing we're actually going to keep safe. And there's another Zombro. We're just going to place some torches around so that way we don't get anything else trying to hurt us while we're checking out this. And there was a saddle. Heck yeah. Ash? Is that what that is? Oh, that was gunpowder. Oh, no, ash. It was ash. Oh, I got some torches. Nice. Ooh, and there's a bunch of iron over here. What's up, my dude? Great to see you. Bye-bye. And here's that Ender Boy. I am going to try... and trap this guy in a boat, because it's the only way I can deal with Enderman. Well, that was an extremely fruitful trip, and I'm so glad that we made it. Oh my goodness gracious. And look at that! Our trees are grown behind us, which is perfect, because now I believe we have everything that we need. Oh, wrong camera. That we need in order to make ourselves our first create thingies. I think. So in order to get a saw, we're gonna go ahead and need some iron sheets as well as iron ingots and andesite casing. To get andesite casing, we need some andesite alloy, and we need to deploy that onto some stripped logs. In order to get the iron sheet, we're gonna have to press some iron ingots, and in order to get the press itself, we need more andesite casing, a block of iron, and a shaft. And for the shaft, we need more andesite alloy. So I've got some iron burning up right here. We're going to start burning up some zinc as well, so we can get some of that going. I've got my block of iron already. We just need to get some of this raw zinc smelted so we can go ahead and make our first bits of andesite alloy. And I understand that you can make andesite alloy with iron ingots as well. However, I don't want to do that. And mainly because iron right now is extremely coveted. I don't really have a lot of it, so I would like to keep as much as I can. So I'm just going to go ahead and plop a couple of logs down. I'm going to go ahead and strip both of those logs. I guess we'll do all 4. We might as well. We'll save some of the andesite alloy, actually. And we'll just go ahead and pick those up. And the reason we're saving the andesite alloy is because I need a shaft. I totally forgot. And I am going to need a bit more andesite alloy, so let's just go ahead and make a little bit more of that. We're going to go ahead and make our first create pieces here with a mechanical press. What we're going to do is actually we're going to snag this crafting table. We're going to put this here, and I think we can deploy the press right on top, right up there. And then next, in order to power this press, we're going to need ourselves a hand crank. And a hand crank is 3 pieces of planks with a piece of andesite alloy right there. Boom, and I can put that on the side of this here, and I should be able to 1, 2, 3 place down 3 iron ingot and give this here a crank. Bonk. And we go ahead and we get our first set of sheets. Perfect. Awesome. Now we have 3 of our iron sheets. I'm going to go ahead and eat some mutton. We should now be able to make ourselves a mechanical saw. I'm going to borrow this crank here for just a second and show you all something absolutely fantastic. If you're new to the Create mod, this is going to blow your mind, let me tell you. Now, a saw has this fantastic ability where if you put it right next to a tree or a log and go ahead and crank that, it breaks the log. Now, that's not super phenomenal, you might be saying to yourself. That seems actually pretty terrible. Well, what if I told you that if I broke every single one of these logs, except for this last one right here, threw the saw on there, threw the crank on there, cranked this bad boy down, and then every single part of the tree that is connected to that log gets chopped down and falls like a tree fell over. Yeah, mechanical saws are pretty incredible. And this is one of the great things about the Create mod is just being able to farm and automate and all that sort of such just with this tiny little piece of log here. Oh, and by the way, it hurts you as well. Ow! Now we have over a stack of oak logs. Absolutely fantastic stuff. And you might be saying to yourself, Throw, that's fantastic. You can get all of these logs with just like this tree right here. These trees suck. They suck to chop down. However, with the magic of Create, they make these an absolute breeze. Isn't that fantastic? However, folks, that's not all. You remember these giant trees that we were talking about from Ars? Well, guess what, folks? Same thing happens here as with these bad boys. And why is that awesome? Because one of these saplings make those 2x2 trees. And just from that one 2x2 tree, we got over a stack of logs. That's incredible. I just wanted to head back to base camp here, folks, to grab a couple of bones so I can grab some bone meal. And I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about here. I'll go ahead and put down one sapling and we go bone meal it. And look at this. Absolutely massive 2x2 tree out of one sapling. And that mechanical saw is going to allow us to chop down this entire thing just by cutting down these little bits of log down at the bottom. Bam! Whole tree down. Incredible. Oh, look at that sunset. So beautiful. Side quest, there's a puppy and I need it. Puppy dog. Yay! Hi! Hi, little puppy with your little waggy tail. Look at you. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh, hi, hello. Hi, yes, come with me. Come. Oh my goodness, you're the cutest thing ever. All right, you take a seat. You just sit over here for right now. Perfect. I think I had a name tag. I do. So, right when we get enough iron for an anvil, we have our Eva. And for those of you from last season, you'll know that Eva was our dog that we had, gosh, I think since like day 2 or something like that. So, yay, we've got Eva Teeves again. And now that we have this absolutely fantastic way to farm wood, I want to take this saddle. We found a patch of horses, a herd, a group? What's a group of horses called? Well, apparently a group of horses depends on whether or not they're domesticated. A group of wild horses is called a herd, but they can also be called bands, harems, or mobs. So there's a harem of wild horses over here. That's absolutely the one I'm going to use. And we're going to go ahead and find our very best horse to call our own. Speed 10 and 12. Ooh, 12.96. We got a winner up there. Jump height 323. Jump height 194. Ugh. Ew. Brother, ew. All right, you, come here. Be my friend. Love me. Oh, gosh. Oh, geez. I'm so sorry. Oh. Okay, let's try that again. Love me. Love me. Yay, we did it. All right, loved forever. Horse, ours. Ladies and gents, we need a name for the horse. What should our beautiful white horse be called? Let me know down in the comments. Oh, my gosh. This horse is so fast. So fast. I'm going to drop into a cavern. I can feel it already. No thunderstorms today. Thank you very much. And I just wanted to come up here and go into a little cheaty free cam and just take a look at our surroundings. Take a look at our brand new world. Breathtaking spawn. Absolutely beautiful. Oh, there's a little cave right here. Absolutely beautiful spawn. I am super happy with this world already. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Now, a normal person would think to themselves, hey, starter base up on top of this hill. That'd be super cool, wouldn't it? Be super awesome. However, I am not a normal person. As many of you who have been watching for a while know, I'm not normal. What is that behind me? Oh, it's more ash. I'm not a normal person. And yeah, I think, well, it's pretty apparent that I'm pretty much the farthest thing from normal. In fact, folks, I'll tell you what I am as I stand here and just puff out my chest, apparently. The fresh animations on here is really cool. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a hobbit. That's right, check out this brand new skin done by my very own patron, Dusk. Thank you so much, Dusk. And look at the fresh animations on me. I have eyes. I don't just have a hello, I'm trying to do a bit here. I don't just have a soulless little black eyes anymore. I actually have eyes now. Isn't this fantastic? And they move around, they blink. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I'm a little hobbit. I'm a little hobbit. So hobbits have to live in hobbit holes, ladies and gentlemen. So that is going to be our first build, is going to be a little hobbit hole. We got to find a nice place to put it. I know it's around here, maybe around over there. I'm not really sure yet. We got to find a nice place to put it. So we're going to jump on our horse with no name currently. Reminder, put the name in the comments. And we will find a place to build our very first structure in this world, a hobbit hole. I mean, it's kind of freaking out over there right now. That's one of the other Ars creatures. I think it was a snake over here that was kind of freaking out as well. This is called the Whirly Sprig. Whirly Sprig? Yeah, Whirly Sprig. There's another thing that you can give. I think you give them something or do like some sort of magical something near them. And yeah, they can do stuff for you. But, you know, that's not what we're here for. We're here to find a place for the hobbit hole. And, you know, I came over here near this river. And this looks kind of nice right here, right? Like, this is pretty. I could extend this out a little bit and put it here. But that doesn't leave us a ton of room out front. But I feel like this is our strongest contender so far. I don't hate that plan. I was kind of hoping to build this thing today, so like terraforming this entire hillside doesn't sound appealing at the moment. Plus the backside of this is kind of not filled out either. Eventually, when we start digging out the rest of the house, yeah, we would very quickly run out of room, and I would have to re-terraform all of this as well. I mean, that's not too difficult. Again, we're on Create. I could just make a dirt farm. That's not that horrible, but looking for the starter house, I'm looking for something just a little bit easier. Oh, I was kind of thinking over here where we spawned, but I forgot this giant ravine just ran through this down here. So, oof, maybe not there. That would be way too much. You know, actually, what about over here where we found the horses? Oh, there's a big old hole right here, too. No! I could just cover it, right? I could just cover it. Like, that seems like a more Hobbit-like hill, right? Instead of that big towering thing. That seems like a more Hobbit-like hill. And I would only have to come out a little bit here, like with the facade, the front facade, and just come up like that, sort of. For the front facade, just bring that out a little bit. So, you know, just cover this up because it would kind of be in, like, walkway as opposed to building way. And just pop it into free cam again a little bit here. We look pretty solid. Oof, maybe not. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. It kind of gets rough when you come over here, but that's still a ways up. All right, yeah, this isn't bad over here either. So we've got down there next to the river and this. Because check out this view. Look at that view. Right out your doorstep. Gorgeous. Oh, found a portal. All right, we're going to store you right over there. These can get pretty dangerous very quickly. And I don't have any idea what these do. A Wilden Spike. I know what the golden apple does. And obsidian, heck yeah. Mana regeneration, very cool. Chem scientific repulsion rune. Some of the neighbors' rune launch enemies upward, do not get covered in the repulsion runes. Interesting. A Starbuckle token and a source gem. Very interesting. Hopefully I brought some blocks with me so we can go ahead and get that gold block. And yoink. Oh, yo, what is this over here? Oh, this is really cool. Wow. Just a little bit of new generation, I guess. I don't know if this is ours or what's adding this, but this is super pretty. I like this a lot. I love how the trees are in here, the friggin' bees and such. Oh, that's so neat. I love that a lot. Still over near that flower forest, just looking for different areas that might work. What is this? Dirt. That doesn't look like just dirt. Huh. I bet you that's from that new archaeology thing. We'll have to come back with a brush for that. Now, here's my only issue with that spot over there. This spot here, that's right next to the river, that's the east. The sun's gonna just rise right here and slam right into the front of that build, and it will just, oh, it'll be gorgeous. It'll just be absolutely beautiful. This here, completely blotted out. The sun, I mean, around noonish, right? The sun's gonna hit it, which is nice, but the sunrise is just gonna be absolutely breathtaking from a hobbit hole facing in the east. Man, being able to call your personal horse, probably the best thing about this mod pack. I'm trying to get over here quickly before the sun sets. Now, every sunset from here, this is what this is going to look like, which actually is very pretty. It's very, very pretty. I'm not going to lie. From the other place, I don't think we can see the sunset at all. We'd have to, like, come around the hill a little bit, but that's gorgeous. Look at that. Oh, my gosh. It starts to get dark over here. Sky and the clouds. That is beautiful. That is absolutely beautiful. And our little hobbit hole would be probably about here-ish, right? So our front porch would be somewhere around here. Yeah, that was gorgeous. Here, let's take a quick shreeps. And quickly, not that quickly. I want to run over and see what the morning sunrise will look like from over here. Not that great. Unless I missed it. Not that great, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, while this view is nice and the sunrise will just slam right into the front of the house, I think I have to go with the other location. It's just that view over there is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. So, hobbit hole over there. We're doing it, folks. But first, what the heck is that? Rotten logs. Ooh, better archaeology. Oh, that's somebody's grave, and I just stepped all over it. Wow, that's actually really sad. All right, I'm gonna go inside this house. Sorry, whoever used to live here, but I'm gonna check this out. This is pretty cool. I gotta be honest. This is really interesting. Oh, it breaks down into sticks. That's super cool. I'm gonna break this vase. I'm so sorry, whoever lived here. Smashing success. We got some suspicious stew out of it. Interesting. Very interesting. I'm just going to pop down a little bit. It doesn't look like... I don't know what's going on with free cam here, but look at this. I don't know what's happening. Something's broken with free cam, but I just wanted to see if there was anything under here before I just start destroying everything, and it doesn't look like it. So, blue chicken. So we're just gonna move on. Well, I set up our little base of operations, and now we just need to wander over. Oh, sorry, horsey. Oh my goodness. Ooh, safely. We need to safely wander over this way in order to pick up a little bit of spruce, because spruce wood, as everyone knows, is best wood. And I see something through the trees here. What in the heck are those? Source berries. Oh, and you right click on them. Very interesting. Ow! They're from ours. Okay, so the thing is hurt. Good to know. I don't know how many I need. I'm actually gonna break these, just so they're a bit of less of a literal pain. We're gonna go digging around in our backpack for our hand crank and the mechanical saw. There we go. And we're gonna cut down a few spruce trees. I think I want this one to land the other way. All right, there's something we're gonna have to check out later. I don't think we're gonna head over there right now. Do I have my doors on me? I don't think so. I think I left them over where we're gonna build the hobbit hole. So we'll have to go check out that later. I mean, I could just nope, later. But it is right there. No, I mean, I did get kind of lost and just wound up like right directly next to it. So we should probably go check it out. Yeah, I think that's gonna be our best bet. Whew, all right, we got some nice loot there. We got a globe, too. Globes are pretty cool. I think they're just decoration, but we got a bunch of iron, some lapis, emeralds. Very cool. I didn't quite find the area yet that has the door. Here it is. And this should tell us, yes, we've got ourselves a buried treasure map, everybody. A yarn. And some moss, too. That's actually fantastic because getting that started sooner rather than later will be very helpful. What else do we have in here? All right, we had our buried treasure map, and we need to go. So that's east. That's west, which means what? That's north, east, south, and west. Yeah, so we got to go south and then east. So that way-ish to get this. So we'll get that later. I promise, we're actually going to get that one later. And I got a couple pieces of kelp as well, because farming that for create is going to be very important as early as we can. And it's raining. Say we didn't get too lost, we're here already. If you just spin them really quick, you get an achievement. You spin me right around. At ludicrous speeds. That's super cool. I guess when I click on it, it tells me what my X and Z coordinate is. That's pretty neat. I don't know why it doesn't tell me the Y, but still, that's pretty cool. I just recorded a whole segment about me having the wandering lead salesman show up, and he had some really good trades, and unfortunately, he didn't make it. I don't know what happened. But anyways, now we have some leads, but for some reason... Oh, God, that camera angle is going to throw me off every time. But now we have leads somewhere. There they are. For some reason, yeah, it didn't record, like, at all. But anyways, got all of my materials here that I need in order to start our hobbit hole, at least the facade anyways. I don't think we're gonna dig into the mountain too far today. And yeah, I'm gonna do a time lapse. And I learned something here from Beatable. Hang on real quick. Bam. Notice that says opening camera number 1, numero uno, if you will. Yeah, you can set up free cam to like have multiple cameras. So we've got camera number 1 here, boom. So it doesn't matter where I go, that's always going to show. And now I can open up camera number 2, and if I wanted like a top-down sort of, I don't know, something like this, you know, then I can open camera 1, open camera 2, and then go back over here. And that's holding down the free cam button, which for me is F4, and then hitting the numbers up at the top. It's pretty cool. I'm pretty excited. Thanks, BWO. Not that you'll probably watch this video, but if you did, thanks. Anyways, this is the definitions, like textbook definition of rambling. So I'm gonna shut up, and we're gonna start building stuff. All right, you can see it, right? You can see it. It's kind of basic. It's kind of basic, and I wanted to change it up a little bit so not each individual piece is exactly the same. I don't much love symmetry when you can... That's not true. I like symmetry, but if you can break it up just a little bit so it's almost unnoticeable, I'm okay with that. So this is kind of like the thing that's going to be holding the mountain back, right? The dirt back, and then behind that, we're going to have like a little bit more of a support structure in oak. And then right behind that, we're going to have some sandstone just for a nice yellowy, soft texture. And then we'll get into the terracotta. But I think this is looking good so far. My issue with it here, let's back up a little bit more. My issue with it is I wish it was dark oak. I don't have any dark oak, and I really considered using archwood. I really did. But it's not the right color, and it needs to be darker. But I wish it was dark oak because it blends in with dirt too well. So we're gonna have a heck of a time trying to come up with some sort of greenery stuff on the edge. I farmed a bunch of moss, but you know, it's gonna be a little difficult trying to get all of that correct. But let's crack on with the oak at this point and see where we get on. Yeah, can you see it? So we've got like the little support structure here. Now these are those, what are those? The copycat walls? Yeah, from Copycat Plus. And I just have some strip wood in there. And then, you know, you've got the circular bits, right? The hobbit hole, like the signature circular stuff. And then we've got the start here. And I'll go ahead and finish that. But this is going to be like the big old circular door. Let's go ahead and crack on with that. There it is. big old circular door. Yeah, absolutely. And again, these are copycat slabs. Look at that. So the front facade is almost completely done. We just need to put these supporting like actual living blocks in. So terracotta as well as some sandstone. We have a slight issue. I used up all of my lime terracotta, essentially all of it. It wasn't exactly all of it, but we can grind down, and this is why I made that grindstone through create over there. We can grind down tulips, specifically tulips, a couple other things like wild onions and all that sort of stuff, but I think you need shears for these. But yeah, grinding down tulips gives you a 10% chance to get one piece of lime dye, so I have to just go nuts. Just deleting tulips from this world. But because I can't run. Because we have that pack on that allows tulips to like grow in bunches, you can just bone meal them and get more. So what I have to do is just save one of each type of tulip and I'll be able to get more. Plus, I mean, there's a flower forest legit right there. But this is going to be my life for the next 6 million minutes. One piece of dye. Oh my gosh. Wow, that gave us 3. All right, thanks, game. Well, I gotta be honest with you, folks. That is one heck of a build. It's not done. It's not done yet. I've got to put all the dirt and the moss and stuff on top of it. I got to do a lot more decoration. But that front facade, yeah, really nice. We got that lantern from Supplementaries. No, Macaw's. And then I did use a little bit of archwood here. I got the archwood trapdoors, and there's a little bit that I want to use right above the door. I just got to put that in. And yes, I did. We have 1 iron ingot left because I decided to make a glass blowers because I couldn't have this without the really nice, what are they, like mullioned windows? Mullioned? I'm learning so much about French today. But these have kind of become a staple of my build. I have these little arch thingies over the doors and the windows and stuff. It doesn't work for the windows here. That's so nice. I like it. I like it a lot. So next what we need to do is fill in the dirt on the top and put a chimney coming out of this thing. And I can't believe I'm going to say this, but I really want to try a custom tree up on top of this thing here because I'm so bad at custom trees. I might find some inspiration online, some designs online, to see where we go from there. But I want to give it a shot. So I'm going to do the grass and the moss and the chimney and all that sort of stuff, and I'll come back when I'm all set. I might have gotten a little carried away. I am in love with this build. I love my little mailbox. I love my little horse hitch. I love my little garden. This is a perfect little hobbit garden. Just got this little... I'll just walk through. Look at I got a little scarecrow. I love my little scarecrow. I love my little walkway up to my house. I got another little garden over here, just a little side garden. I love my little patio. Come out here. We got our flowers and some herbs. We can sit down. We got the birds chirping behind us. Enjoy our morning coffee once we start making it. And I think I love my tree, but I gotta be honest, it might need a little bit more work. I think it looks okay. I tried to bring some sparrows over here, but they're not interested in it. It might need a bit more work. I think for my first custom tree pretty much ever, I think it looked alright. It's just a little too wonky in some areas, but I think it turned out pretty okay. And don't worry, this thing, I don't have Silk Touch. I used the carry-on mod for that. But overall, I am very satisfied with this build. I think it looks super, super adorable. And the only thing that I really don't like is the terracotta. I gotta be honest, I'm not a fan of the green terracotta. It's too much green, and this is coming from someone... green is my favorite color, right? This is too much. Oh, gosh, I thought I broke my carrots. Oh, no! Oh, jeez! Yeah, green's my favorite color, and this is too much of it. This is too much. So, in future, we might swap this out. We might take this out and put, I don't know, mangrove or warped planks or something in here. Just something a little bit different. The green is too much. But for now, I think it's just it's a adorable little starter build. I love it so very, 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 very much. And my tools are hurting, and we really need to fix that here soon. But that is an issue for future Thrillash. I unfortunately don't have any more time for this video today. It's been a pretty long one, but hey, episode 1's usually pretty long. Thank you, everybody, for coming on this brand new journey with me. I am so hyped up I know a little shifty right now, but I am so hyped up to start this journey with you. Thank you so much, folks. Subscribe if you haven't already, just so you stay up to date with all of the videos that come out for this awesome series. And a huge thank you to my patrons. We've got Dusk, Wraith, and Carlos. Thank you all so much. And head over to my Discord as well, where I'll be, you know, spoiling some stuff every now and then, you know. Anyways, folks, thanks for being here. Make sure to subscribe. I love y'all, and we'll see you in the next one. Bye! Last time on Minecraft Create Nations, we built this super cozy and rustic hobbit hole starter base. And let me tell you, we've got a lot of work to do. As super and cozy as this place is, with all the food that's being grown around here, I am rapidly running out of resources. This is my last 8 bread. I only got 1 more apple, and the inside of this place is a little too rustic for my needs. But look, I've only got 9 iron, and I only have 2 pickaxes. Oh my gosh, I am just running out of stuff left, right, and center. We need a lot of things, and we have a lot to do today. One of the things I'd like to do today, or soon, is build an iron farm in this house somehow, but as you can see, there is no house to build a farm in. I would also like to dig out a lot of this so we can actually get started on making this a house, but I can't do that without the proper tools. It's raining, which I guess you can't see from the window. It's raining, which is something, you know, that I don't want to do today. It doesn't really make any sense. And although picking these crops is, you know, super rustic and fits with the theme of being a hobbit, I'd like a little steadier and easier supply of food. And also coffee. I want some coffee. Now, I know this is Create, and usually the best place to start to get some iron or get better tools is to go under the ground with a big old drill and start drilling a whole bunch of stuff. But I kind of need iron in order to do that, and finding iron has been absolutely terrible. It just hasn't worked out at all. So what I think I'm going to do to get a little bit of quicker tool gathering system going on is with this little guy right here, known as the Emerald. We're just going to pay a visit to this village over here on the other side of the hill and hope that at least like 2 or 3 of these guys are still alive. Well, it's safe to say that at least a couple are still alive. What are you doing in that hole, you idiots? Get out of there! Oh my gosh, they're the worst. Villagers are the absolute worst. And I forgot to bring the profession blocks that I made back to the house. Well, I was trying to get some more iron, and I made a dummy. Is this guy is he still angry with me? He's not. Okay, cool. So let's just do this, transfer items. Golly, that scared the heck out of me. Hey, we got our first death. It's right there. Oh, it's still breathing. My corpse is still breathing. That's a little creepy, but that's okay. Let's just try this again. Hopefully this guy can't hit me, and he can't. Good. It's so interesting to me that iron golems don't, like, proc other iron golems when you tick one off. Like, I hit him. These guys should all be going after me, but I guess not. Oh no, Timmy. Oh no. Get out of there. Oh my gosh, Timmy, I hate you more than anyone. What a deal, jerk. Now, the reason I hate Timmy is because it took way too long for me to get the correct trade from him. And Raimundo does it immediately. Incredible. Timmy, I hate you. 3 Fletchers in here, all with the stick trade. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have a money printing machine. I got stuff over here. I got big old trees growing. We are just going to start printing money. And the next thing I'd like to start printing is food. And I don't think I want those trades, pal. That's what I'm looking for. We want to buy some rabbit stew. Thanks, buddy. Now, I know what you might be thinking. You might be thinking, hey, Throw, listen. Butchers? Butchers? Oh, I got a new backpack, by the way. They have the worst ADHD. Underneath the hobbit hole, there was a big old place that I didn't light up, and I heard some music coming out of it. And there was a Zombro with an iron backpack with a jukebox upgrade, and I don't think it even had the disc in it, which I was really bummed about because it was a jam. But yeah, I got a new backpack, so that's super helpful. Anyways, what was I saying? Oh, butchers. Why are butchers helpful? Well, you only have to trade them a little bit of iron for them to unlock level 2. And level 2 unlock for butchers specifically gets you just straight up cooked meat. Like, legit just straight up cooked meat. which is unbelievably incredible. And I think Rosie is going to be our next contestant on the Village's Right, and Rosie is going to be our toolsmith if she ever figures out where she's trying to go right now. Oh, you know what I bet she latched onto was these over here. Break those apart, and Rosie the toolsmith. Very cool. Rosie the Riveter toolsmith. I can't lock you in because I don't have any emeralds. Stay right here. Well, I'm going to spend the next, God only knows how long, cut down trees, trading with villagers, getting all the tools and all the things that I need. I'll see you guys in, like, I don't know, 6-7 years, maybe? I don't know, it'd be like an hour. Anyways, folks, I'll see you in a bit. Zombie! Well, that was extremely successful, sort of. And I say sort of because you can see that diamond shovel that I have in the hotbar. You can see I got 39 levels, which hopefully I don't lose. Oh, tree. And I also have 2 diamond picks, and they come with a breaking 2. There are 3 Fletchers over here, and I have been fighting. As you can see, they're up to super duper high trades. I just got them down to 32. Gosh, this morning, 31, I think. And over here, we've got our other 3 nitwits, or idiots, they're not nitwits. We've got, and this is all bugged. It's not Timmy the Fletcher, this is Jetta the Butcher, but all I care about is the cooked chicken trade. Everything else from a butcher is really just not worth it, let's be perfectly honest. The only things that are worth it are the chicken and pork chops, and you can only eat 1 of each. Next over here, we have Timmy the Fletcher, which is actually Rosie the Toolsmith, and Rosie's selling us Unbreaking 1 shovels for, I think, 13, but they're down to 9. And these Unbreaking 2 pickaxes, this is incredible. This is probably the best villager trade I've ever gotten for 20 emeralds. 24 normally. The problem I'm running into over here is Ian, the weaponsmith, which is not bugged for some reason. Anyways, Ian's buying coal. He's selling iron axes, buying iron, selling bells, and also buying flint. Now, as you can see, Ian is a journeyman, and we need to get Ian to the next level. And of course, it just started raining. This is so ominous. We need to get Ian to the next level, because at expert, Ian's going to start selling diamond axes. And that's really what I'm missing, because my toolsmith decided to buy diamonds instead of selling me axes. The problem is, Ian needs 150 experience in order to get to expert. Now, I could just literally buy 150 iron axes. I have the emeralds for it. I could do that. I don't want to. That'll take forever. It'll go through all of my emeralds. I won't have any for the axe. I don't want to do that. My other option is to sell iron ingots 15 times, and I don't have any. I just went on a little mining trip. I got a whole bunch of ingots. I sold them to Ian, and that's what got me the flint trade. So we are really, really hurting for iron right now. But if you remember, Ian also buys flint. And with Create, an iron farm actually is kind of a flint farm where some iron comes out every now and then. I'm gonna move this up here for no other reason than I want to. So I think what we might do is set up a bit of an iron farm over at the Hobbit Hole somewhere. We might even do it over here. I have an idea for an iron farm in the Hobbit Hole, but we're not there yet. So we're gonna set up an iron farm. It will give us flint as well, and we can sell that flint straight to Ian and get ourselves our better tools. But first, it's time to shreeps. So I'm setting something up here. It's temporary. This is temporary, all right? It's not going to be like last time where this lasts until, like, episode 20. I promise, all right? I promise. Anyways, setting a little something up. We've got a millstone over here, and I think what I'm going to do, is I'm going to put, like, a chest on top of it, and another one of these chutes, I guess, that goes into the top. I think that's going to work. And then as I'm digging out cobblestone, I can put it up here, and then it'll mill it. It'll go down as gravel and come over here and get blown on, and then drop down here. I don't know if this is long enough. I don't have any idea what I'm doing here. I gotta be perfectly honest. Here's the problem, right? I got these guys. They are going. Hopefully they can not only feed this one and that one with enough power, but my biggest issue right now is I need some gearboxes. I don't really have enough for gearboxes at the moment. I need more andesite alloy, okay? Oh, and I found a diamond. I got andesite. That's not the problem. I don't want to use my zinc, but all right, fine. Well, I had more andesite. Where'd it go? It's not over here either, huh? Well, that's not good. Don't judge me. I'm doing my best. This thing is hideous. I accidentally hit this with the archwood trees, and oof, yeah, just ooh. Anyways, so we've got some jiggery pokery going on back here, so we can get this fan sped up so we can go all the way across here. And I was like, you know what? Let's just get a shaft going across this way, and instead of doing, yeah, gears on gears on gears. Don't worry about it. So now this thing's going pretty fast. And if I grab some cobblestone, I just want to see how quickly this gets milled. Oh yeah, that is so super slow. It should absolutely be done by the time it reaches that shaft. Processing by particle. I think that did it. I think that did it. We're getting nothing, though. And that's concerning. Yay! Iron! Iron! Oh my gosh, iron. Oh, that's so good. And we have flint as well. So if we just let this thing run... So we've got 1 iron nugget and 1 flint. Very cool. Very, very cool. And if I was a smart person, I would put my last chute here, and instead of the chest, I would have a drawer with flint and nuggets. Let's do that. That's a good idea. Oh, and I made a wrench, by the way, because it was a nightmare. For some reason, I don't know if it's this mod pack or what's going on, but I can't get these guys to like go correctly. Let me show you what I mean here. So let me take these 2 guys off of here, and I'm gonna put this cogwheel on here, and as you can see, it goes there. And here's the problem: I can't get it to go on the side. Like normally I can get it to go on the side of these, and it just doesn't. It will not. So if let me see if I do that. All right, so it will on that one. For some reason it wasn't over here. It was only going on the end. I didn't have the option to do this. I actually had to place these down kind of like this and then rotate them with the wrench. For some reason, they just weren't going like they should have. Anyways, if anybody knows what's up with that, just let me know. What am I doing? Trees, right. Oh, duh, that's not going to work. Just the nuggets are just going to go in there and get stuck. Yeah, duh, jeepers. All right. Well, at least we tried. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we dig. To start out this time lapse, I really want to just thank everybody so much for all the love and support on the first episode. Holy cow, you guys came out with a vengeance. Incredible support. Thank you all so very, very much. Now, my top comments were essentially, did you add this? You should add that mod, etc., etc. And I love all these suggestions. I absolutely do, and I want to hear more of them. Please let me know what else you think we should put in this mod pack. Because I feel like this is something that I'm going to be changing and growing as the series goes on. I'd probably add some here, maybe add another one over there, depending on what nation we're going to be building, etc. On that note, I want to talk specifically about mine colonies because it's come up a bunch of times, and I am on the fence with it. I need to do a little bit more testing with it, and if somebody could give me the pros and cons in the comments, that would be fantastic. Essentially, I want to build my own buildings. I want to build my own nations. But somebody had said, I can't remember the name, I'm so sorry, that there was a way that the villagers from mine colonies would be able to attach to the buildings that you make in a certain way. It's just something that I feel like I probably just need to test. But I would love to know your thoughts and opinions on mine colonies. Once we break a little bit more into Ars, we're going to add Ars Creo most likely, as well as maybe a couple other ones. Because somebody showed me something that was a Starbuncle, like, running wheel, and it's the cutest thing in the world, and I need it. And one of the other big things that I've really been looking for is I want to find a way to take carts that like go on a rail network from Create back and forth between towns that are pulled by animals, and I can't find anything that would allow that to happen without the train, quote unquote, because it is a train, run over and kill the animals. I'm having such an issue. If somebody could find anything that would like have automated carts going back and forth that animals don't need to be on seats for, because the seats, I can't make them invisible. Just anything would be super fantastic if you had any ideas. I do have a workaround for it right now, brewing in my brain parts, but any help would be great. I'd really like to stay away from mods and resource packs that kind of change the way Minecraft looks, because I do enjoy Minecraft's look. I know that there are a bunch out there that would just make the game look more quote-unquote medieval fantasy, but I like what I'm doing and I like the chip mod, and I think we're going to stick with that. But if you have any other mod suggestions, I'd love to hear them. You can join our Discord, link should be in the description, where you can come hang out with us, give us the mod suggestions, etc., etc. But I think that's enough digging for today. Let's get back to the video. Well, that's probably too much, but I kind of figure enough is good, more is better, and too much is best, right? Now, in all of this that I dug out, I found 0 iron. I also found 0 andesite. I didn't find any zinc, but man, do we have enough coal to last us, like, for friggin' ever. Oh my gosh. I dug 32 out of the walls so far. There's probably another, geez, like, almost 50 pieces of coal in here, and if I can get out my door, I have been churning up cobblestone the entire time, and that has gotten us so far. We got a little bit extra in here. 96 iron nuggets and 204 flint. And that 96 iron nuggets turns out to be 10 ingots. That's actually way less than I thought it was going to be. That actually sucks so much. I was kind of hoping of getting an anvil so I could put these diamond pickaxes together when this one really starts to break, but it's only about halfway through. Yeah, it's less than halfway through, so we should be fine for a little while. However, what I'm more excited about is the 200 and some odd flint and all the dirt we got. Now, the dirt is just straight up for terraforming purposes. I do a lot of terraforming, so having the dirt is super important. And you know what? I'm such a silly Billy. I totally forgot to harvest my crops before I started digging. So I could have had a whole harvest, but that, you know what? That's okay. Because now that we have, what is it, like Jetta the Butcher or whatever the heck their name is, we pretty much have unlimited food for right now, so I'm not too worried about it. All right, let's see if we can... Oh, easy. Easy peasy. Ready? Bam. Maybe not. Oh, I gotta redo this and this and this and this and that and this and then... Gimme, 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 gimme. Fortune? Yeah, is right. Fortune's the worst for an axe, dude. Ugh. All right, hey. I got free diamond axe, though, so I'm not too worried about it, I guess. I want a diamond axe. Boom. Fortune 1. And that's okay, honestly, because what that means is we can just scrape it off with a grindstone. And actually, there's a grindstone in here. Of course there is. That's that dude's profession block. Boom. Bam. Ah. I don't care about your fortune now. And actually, I'm going to buy 2 of them just so we can unlock the saber sword. Give me the saber sword. Give me the saber sword. Sword has, of course it has, Bane of Arthropods. It's got looting 2 as well and knockback 1. What is this? That's so stupid. That's so stupid. Oh, look, I made my first sword. Oh my gosh, quests. Oh my gosh, I forgot about quests. Let me clear my pockets because I'm sure I get a whole bunch of stuff for doing quests. So I went through and I collected all the quests that I could, and this is so interesting. I have all of these done. They're all done all the way up to here. They're all done all the way up to here. I never got a stone pickaxe, so I can't actually collect them. So I literally have to use this, get some sticks, use some of this cobblestone, and I have to make a stone pickaxe. And then look at all those quests that I just completed. I'm just gonna toss that over there. That's so funny. So now I've got this stone pickaxe, whoop-de-doo. It gives me some coal, I can get some lapis, I actually get another diamond. This is crazy. And that's right, I get 3 more iron just because I made an iron pickaxe, or I got one from the villagers before. Oh my gosh, this is nuts. Oh, and I'll get 3 more diamonds too. That's craziness. I just have to find a place to put all this crap. Almost all of this, besides just like a couple of things, and then like this stuff here, was all just from those quests. I mean, I've got 4 diamonds. Maybe I should just make some diamond boots. But now that we're actually getting a steady supply of iron, I might just make an armor smith, to be perfectly honest. I think I have another villager under there. Actually, let's go check it out. Yeah, I got 2 of them here, so they can start breeding. And I just get an armor smith. That's crazy. But oh my gosh, folks, that is so funny. Don't forget about quests. Hey, listen, I don't forget about Dre, but I forgot about quests. Remember that giant cave opening that was like right across the way from the base? This guy looks so dapper. Look at this dapper gentleman. Anyways, I'm checking this out just because I need zinc. Now that we've got that place kind of dug out a little bit more, I want to start a little bit of decoration, and to start a little bit of decoration, oh, a canary, I really need some zinc. So we're just gonna wander around down in here for a little bit, just kind of light things up. That way it's less treacherous the next time we need to come in here and get some of that stuff right there. I've already got a little bit. Let's get a little bit more. I got a ton of resources. Yeah, who cares? More important, look, I got a canary. It looks like a little yellow ducky. It's so cute. Here you go, my little canary guy. You can just hang out right there. Have fun. Enjoy your new home. All right, what do we get? Oh, we got a little bit over a stack of zinc. That's great. I wanted at least a stack. And we got another 23 iron. That's fantastic, because I can actually make myself a chest plate now. Probably should have done that while I was there. But what does this really mean? This really means that I can start decorating the inside of the house. And that's really, honestly, folks, what's most, wow. And that's really, honestly, folks, what's most important. I got it out. I got it out eventually. Took me a while, but I got there. And it's at this point that I remembered my build is made out of sandstone. And why is that a problem, you ask? Well, this is all the sand we have. That's it. And that's sand. That's not sandstone. And it's got to be smelted down into smooth sandstone as well. We're in trouble. And here's why we're in trouble. Those with keen eyes probably saw that I made a nature's compass. And right now I'm looking for a beach, and there is one 300 blocks that'll make way. But I don't want a beach, folks. I want to mine sand out of a desert like Minecraft intended. But guess what? Closest desert, 5,000 blocks in that direction. 5,000 5,000 blocks. I got no elytra. I got a horse, but I'm sure there's gonna be ocean. I got no jetpack, because those are shut off in this mod pack. 5,000 blocks. Now, the completionist in me is like, yeah, we can just walk 5,000 blocks that way. That's no big deal. I got 27 chicken. We'll make it. But the realist in me is like, that's gonna take 37,000 years. And in 37,000 years, I'm gonna be like, you know, Stardust and stuff. 5,000 blocks. Oh my gosh. We could probably go through the nether. I got diamond pickaxe. I have gold armor. I got really crappy armor. We could go through the nether, and that's 600-ish blocks if my math is correct. Yeah, 625 blocks in the nether, which isn't too bad. But if I'm gonna go to the nether and I'm gonna travel like 5,000 blocks, I might as well just look for a nether fortress so I can get brass, and then I can make mechanical crafters so I can make crushing wheels, right? Like, I hate traveling. I hate traveling. And here's the other thing, right? When we get out there, my shovel doesn't even have efficiency on it. And I'm over here because I wanted some of this. Like, if we're going to go to the nether, I'm going to need some of this stuff, right? And the other issue is, while I mine this obsidian at a snail's pace, I hate the nether. I absolutely hate going to the nether. I hate being in it. I hate being around it. The nether is the worst. And knowing my luck, we're going to spawn in a soul sand valley. There's going to be 17 gas that are all going to shoot my butt up, and it's going to be awful, and I'm going to explode and die. Plus, I have a really cool idea for a nether portal build, and I'm not ready for it yet, so... let me mine this obsidian out at a snail's pace, and I'll think about what in the heck I want to do here. All right, we're going to check out and see what the stupid nether looks like, and I'm going to hate it. I'm going to hate it. I can tell already. Enter the nether. Okay, honestly, that's not that bad. that's wait, oh, that sucks. That severely sucks a lot. But this isn't that bad. Golly, that has a huge lava lake. All right, for some reason, the nether's rendering in very weird. I don't know what that's all about, but God, there is just so much lava. I hate this place. I'm hiding in a cheaty little hidey hole, and I'm using my cheaty little map, and I'm looking down, and I see there's another fortress right over here. Look at this. Ready? Goes all the way down, about 300 blocks away, and it's just lava. It is just lava. I hate the nether. This is the craziest. This is the most lava I've ever seen, ever in a nether. And it might be that just like the map is rendering weird because I'm a little bit high up. But I guess what I could do. Oh, I have no idea which way to look now. There we go, this way. Oh, hi, buddy. It could be that I could just climb up there. I was aghast. I could just climb up there and then like just run like right close to the nether ceiling, I guess. I could give that a shot. Don't come in here with me. Yeah, hi, there's no reason. Thank you. But I think we're severely underprepared for this trip, so we're gonna leave. We're just gonna leave. Well, that was super fun, and I never want to go back ever again. So I think what we're gonna do in the meantime is I'm just gonna find like a relatively large beach biome and destroy it. That's one that's not relatively close to us as well. Because again, I'm gonna build little places all over the place around here. So I don't want to destroy something that's too close, just in case we want to, you know, settle down, you know, just a little bit of ways. And I'm in free cam just to show you our hobbit hole's right there. Come over just here to the shore. Look what we got. Bum, bum, and a little bit over there, bum. And, do I want to destroy this beautiful and natural habitat that's literally right outside of our doorstep? And the answer to that question is a resounding yes. We're just going to head right over there. And we're not going to get distracted and tempted. Evil temptress. We are going to get tempted by zinc, though. And actually, if we can get just direct sandstone just by digging down a little bit further, that might be incredible as well. Okay, I like this a lot better. We don't destroy the natural habitat. We just dig underneath the sand to get directly to the sandstone. Yes. All right, I couldn't help myself. So we got some iron, some ingots, you know, that sort of stuff. And gold and whatnot. Where are we going? So that's, what, to the east and to the south. That's the southeast. Look at that. That's where we're headed. All right, let's go check it out. All right, according to this, it should be right here. And I hate this already. Wow, that looks so deep, too. How deep is it? Extremely. Whoa! Are you serious? Ugh. Should be, like, right under there. All right, let me make a door. And anything good? Oh, you know, another diamond. That's not bad. Great success. We got like 12 stacks of sandstone or something like that. And watch this. Bam. Fan. We got some cobble. We're going to put a shaft right there. Put a lava bucket right there, and now we can... Ow! Oh, gosh, that hurts so bad. Jeepers. And now all we gotta do is hope... Does this reach all the way... Oh, that didn't work. Does this reach all the way over here? It doesn't. Ooh, that sucks. Ooh, all right. No big deal. We just gotta put that there, and we can do this, and now we should just be able to throw our sandstone in here and collect it from this corner over here. And eventually... Oh, there it goes. All right, cool. Now we have smooth sandstone. Yeah, so we don't have to waste all of our coal and charcoal and stuff on making the smooth stuff. Awesome. So I wanted to give you a progress update. You can probably see the particles behind me. Yeah, the Wandering Nerd just walked in. Apparently it's nighttime. Look at this, look at this, look at this! Oh my gosh, I gotta sleep. I gotta sleep right now. I gotta go find emeralds now. All right, Noemi, Noemi, you are my absolute favorite wandering trader that I've ever had, ever. I need things. I need things now. I gotta go back to the village for emeralds because, oh my gosh, I forgot I didn't tell you guys this. You know how that desert was 5,000 blocks away? Well, guess what? The nearest mangrove is 6,000, I think it was 6,500 blocks. That was a dream. It was a dream that guy just showed back up. Oh my gosh. You are my favorite wandering trader that I've ever had show up ever in my life. And I mean, while we're at it, we're going to buy some coral as well. And packed ice? Now there's a bunch of packed ice behind us. Let's buy... dude, you're kind of obnoxious, so you can't stay. However, you can stay for a little while, all right? This is the most helpful I've ever had a wandering trader be ever. Planting that down feels so good. Not having to walk 6,500 blocks feels so good. Yeah, here's the nature's compass. There, yeah, legitimately 6,500 blocks from right here is a mangrove swamp. It's the closest mangrove swamp. So, oh my gosh, that's incredible. And buying those propagules is a perfect segue into a little progress update. Now, over here is not done. This is going to be our little kitchen and, wow, sorry, that didn't work. Dining room and probably pantry area, maybe over here, maybe tucked into the hallway a little bit as well. We got our little entrance going on. Right, and I love the little brick that's here and the walkway with the different types of stripped oak and spruce, and you can kind of see what I'm doing here. I'm going to have it branch out in this direction as it comes together, and then over here we'll have like a little library seating area, that sort of thing. But yeah, it is coming together pretty well. I am in love with these chandeliers. I absolutely adore them. And also these little, what are they, wall candle holders? They're super expensive because they require an ingot and honeycomb. And I've been stealing honey from these guys. I just got a campfire that I keep picking up with the carry-on mod and putting it back down because if it's under there, they can't figure out how to get in. Bees are so silly. I am almost done with the hallway and all that sort of stuff, and then we just have to do the decoration on the inside, and we should be all set with the interior of this for now. Another quick progress report. We've got the whole place essentially fleshed out. I have one issue. These hallways they're way too big. These are massive. These are absolutely massive. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to pull the back wall in 1 or 2 blocks? Probably 2 blocks. We're gonna pull the back wall in 2 blocks. It's so much time. Oh my goodness. No efficiency means that this just takes forever to do, but that's okay. That's okay. Perfectionism is setting in. I gotta get this done. And I just came out here right next to the spawn village, and I found this earlier because I remember seeing this was all lit up. Just went through this chest, and I have a totem of torrents now, I guess, and a lure 1 fishing rod. That's pretty cool. The rest of the ore and the stuff I'm gonna leave there, but I just want these sea pickles so I can farm some lime dye. I'm pretty sure, yeah, blast a sea pickle, you get lime dye. Very cool. Let's check this out. Oh, that's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. I only got 32 uses out of it. I wonder if I can put, like, mending and a breaking on it. That's pretty dope, though. And earlier, the wandering lead salesman sold us some coral blocks, so bam, renewable pickles. Gotta love it. And of course, I went through all that trouble just to make slime balls, just to make super glue, and I probably could have done this so much quicker with, like, not doing that, but that's okay. Let's put a little cobblestone here and a sticky piston, bam, an extension pull, and break this off. And we need to, actually, hang on, because we actually want to bring this forward 2 blocks, so if we just do this, and then do that, bam, look at that. We didn't even have to do anything, except for go find some stuff, and then find some other things, and then waste a whole bunch of time, but that's okay. Hey, now I don't have to tear the whole wall down and build it all the way back up. Yes. Yes, 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 that is much better. The only thing it's missing is this guy running down the center here. Whoops. Yep, that is much better. It is way cozier. It looks way better than whatever the heck I was trying to do here. This is insanely huge. So the only thing I need to do is move the rest of it. Good change. This is a very good change. This still feels big and open and inviting. These areas still feel nice and cozy as well. These little side rooms. And then once we get into the hallways, they also start to feel nice and cozy too. So this was a good change. I'm very happy with how this turned out. This has taken me way too long, probably a good 10 hours. But now the real work begins because I have to decorate the whole place. And don't worry, we're gonna have more rooms than just these ones as well. We need a bedroom and a storage room and all that sort of stuff, but I'm just not ready for that yet. So this is what we're working with so far, and we'll expand in the next couple of episodes. Yeah, I gotta fix my floor design too. Yeah, I lied. I did the storage room and the pantry. I also swapped this out to be red, and I think I like it a lot better, at least from the inside. Hi, Eva. We got Eva somewhere. There she is. Hello, Eva. I think I at least like this from the inside. The outside, I'm not 100% on it yet. I'm flopping back and forth. Let me know what you think down in the comments between the mangrove and the green. But look at this place. Oh my gosh, it added so much between McCaw's furnitures and supplementaries and such. Just these books leaning up all over the place are incredible. But we have a little sitting room here with a little fireplace, office to you know, write our books and all that sort of such. We got a couple of paintings. You probably recognize that one, as well as, you know, another little painting over here. And that's using the immersive paintings. And then we have these really cool item shelves where we can, you know, just show off some things that I don't really know what they do yet. And then I'm trying to go for a little bit of just subtle decoration in the hallway. And then once we get over to the kitchen, we have our catches from the day. I think this wall needs either another catch or a painting. Place to sit down and have some delicious shepherd's pie, as well as some roast chicken. And of course, the kitchen in a hobbit hole is one of the most important things in a hobbit hole, as well as the pantry. We got a little area to, you know, get some drink if we need it, as well as all of our different food. And this isn't quite done yet. There's a lot that I need to finish in here still, but it is a nice start to a pantry. And last but certainly not least, we have a little storage room here, and I went a little too big on this storage room, but I hate having all of that storage just sitting out here. As you can see, I've already cleaned up a lot of the stuff that was out here, including, you'll see the iron farm was missing there, and that's because it is back here behind this wall. Look at this guy here. It's super slow, so once we get a little bit of a way to do this a little bit faster, but this is working. It breaks a little piece of cobble, mills a little piece of cobble, kind of all at the same time. And then we have a fan that just blows along anything that is created from washing the gravel just right into this hopper. And that hopper is right behind this drawer controller here, which will deposit all of our iron and flint into these two drawers. So not only does this room look pretty decent so far, again, it's not done. We still have this whole side of the room to finish. It is still also functional. Why are you gents putting stuff over here? Apparently I need to make a drawer key to lock all of these. And the last thing that we haven't done yet is a bedroom, which I will have to complete between episodes. I don't have the time to do it or the capacity to do it right now. Unenchanted tools are just, oof, they are brutal to work with. But folks, that is all the time that I have for today. I'm so sorry we didn't have more time. I want to thank every single one of you for watching episode 1. It is the highest viewed video on my channel so far. Incredible, and we're only about 200-ish subs away from 3,000. Incredible, folks. Absolutely incredible. Thank you so much for your support on this. Huge thank you to my members, my YouTube members. We've got Johnny, Matthew, Bot, and Moon Goddess, as well as my patrons, Hugh Soul, Carlos, Dusk, and Wraith. Thank you, everybody, for all of your support. I appreciate every single one of you so very, very, very much, and we will see you in the next episode. Goodbye! Last time on Minecraft Create Nations, we did a ton of gearing up, finished the interior of our hobbit hole, and hit an iron farm in the wall behind our storage system. And today I want to build a new structure with you all. We need a way to process the food that we're currently growing outside, and I think the best way to do that is probably going to be a watermill or a windmill. I'm not 100% sure yet. And actually, before we get started with that, there's one thing that I want to do. And Eva, where'd you go, my precious pup? There you go, Eva Teeves. And in the first episode, I asked you all to name our horse, and you all came up with absolutely fantastic names, but the number one name that was suggested was Shadowfax, which I think is perfect for a white horse. Absolutely wonderful, which unfortunately means we have to take the armor off, just, you know, for that inclusion. I can't take the saddle off, or I won't be able to ride him. However, perfect name. Thanks everybody in the comments for naming the horse. This is wonderful. Now today, what are we planning to do for today? Let me tell you, we need a way to process all of the crops that we are growing, mainly the wheat, so we can make all of our bread. Because bread's probably the most wonderful thing to eat ever. And you know, Lemma's bread is pretty decent.
Lemma's? Elvish way bread. One small bite is enough to fill the stomach of a grown man. How many did you eat? 4.
And originally I was thinking maybe I could put like a windmill right here, just sitting right up here. And I feel like this is an area that would get a decent amount of wind. We've got an ocean over there and this big old valley. I feel like wind would just come rushing straight through this little valley area. But I built a windmill last season and I kind of don't want to do the same thing again. So now I'm thinking maybe a watermill here. I don't know if you can tell by my voice there, I'm a little hesitant on a watermill, and here's why. This is a pond. this is a lake, right? And it's got this big old island in the center of it, which is really cool. But here's the thing about lakes, especially at the bottom end of a lake where the river isn't, not a lot of water flows. I don't know if you know this, but you need flowing water in order to power a windmill, right? So it's going to be a little tricky to do that when we don't have water flowing. Now, if you take a look at this picture from the set of the Lord of the Rings, there is a windmill in Hobbiton, or excuse me, a watermill in Hobbiton. It's called the Old Mill, and it actually takes water from I think it's sitting on a river. It might be sitting on a pond, and it pours it over the top of the watermill that's sitting there. The water wheel isn't actually sitting in the water. So we might be able to do some sort of weird create something or other where it looks like we're piping water out of this here pond up into the building somehow, and then, you know, pouring it over, oh, hi grass, over top of the water mill, we're gonna take the water out of there, we're gonna pour it on top of the water wheel, okay? Now, I love the design of the old mill from the set. I think it's super cute and super quaint, and I like it a lot. However, that's not really exactly what I'm going for here. And I have a little bit of an issue. I can't pick these up because I don't have Silk Touch. And as you can see, I tried that over here. But I need those gone because I feel like the water mill is gonna sit about here-ish. and overhang this way a little bit. I might have it actually sitting in the water a little bit. I'm gonna have to keep those there for now. Golly, the sunset from here is just breathtakingly gorgeous. Oh, and I don't remember if I went over this in the last episode. I actually swapped this out for mangrove, and I think I like it more. It doesn't blend in with all the green as much, but it definitely changes the sandstone a little bit. But again, I think I like it. Let me know what you think down in the comments. Time for shapes outside the bedroom. And I've been doing a lot of Googling and stuff, looking at different images of watermills so I can get some inspiration. And honestly, I think one of the best ones, one of the ones that I like the most anyways, is this one here from Lord of the Rings Online. Which, if you've never played that game, it's absolutely incredible. It's very dated, but I cannot suggest it enough. It's a really great MMO, and guess what? It's free. Anyways, it's got a kind of the same sandstone-like structure that we've got going on here, a little bit of spruce by the looks of it, and then the grassy sort of top that we have on the Hobbit hole already. So I think we're gonna go with something a little bit more along those lines for our watermill here. I just have to come up with some sort of base structure that's going to be sitting in the water. And one other thing, I went ahead and I crafted a couple upgrade templates for the backpack. So we have a tool swapper, a crafting, and a stack upgrade on our gold backpack here, which we got from a pillager that just randomly spawned. He was rocking a gold backpack. I'm getting so lucky with the drops with these backpacks. So we got our old iron backpack for our create stuff right now, and I'm such a silly Billy. Of course, the disc is just sitting in the jukebox upgrade. And this song is such a jam, people. It's so good. All right, that's enough of that. Well, it looks like we're almost out of spruce as well, so we're gonna have to do some farming for some spruce, and we might have to farm up some sandstone too, because this is all we've got left for sandstone if we're going to be making this out of sandstone as well. So we've got some resource collection to get on with. And something else that I forgot about, when I took the iron farm down, guess what else I took away? It was our blasting and smelting area and all that sort of stuff with a little fan and whatnot. So inside the storage room, I have this little wall over here that I didn't really have any idea what I wanted to do with it, and now I know what I want to do with it. Now, directly on the other side of this wall, this is 1 block thick, as you can see, is the bedroom. So we can't dig into this thing. I guess we could push the bedroom off a block. But anyways, what we're going to put here is just some like basic processing stuff. So we're gonna have a mechanical press over here, maybe 2 of them that we can flatten stuff with, and we'll have a smoker and a smelter and a washer and all that sort of stuff just sitting right over here on this back wall. So we have some basic processing thingy-majiggers that we can use at a moment's notice. But first, I'm just gonna grab some saplings and some bone meal. We're gonna go get ourselves some spruce logs because we are running dangerously low, and then we'll head back over to the sand mining pit and mine on some more sandstone. And looky here, all set up and beautiful. It's not actually beautiful, but it works. It works, and that's okay. I might have to get like a girder or something to just support this from the ceiling. I'm not entirely sure what I want to do with the structure of it yet. However, we have a little bit of a washer, a cooker, and a smelter right here. I don't really need a haunter at the moment, although it's one of my favorite Pokemon. And then we have 2 smashers because we got to use smashers all the time. And then over here we have a little bit of a slicer. Now this is going to be super great for things like the sandstone, the ridiculous amount of sandstone that I need. And then the slicer is going to be incredible because then I can just... Oh, that's really slow. But it's all going to be going on in the background, so I'm not 100% worried about it. And this thing right here, you might be thinking to yourself, hey, Throw, what's the dealie with the cooker? You're buying cooked food from the villagers. I'm going to get away from that thing because it's obnoxious. And the cooker is great for things like belts, dried kelp. Dried kelp is super needed in Create for belts as well as funnels and other stuff, so having a cooker here is just super, super useful. But as you can see, I am gathering materials in order to build this build today, and I am gonna need a lot of smooth sandstone, probably need a lot of spruce as well, and tough, and honestly, I'm probably gonna need more tough than this. So we might have to do a little bit of a mining session before we start building this place. I hate starting to build something and then running out of the material as I'm building it, so we might have to just go down into our little mining area and find like a big old tough vein and mine some of that out here real quick. Yeah, 12.5 stacks of tough should be enough for now, I think. Guys, remind me the next time I'm down here that I need to put stairs in here, okay? Because this is terrible. Quick progress update on the mill. We're gonna go into free cam here and hate it. Ooh, I can't stand what I'm looking at right now. I don't know why. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what it is, but I just am not happy with what's going on here. Now, obviously, nothing is textured. Nothing has any detail except for the, you know, the oak box, the literal box that's sitting here. But man, am I not happy with what I'm looking at. Here was my thought, right? You have like these little stairs you walk up, boop, 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 and then like the inside of the mill, you just like the opening, you get in here. But it's not working out the way I thought it was going to. So I'm not entirely sure what I'm gonna do yet. The first thing I'm thinking is I'm gonna slap it with a fish. Nope, that didn't help. But the second thing that I'm thinking is I might want to tear out the tough. I know we just did, you know, like a whole hour-long mining sessions. No, it wasn't an hour. To get some tough. And I might swap it out for stone and cobblestone. Because if I swap... Oh, actually, I forgot to put cobblestone in the cooker here, and it's going to be smooth stone, isn't it? It's not. Wow. Interesting. I thought it would have just cooked right onto smooth stone there. Very cool. Anyhoozles, I had this crazy idea of mixing in stone and stone brick with this, but I have this feeling that it was gonna clash too much, and honestly, that's not that bad. Let me try like a little cobblestone down here. I feel like this is gonna be too bright. But if we put it in kind of like patches a little bit, I think that might work, and then mix it up kind of something like this-ish, maybe? That's not too bad. The stone brick is way more subtle of a change than I thought it was going to be, and that makes me super duper happy. This actually looks grimy compared to that, which I think it's supposed to, because tough is pretty grimy. But like, I could tear down most of this. Because there's no tough bricks that are mossy. So I could keep like this stuff towards the bottom and keep like the tough down in the water because they look super grimy. Ooh, that might be the way to go, to be honest. It's gonna suck having to dig all this out. However, I really like that. We're gonna make that change. I gotta tear all this down now. Now, before I tear all this out, how the water wheel is actually going to work is we're going to have this channel here, right? And I'll grab 2 water sources. But for right now, we'll just do it with 1. And this will just flow over the top of the water wheel. Now, that image that I showed you of the mill, the old mill at Bag End, that actually was how it worked on that mill, right? This was not actually in the water. Pull that image up again. Yeah, this wasn't actually touching the water. It was kind of like pulling water from somewhere and pushing it on a channel over the top of the mill. And what I think what we'll do is we'll actually... Here, let me go Shreepies. I can't Shreeps yet? Let me go Shreepies. Shreepy, there we go. But I think what we'll do is we'll have like a pipe coming out of the side of this thing that looks like it's sucking up some water. And then, you know, we can just pretend that it's coming over here. And we can put some pipe on the inside as well to have it like look like this thing is powering the pipe, the pump that's actually like powering itself. So like all you have to do to get it kick-started is like you come out here and you stand on it. It's super safe, I'm sure. And you just like start walking on it, and then it like kick-starts the whole process and water starts coming out or something like that. I don't freaking know. I don't know how mills work. I'm a hobbit. I just build things. I don't know. I don't understand engineering. Let me tear all this out, replace it with stone bricks and stone and all that sort of stuff. And maybe I'll have some sort of idea of what I want the building to look like afterwards. I'm not really sure yet. I'm struggling here, people. It's such a subtle change. It's so much better though. It's so much better. Oh man, I'm so happy about this. I also swapped out the roof for this to be more mossy, just kind of like make it look a little bit more like the Hobbit hole over here. And we'll put something interesting on this side. Don't worry about that. But this is just such a subtle change, and it makes all the difference. And I as you can see, I started to put a floor in, and we'll have a basement in here as well. But man, oh man, do I like this better. And we still have the tuff. You can see in a couple of little places we've got that there, just a little color contrast, and it just makes all the difference. My goodness gracious, that's so much better. Anyways, we got walls to put in now, and as you can see, I left a little space for the walls here, and I am still not 100% sure what I'm doing, but we're gonna try some stuff. I need some spruce. Where's my spruce? Yo, I gotta be honest with you people, these wandering lead salesmen are coming in clutch. Who do we got? Lindy today. Cherry saplings. I don't think I have any of those. I'll go ahead and take one. And I think I want one of these globes. I really do. Packed ice, again, I don't really need because there's a whole ice biome over there. But wow. Thank you. I don't even know where the closest cherry biome is. This is incredible. Thank you so much. And they sold me some leads and leather. Man, those traders, you know, they're not half bad. And I don't really want cherry trees all over the place. I really like the ambience of the cherry leaves with like the little petals that fall down. I really like it. But I think for this area here, what we're looking for are just those. I just want those. Oh, I gotta change the keybind for turning the feeding upgrade on and off, apparently. And I just want to see what this looks like up here on the mantle instead of that one. And no, I like the other one way better. This kind of looks like the moon. I think the only other thing that we really need the lead salesman for is jungle. But anyways, take a look at this thing that I've got going on here. It is coming along pretty well, I gotta be honest. There's a couple things that I might have to change out. This is kind of a stark difference here, but I'm not really sure. We'll have to see how it turns out in the end. But this is kind of what we're working with. I know this is super flat. We'll fix parts of it, don't worry. But yeah, I think this is super tall. And I don't know if hobbits would really go this tall, but at the same time, you know what? It's gonna look good. And I want form over like lore function. I think hobbits don't usually do second stories. But they do absolutely build like normal houses. I think I think Frodo actually moved into a building that had a second story before he left the Shire. I can't 100% remember, but these are my hobbits, right? These are not Tolkien's hobbits, so they can do whatever they want, darn it. So of course it's raining. A couple things. I don't know if I like the terracotta. I might actually take that out. And there's too much dirt. I think there's way too much dirt and grass, and it should be mostly moss. So I'm going to go ahead and take out most of the dirt. I'll leave a couple of pieces and a couple pieces of grass. But I feel like it needs to be mostly moss. So I'm definitely going to take out a lot of the terracotta, and the dirt and grass and stuff. But yeah, let me make that change and we'll see how it looks. Yeah, I think that's much better. I really do. And I think over here we might have like one of those little window thingies. What are those called? I don't remember. Those windows that pop out. What the heck are those called? A dormer? I think it's a dormer. I think we're going to have a dormer here. Oh my gosh, people, I am losing it. But I'm going to put a whole bunch of grass and some other stuff in here, and we'll kind of just see how it looks. I think it's going to help with the like flatness of all of it. if we just, you know, put a little bit of grass, maybe some saplings and all that sort of stuff in there, get some too tall flowers and whatnot, get some of these, you know, these new cherry blossoms in there. I think that'll look great. And I think this will really help us out. Plus, Shrapes always helps, Shrapey. So I took a step back and I was like, is this too much? And then the more I look at it, the more angles I look at it, I'm like, I don't know if this is enough. I think if we put a dormer here, it will absolutely help a lot. I really think that's all that's missing. It's just a little bit too much of the same. So I think if we throw a dormer in here, it'll help a lot. I don't know if I want to put it over here or over here, just have it line up with this. I think I want to put a small one over here just to break up this part of the roof a little bit. But other than that, I think it turned out pretty darn okay. It almost feels like it needs a tree growing out of it, and I'm not going to do that. That's crazy talk. And now this is not enough. This is what happens, okay? This is what happens in my brain. I'm like, I don't know, I just go back and forth on the tiny details. I don't know. By the way, I have a quiver now. Isn't that cool? However, the roof, for the most part, is, like, solidified. This is what we're going to be doing for the roof, and I'm super happy with it. I got a little bit underneath that I got to take care of. I think what I'm going to do is throw some dark oak slabs here down in the bottom here, and then, or not slabs, trapdoors, and then probably spruce trapdoors running along the bottom of this, to just kind of, like, cover this up and give it a little bit of weight. And to make it look like the structure is semi-supported, right? So I'll have to do that here next, but for right now, I'm pretty happy with how this turned out. It needs a, I think it's a dormer. I'm pretty sure it's a dormer. Hang on. Can confirm it's a dormer. Another quick progress update. As you can see, I got some super glue in my hand, as well as the piston and the hand crank of the pole. Yeah, I moved the whole roof. Well, not the whole roof. I guess just the trim of the roof. Where are you going? Where are you? Why? Why you do this? Go over there. Go in your home. Anyways, yeah, I had to move this part of the roof out because I wanted a chimney in here, and I want this made out of bricks, but I don't really have any right now, so it's just kind of... It just blends in too much with this. So this will change. I will swap this out with bricks soon.
But it is not this day.
But I gotta stick this whole thing together and rebuild this part of it. And yeah, we should be good with the roof for the most part because I built up this side as well. I'll show you that right in a second when I'm done doing this. Is that better? I think it looks better here. Golly, I don't know. From under here, I'm not really entirely sure if I like that better or not. You know, let me try a little something here, see if I can fix this. Ow. That could work. I'm not 100% sure, though. I think maybe without any more detail on the side of this thing. Let's roll with it for now. I don't love it, but at the same time, I certainly don't hate it. And I think maybe if we just decorate it with a couple other things, it might turn out okay. But I'm going to keep it like is. I got some windows and stuff. And I feel like if I'm going to do that on this side, then I've got to do it on this side, too. Because it don't match. It just don't match at all. So, I guess we'll have to do it on that side as well, but I don't know if I have enough glue for that right now. Maybe I do. I'm not sure. Can't do it. I can't do it anymore. I need bricks. Oh, there we go. Yes. Give me more bricks, please. We've got Aurelia and Bill selling us. Oh, and I threw a brick. Yeah, wait, I can throw bricks? That's kind of awesome. But no, I can't have stone brick with that chimney anymore. I have to have actual bricks. It was driving me insane. So I'm going to do some villager trading as I always do, and we will be back in just a minute after I have way too many bricks. Well, I went until I ran out of emeralds and over 2.5 stacks and still more to spare. This is going to be way more than enough. So that with a little bit of granite. Ooh, I thought I had more granite. I thought I had more of that. But that's okay. 36 should be well over what I actually need. Yeah, that was a good change. That was a good change. And you can probably see I have done a little bit with the windows here. We've added these little, what are these called? Shutters, as well as some spruce accents around the top and the bottom, and then little flower beds on them as well. Now I have to fill the flower beds, and I actually put in another round little door here. Now this is where I wish I had those framed blocks, so I could do like half slabs and half stairs. I can do half slabs on the side of the wall with copycat panels, but I can't do half stairs, and I do wish that I was able to do that here. because it just looks a little chunky, but I have to keep it there. I really do. But the outside of this build is almost done. As you can see, I've done a little bit of texturing with the logs, etc., and it's looking pretty darn good if I do say so myself. And really the only thing that we're missing are the dormers. We're going to put one on either side up here at the top of the build. And then after that, the outside structure of this thing will be complete. And I gotta be honest, already it looks super cute. I think the roof is a little high for a hobbit hole. I might have said that already, but you know what? I think it's gonna work. It could be because I don't have anything covering up this thing, but I think that's a resounding no. I could bump it out one more. But I think I liked it better without the dormer there. And I don't like it. It's gotta go. It's gotta go. I feel bad because I just destroyed so much of this roof and it took me so long to make, but no, it's gotta come out. I don't like it. Yeah, it's so much better without it. All right, well, I'm glad we tried it at least, so, you know, we knew not to do it. That's essentially the entire outside of this thing done. There's really only a couple things, like, I guess some landscaping, some terraforming stuff that really needs to be done. Other than that, the entire outside is complete, which means we can finally focus on the inside of this place. And I've been doing a little bit. As you can see, I've got, you know, some support structures, and this ladder isn't permanent, but it, you know, it just helps us get upstairs if we need to use the upstairs. And we have no way to access it right now, but I do want a basement in here as well, just because I need to take the power from this water wheel, spin it around, and actually turn it into usable power. And we might have to stick more water wheels over here as well, depending on how much we're going to be processing. Plus, I also need a little pipey coming out here, so that way the water wheels over the Atomic Way can start a churning. While I'm at it, I actually do want to throw the water in here, so we're going to place one bucket there and the other bucket right here, and that should turn all of this into nice flowing beautiful water. And we can see our water wheel turning. And I might change this stone block out for maybe like an industrial iron gearbox or something, just to make it like give a little bit of extra something, make it look like this is actually connected over here. But oh man, that little bit of movement just adds so much life to this thing already. This looks really good. I am super happy with this. I'm so glad that we swapped out, literally the change was swapping this tuff out for stone brick, and then the entire thing just came to me. That's incredible. Well, we got ourselves a stairway going up as well as down into the basement, and I finished the basement up as well. Don't worry about that guy. And I think it's looking pretty great. And out here, we still have pretty much nothing. This is where the water wheels are, as you can see. And now I have to ask the question to myself, hey, self, bro, what are you throwing in this basement? What are you doing in this building? So we are going to be processing bread in here, right? Probably upstairs, I would imagine. We're going to be processing the bread. And then downstairs, I think I'm going to put in an automatic wheat farm. Now, this is not really something that I had planned for. I figured we were just going to harvest the wheat ourselves, you know. But I think we are going to put an automatic wheat farm in. Just have a way to have automatic food just as a backup, right? Now, we are eating cooked chicken. And I have to go over to the villagers and grab it. And it's really not that big a deal to go do that. But at the same time, being able to have something that's just automatic, I can just pick it up here in this building at a moment's notice, is really, really great. So I think we are going to throw a little automatic wheat farm down here, and they are super simple with Create. And bear with me for 1 second because I don't have any of the things that I need for it. And it turns out I'm completely out of andesite alloy and andesite, so back to the mines, I guess. I just got to find a nice andesite deposit. Here we go. Now, this should be relatively simple to construct. I'm just going to lock the rotation on this here, and I have to put something on the back there to hold this whole thing together. I think spruce planks will be plenty fine, and essentially, I am just going to plop a minecart right down in here. We've got this unlocked rotation, and I have to grab my super glue. We'll go ahead and glue the entire thing together. Now, if I make myself a lever, I think if I just turn this on, it should turn this entire thing into a contraption, which it certainly does. And then I can go ahead and pick up the cart assembler, I believe. And now that this is a contraption, I should just be able to pick it up, but I don't want to. Essentially, what I want is I want to make it so I never have to use power to harvest our crops. I actually am going to have to pick it up for a second because I need to change this into powered rail. And now when I put this back down, where'd it go? There it is. And I put this back down. I'm gonna just go, I guess, over here and plop. And it gets stuck because I didn't make another lever. And that should send it back, which it certainly does, and it will harvest and send this back. Now I'm gonna shut that off real quick because I actually need to add something else to it. So I'm gonna place the cart assembler back down because I need to put a portable storage interface on this bad boy right here. And I think we'll just have the other piece going here. And then we have to glue this together, and that should be the last piece of this puzzle. I should just be able to go get some wheat, plant this up, and it should start growing for us. And actually taking a look at this, I really don't think this is going to be enough. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to disassemble this, and I'm going to make it bigger. Okay, I think we're going to shoot for something like this. Yeah, let's try this. Anyways, I got to connect these, so we'll just put that there. That's fine. And I could put another row in here. I think, ooh, I can't. So here's what I'm worried about, right? I am worried that if I have this fan blowing up, items aren't going to fall through here. I don't know how that works. I'm hoping that once this gets dropped off, it drops off in here, drops down, and then pushes up. But I don't know if that's how that works. I feel like it doesn't, but I'm not 100% sure. We'll have to do some testing. If that's the case, then we'll have to do some belts. I can just move this over, essentially. This thing will still go back and forth, connect to here, and then we'll have like belt, and then funnel, and have this just going into the side here, and these items can be moving up. So now that this is in, all we've got to do is figure out this piece and how to get it upstairs. And again, I think that's going to be blowing up, and this isn't going to be able to actually take any of the items out and down. I'm not really sure. So what we're going to do is we're going to head over into this room here. Hi, little fishies. And we are going to get some power going. And we're also going to increase the speed on this power just a hair. Okay, so it looks like this is working. The items are actually moving upward. I just don't know if... Let's see what happens when I turn this on, because we do have a couple things, I guess one thing. No, two, that need to be harvested. Let me go get those seeds. Go pick these seeds up and just see if things actually make it up there after this harvest. Because I don't think, nope, there's nothing in here. Bam. Yeah, no, it's not letting things out. Okay, so that's a problem. We're going to have to move this whole thing over, and I guess we're just going to have to steal some power to run some belts. Yeah, let me go ahead and work on this, and I'll get back to you guys in just a second. I think we got it this time. Let's hit this. That turns on. Items are floating up. Heck yeah. All right, so I got to break that. And there we go. So this should send items out. It certainly is. And send them up. It certainly is. Heck yeah. It's doing the thing. It's working. So if I head upstairs... This is where the items are going to be collected. So now all we got to do is figure out what to do with the items once they come up here. And obviously, I think we're going to have them go on a little bit of a belt and do something. I'm not really sure what yet. I want to process them up here. So we might have them come up the ceiling, maybe, and right across the top of the ceiling. I just want to make sure that I collect the seeds because I need to continue to plant. Yeah, we might have them come up the top of the ceiling and then right across and get cooked or crushed or whatever it is that we need them to do. I keep forgetting that we're going to get straw here as well. So what we need to do is we need to mill the flour or the wheat that we're getting so we can get flour, and then we need to wash that so we can get dough, and then we need to cook that so we can get bread. So that is our... That's our charge for right now. And now I'm of the opinion of potentially completely putting this on the opposite side of the building, because I think that would be so much easier. Oh my gosh, it's a souped up creeper. It's got speed and armor and all sorts of stuff. Oh my gosh, this is terrifying. I gotta run away. I gotta run away from this thing. Oh my goodness gracious, where's my friggin' bow? Good night. All right, let's see if I can kill you from afar. There we go. Jeepers. All right, I'm going to go inside before I check out this backpack. My goodness. All right, iron backpack with a couple of things in it. All right, not bad. It's okay. All right, listen up, party people. I just went through and edited all of the stuff that I have recorded for how I built this farm and all that sort of stuff. And I had an extra like 20 minutes. This episode's already like in the 30-minute mark, and I can't do it. So let me walk you through what I did, how I failed at doing it, and we'll do it in like 3 minutes. All right, let's go. First of all, as you can see, I have everything blowing upstairs. All the items are going into a drawer controller, and then they are going to sit in here. I got drawer trim running across the top of the stairs, and that comes down right over here in the far corner where we have our wheat. Now, this is our contraption that mills the wheat and washes the wheat and then cooks the wheat to get our bread. So we have the stuff coming out of the drawer controller, the drawer going into this millstone. As you can see, the mill mills it, and then it goes on this very slow conveyor belt. And we have a little piece of dough that comes around. We also get seeds sometimes. And then that dough will come onto this little section here, and it will be cooked into bread. There we go. This has been cooking for a little while. As you can see, we got 208 bread now. And I had such a problem trying to get this to work correctly between the power of the fan as well as the slowness of the belts. I even didn't have belts there, and it was just too fast. I could not get this right. And downstairs, we have a little weird, janky, jiggery pokery stuff where this thing is going through the shafts, but just don't worry about it. If you ignore it, it's not happening. And then back here, we have multiple gearboxes and whatnots going across, so that way we can have all of the different shafts and speeds that we need. And that's essentially it, folks. That is our bread machine done. We've got everything growing downstairs. We got our wheat being milled into dough and then being made into bread right here, right behind us. Fantastic. And then we've got a ton of room upstairs that we're just not using right now. And I think what we're going to do here is we'll put a dirt farm up here at some point, but I need brass first. Hint for next episode. So until we get brass, there's really nothing that we can put up here right now. I got some duckies walking around because I'm trying to populate the place with some animals. And as you can see on here, I've been doing a little bit of terraforming too. This place is it's got a nice easy slope now instead of like just going and then down to the shoreline here. And I think this looks way, way, way better. And eventually we'll cover this up as well. I just don't have the time right now.
But it is not this day!
And I had plans as well to go through building up more farms and more terraforming and all that sort of stuff with you guys too, but we are just, this episode's way too long as it is. I gotta get this out to you guys. So next episode, the first thing you're going to see is the brand new area behind me where we've got some more farms, some expanded farms. I might do another custom tree, maybe? Who knows? And I might do some streaming in Discord, but don't hold me to that, okay? That might happen. If you're not in the Discord yet, you should get in there. I do random stuff all the time, like moonwalks. Ready? But anyways, folks, I gotta finish up editing and I need to get this episode out to y'all. I really hope that you enjoyed this build here. I hope that you enjoyed the process that we went through to build it, and I hope you enjoyed the video. Make sure to hit that subscribe button, that like button, all the normal YouTube stuff. Check out my socials in the description, and thanks again, Mr. Beardstone, for the Perfect World mod pack. It's been really, really fun. And I'm so glad that I was able to grab it and edit it. And, you know, this coming October and November, I'm hoping to set out a mod pack of my own with all the different mods that I currently use and may be adding in future. However, that is unfortunately all the time that we have for this episode. I don't want it to go too long. And before we sign off, I just want to send another huge shout out to my patrons and my YouTube members. Thank you so much, everybody, for your support. I really sincerely appreciate it so much. We've got Yo Your Mom Games, Interbert, Hugh Soul, Dusk, and Wraith. And then over on the members side, we have Johnny Ringo, Matthew, Bot Sams, and Moon Goddess. Thank you all so much for your support. I sincerely appreciate it. And if you want to check out this world and walk around in it and have a download of your very own, you can sign up as a patron or a YouTube member at any tier. It starts at $1 and get this world download. It should already be out, ladies and gentlemen, so don't judge me, Duck. Duck's like, yeah, you gonna do it? You gonna do it though? You gonna send that world download out? Yeah, that's what I thought. Any tier gets a world download, folks, and you can go walk around in this world as I build it up. I'll be sending these out monthly. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, that is all that I have time for today. I will see you in the next episode. Thank you so much. I love y'all, and we'll see ya. Bye. This is just simply the greatest combination of mods ever. Fresh animations and Carry On is the greatest thing in the world. And I found a use for this side camera as well. Oh my gosh, this is the greatest thing ever. But anyways, welcome back to Minecraft Create Nations, folks, with me, Throwlash, and this pig and this horse. In the last episode, we made an absolutely awesome water mill, which you can see right there. And those of you with keen eyes can see I've been doing a couple other things as well. We'll just, deposit our pig and get our horse where it's supposed to be. And we're going to go ahead and deposit our pig in our brand new little pasture for animals here. Isn't this just so cute and quaint and lovely? I love it so much. We've got a custom-ish tree. I just grew a dark oak tree and then put logs on the bottom, but it fits the area and it looks super great. We also made the farm a little bit bigger, and we're going to be making more farms here. Maybe this episode, maybe next episode. And then we have this nice little trail, this little walkway that's going on. My gosh, these birds are loud. And our walkway goes down in front of our brand new watermill and goes to our brand new dock, which I also built off camera. I just figured, having this much water, which goes off into the distance, and this little pond sitting here, we absolutely need a dock. And we also need a place where we can fish, right? So I often forget about fishing in Minecraft, and I feel like this is a nice little place where we can just, cast a line every now and then. That might be fun. And by fun, I mean relaxing, because let's be honest, fishing is kind of boring. But with the landscaping that we did last episode and a little bit more that I've been doing here, we should be closing up this gigantic hole that goes into the side of the mountain here pretty soon. And you can see that I've got a little bit of horse fence over here. And some horses as well. We're going to be putting the horses in here and soon build a little structure where we can put our horses in. And I just found an orange chicken and I need it in my little pasture. And all the birds that you can hear around all over the place, I actually found out that you can tame these. You can tame this, the naturalist birds, right? So this is mine, and I have it sitting right now. And I've just kind of been plopping them around the area. I've got one in the tree up here. I've got a couple of robins around. There's that canary that we found. It's sitting up there, but there it is, yeah. Kind of blends in with the rest of the flowers. And I think they just add so much ambience to the area. Just so much, I don't know, musical noise ambience, I guess. All right, where'd you go, chicken? Come here. Come here. There we go. Go hang out with all your other friends in here. You're gonna love it. Oh, baby ducky, yay! And as you can see, I've got this fenced off area here as well. We'll be building another little structure over here where we can have a little place for the animals to go in and, sleep the night away, get out of the rain, all that sort of stuff. And I might build another little structure for the piggies, because piggies don't really enjoy being with other animals, and piggies also tend to be a little... Piggies also tend to be a little messy as well, so we might have to give them their own little enclosure. Now, I've got all these emeralds and flints and stuff in my pocket for a very good reason. As you can see, I've gone through most of my flint here, and I have 2 books. One of our villagers is now selling Efficiency 5 for like less than 40 emeralds. It's pretty incredible. So what that means is I can finally put some efficiency on my axe here, as well as getting the best pickaxe imaginable, Silk Touch Mending, Unbreaking 3, Efficiency 5. Let's go. And y'all might notice that my voice sounds a little weird. I've had a cold for like over a week now. It's been so terrible. So I'm still fighting it. I'm still getting over it. So I'm sorry if I sound a little strange, but yeah, this is where we are now. We're gonna go from here. Also, as you can see, I don't know if I showed this off in the last episode, but I kind of finished the outline, the structure, the walls, I guess, of our bedroom, and all we have in it right now is just a bed. Don't worry about that guy. And hopefully by the end of the episode today, I will be putting some extra mods in the mod pack, which I'm hoping to get out to you guys this month, maybe next month. And I'm looking at some more furniture mods, and I have one of my patrons, Dusk, to thank for a lot of the furniture mods that I've been looking into. Oh, sleepy time. Go to Shreeps, throw her lash, time for Shreepy, little hobbit Shreeps. Yes, thank you, Dusk, for sending me a whole bunch of furniture mods, and thank you everybody else for a lot of your mod suggestions. I should have said this when I asked for your suggestions, that I'm running Forge mod... Let me start over. I am running Forge Minecraft version 1.20.1. So a lot of the mods that were suggested, unfortunately, I can't use because they were either fabric only or for an earlier version of Minecraft. But I did take a look at them. A lot of them looked really cool. And once we start doing the Ars stuff, there are some that I'm going to be adding for sure. And one that I've already added is Starbunkelmania here. So we get Liquefied Source and some other stuff, which we'll get into what all this does once I figure out what all this does. But today, what are we doing today? Today we are going to the Nether. Oh, gotta get Shadowfax over here and get a lead for him. Can't just be hanging out in the middle of the field, my dude. I'll build you a nice place where you can roam soon, okay? But I need brass. That is on today's agenda. I need brass. So we're going to head into the nether, and we're going to go find that nether fortress. Actually, we head on in here. Ooh, I don't know what I did to fix the rendering problem, but hey, I quasi-fixed the rendering problem. I don't want to skirt out too far because the fog is just, it's so foggy. But I'm going to go in this general area, which is kind of sort of safe. And if we zoom out a little bit and then just head down this way, there is a fortress. It's about 300-ish blocks away from where we are. Yeah, it's almost 300 blocks exactly. So I'm a little baby man, okay? And I hate things like that over there, right? That cube. And I absolutely detest things like gas and the piggy boys that are off in the distance. I hate all of them. So what we're going to do is we're going to go up there. Yeah, we're going to go up there and we're just going to find our way to that fortress through the quote-unquote nether roof, not the actual nether roof. But I'm going to head back here real quick because there are some things that I need before we get there. And another change that you may have noticed is I've gotten rid of the mod for the skies because it was causing some weird issues. And I really like these clouds. I think B-dubs use these, and they're just so pretty, and they look so wonderful. It kind of means that our sunset isn't as unbelievably breathtaking, but it's still very pretty. And just to show you what I'm talking about, it's still very pretty. It's just not as breathtaking, but it's still very pretty. Oh, and I also wanted to mention, I can't remember who said this in the premiere for the last episode. It might have been Yo Your Mom Games. But anyways, I changed these out to Copycat Bites and Copycat Slabs, and oh my gosh, is this way better. Way, way better. That way they're just like half as thick. They're not nearly as chonky. And here's the difference. Like, look how ridiculous this looks. I need to do it on this side as well. But zinc is expensive. It's better that the outside looks better than the inside. So thank you for that suggestion. Great idea. And we're not just going to get brass today, although we definitely need it. The other thing that we're going to do is this portal cannot live here, right? We're going to be doing a little bit more farming, a little bit more terraforming in this area. And this portal just doesn't fit the vibe, right? Does not fit the vibe at all. So hopefully by the end of the episode, we're going to have brass. We're going to have a couple of brass things. I'd love to get a dirt farm up here so we can work on more terraforming. And we should also have a permanent home for this nether portal. Now, I've got pretty much everything that I need in the inventory for what we're about to do today, except for just a couple of things. And I'm hoping that this guy drops at least one of those things for us. And we got at least a couple of things. Very nice. I hate killing the puppies, but these are spicy puppies and they hurt us. Yeah, as you can see, we have some empty blaze burners. I've got a little bit of redstone dust, some glass bottles that aren't full of water, so we gotta go back already. But that's okay, I feel like I need more cobblestone anyways. Because I want to build a nice little safety box for me, because I need safety boxes, because I am who I am. And when it comes to the nether, I just can't take any chances. Because, listen, dying and having to go find my stuff is one thing. Dying and it all gets burnt up in lava, that's just... That infuriates me. It absolutely infuriates me, and it makes me want to not play this game anymore. So we're not going to do that, okay? Great talk. Well, howdy, folks. It's been a little while since we have one of these heart-to-hearts. While I'm doing something in the background. I've missed you guys. So as you might be able to tell, we are almost done with the Hobbit area. There's only a couple builds that I really want to get done here, and then we'll be moving on to newer and, I don't know if necessarily better, but bigger pastures. And we'll talk about that soon, no worries, either later in this episode or maybe early next episode for sure. Anywhoozles, while we're here in the nether, I actually wanted to talk to you guys and also ask you a bit of a question about the nether itself. Now, I have some ideas for like 7 or 8 civilizations or nations in this series, and probably could come up with another 12 or 40 more pretty easily off the top of my head. What I don't really know what to do with yet is the lore for the nether. And here's why. I can't get it out of my head that the nether is really kind of like a superhighway. Just kind of some weird magic portal dimension where you can just go super fast. That fits in very well with Ars, right? Just the magic mod, you just kind of open up some weird portal and then boom, boom, you're where you want to be in the nether. Or in the overworld, excuse me, after going through the nether. The issue I'm running into is nations. Now, Do I want the nether to just be a place where you walk into this portal and then there's like either a hallway or a bunch of rooms, kind of your normal typical nether hub, where you just run to where you need to go and then you never see the actual nether itself, and it kind of removes that piece so you have the immersion of this is literally just a travel dimension? Or do we go the kind of create thing where trains can actually go into the nether, so potentially we could have that be a part of it too? I'm not really sure. And then there's the nations aspect where I could have the nether be populated with different like nations and races and creations and creatures and stuff. I am at a loss on what to do here, and I would love your folks' input if you wouldn't mind. Just let me know down in the comments some ideas that you might have, or if you want to join the Discord, link is in the description. And, just let me know what you would do, or what you think might be a fun idea, and it will help me either narrow down or add some more things to the list of what I want to do. So, yeah, that'd be super helpful. Leave a comment, or join the Discord, or both, why not? And that'd be great. Anyways, let's see if I died yet. Man, am I glad I put efficiency on this thing. Now, we're supposed to be at Z about 300, and we're at 285. So I'm just going to achieve free cam. And, of course, my free cam's busted for some reason. I don't know what's going on with that. But, yeah, there's our fortress. Okay. I just kind of want to see what's our best way of getting down to this place. Let's see. We're at 285, so we're here. Ish, somewhere around here, and this fortress is essentially directly underneath us. So I guess if we just back up a little bit, and then we can start making a staircase down. Let's go to like 250, and we'll try to make a staircase down. Yeah, this I hate. I hate this. I'm glad it's in a warp forest, but no, just hanging out over the abyss of lava, not stellar. Yo, yo. There ain't no way. That is... Oh, how am I gonna get over there? Ooh. We can bridge over with cobble? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no, I got some of the backpack. I got some of the cheapers. The last thing you want to do is panic in these situations, people. So we're gonna replace... Can I replace this? I can. We're gonna replace this with cobblestone, so we have a nice firm foundation when we get back up here. I'm actually going to do this one too, just in case. And here's what we're going to do. We're going to bridge out over here and then just drop down. Nice and gently. I hate it. We're going to bridge out over here and drop down. Okay. All right. Everything's fine. Everything is fine. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the arena. Hey, there we go. A terrible fortress. All right. Finally entered the bounding box for that. Oh. All right. We now have a safe way in and out of here. So what we do is we just run down here. Totally safe. I didn't take any damage. Perfect. So all we're looking for now is a couple of blaze spawners. And there's probably a couple just sitting right over here. Again, I'm just going to cheaty free cam a little bit. There's so many blazes, dude. There's so many blazes. All right. I don't see any spawners immediately. So I think what we're going to do is just break into this fortress, just kind of like right here where we are. And, hey, there's some nether wart. That's perfect. So, okay. We just drop down into the bottom here. And what I'm going to do is turn the brightness up just a little bit so you guys can see what's going on. And also, so I can have my shield. I need my shield now. Well, now I guess I just go ahead and explore this place, put up the whammy bars, all the normal stuff that you do when you explore another fortress. Oh, we got our first armor smithing template as well. Oh, gosh. Oh, feeding upgrade. Dope. Oh, look, and here's a blaze. Ready? Boop. No, I said boop. Boop. My blaze. Ah, now that's a blaze spawner if I ever done saw one. I just gotta figure out how to get over there safely. Ooh, and before we do, we gotta grab a couple of items. Now, the reason we are gonna grab a couple items is because... So the hope here is we're gonna be able to capture a couple of blazes and then just pick up this spawner. So, my gosh, that's way too many. Whew. All right, we got this. We got this. It's fine. Everything's fine. We've totally got this. What we're gonna do is just kill a couple before we get over there, and everything's gonna be great. We're just gonna pick this one up. Ow. We're just gonna pick this one up, and then we've got to dig out. Oh, golly. Underneath here. And I forgot. Oh, no. Did I not bring any rails? I did bring rails. Okay. Whew. All right, we're going to put a rail here. We're going to put a cart assembler there, a mine cart, and then we are going to... Bam. So that is no longer spinning. So what that means is I can pick up the cart assembler. You can pick up the cart assembler and the entire thing as a contraption. Heck yeah. So now we have unlimited blazes. Let's go. First skull. Heck yeah, that's awesome. And I think this is the way to go back. Yeah, it sure is, right up here. Look at that. Well, I think I checked down everything that I need to check out in this fortress. We got ourselves a skull, which is absolutely incredible. I think we're just gonna head out. I think we're done here, and we're just gonna make a run for it. It is so funny how far blazes can see you. That's absolutely incredible. But yeah, what a great fortress. Having it half in this biome here, the warp forest, is such a lucky find. But I'm just going to continue our little cobblestone steppage, and I will get back to you guys once we get home with all of our different loot. Not only did we make it back in one piece, which I'm actually very surprised. I'm kind of proud of myself. But we also got all of this loot. Look at this. Now we can start farming the fungus eye. We can start farming some nether wart. We've got a bunch of quartz, honestly, and some gold. We got our rib armor trim, which is super cool. Another Starbuncle token. Some random goodies here. A diamond. Of course, our blaze burners with our blaze spawner here and a wither skeleton skull. Super dope. Wild and stuff, which I've looked these guys up a little bit. We'll see more about those later. Able to make a brewing stand, which is great. Magma creams, in case we ever have to go back, we can make some potions there. And then I got these here. I don't know what this does. A Wixie token and augment arrows. These are things that I'm gonna have to look up. Obviously, I know what this is. And then bombs. We got bombs. I don't know what we're gonna do with these bombs, but we've got them. We'll blow something up. Who knows? But I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take one of these blaze burners right now. And I'm going to get rid of one of these depots. And it looks like we're going to get rid of this one right here. We're going to dig into the ground just a little bit. And we're going to put this blaze burner, boom, right there in the ground. And now what we're going to do is swap this out for a mixer. There we go. Now, what we should be able to do is, I can still see the blaze burner down. Look at you, so cute. Hi there, little buddy. We still see that blaze burner down there, and what we're going to do is we're going to feed him like a little piece of coal or something, and then this thing should be able to come down and mix us up some brass. Or, you know, anything else that we might need mixing in the future. Now, for brass, all we need is a little bit of copper, a little bit of zinc. Got to heat this bad boy up, and then bing-a-da-bong-a-da-boom. Listen. Yeah, mixing it up, and as you can see, we have a couple of brass ingots in here already. Now, it should give us a 2 for... I believe 2 for 1 ingot sort of thing. 10 brass ingots. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got brass. Oh, and I migrated this world to a new mod pack, and now my quests are broken? I don't really know what I did. If anybody's got any idea, let me know, please. The quests, I don't really follow the quests or like do them, you know, do things just to do the quests. But it's nice when I get free stuff. But this brass ingot opens up so much stuff for us now because we can make things like tunnels and brass funnels and stuff, which we can put filters and whatnot on. Flywheels for decoration. We can also make brass casings, which is important for things like mechanical crafters. And of course, brass hands. Brass hands are just so wonderful, so we can make deployers. Oh my gosh. These things are so useful. And I'm having that JEI bug where it won't show any create stuff for me right now, or a lot of create stuff. But we can also make things like precision mechanisms, which means rotational speed controllers. I no longer have to do a cog to a cog to a cog to a cog. In order to get speed, I can just plop a rotation speed controller and we'll get all the speed we need. Gotta go fast. Look how fast I go. Gotta go so fast. Also gotta go shrieks. Now, before we get into making things, how come nobody told me that I forgot to put this pipe on the bottom of this thing? Like, I went through a whole episode about this, and not once while I was recording it did anyone say anything. Shame on y'all. Shame. I think we're going to have it here, and it's going to snake up and go inside right about there. And we'll cover that with a copper casing. Perfect. And now, because I don't have enough copper, we're going to enter the land of make-believe. Ooh, ah.
Wow, the land of make-believe.
We're going to make believe that that pipe connects to that pipe. What pipe, you ask? There's a pipe in this wall, I swear. And then we're going to also make believe that that goes through here and then comes up here, and that's what's actually feeding this guy outside that I accidentally ruined. Whoopsies. I never ruined it. It was totally fine the entire time. Look at how awesome this is now that this pipe comes down here. Oh, man. So, yeah, it totally makes sense. The physics works. This thing is powering itself. Trust me. Trust me, I'm an engineer. I know how physics works. You just gotta go with it, folks. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. I definitely got my degree at a place where degrees are gotten. Well, that's enough talking about my super genius. Now it's time to make a dirt farm. All right, come on this adventure with me. Let's follow the crazy. I swear I'm not crazy, I swear. Anyways, we're gonna have some waterlogged mangrove roots with some lava. That's gonna make us cobblestone. We're gonna have a drill, break that down into a millstone. Millstone's gonna make that into gravel. That gravel and some dirt is going to be fed with a mechanical arm into a mechanical crafter. 4 of them, I guess, which is going to make coarse dirt. Now we're gonna put that into a minecart contraption with this deployer. So the deployer is gonna put the coarse dirt on the ground. This plow that's behind it is gonna till it, so it becomes farmland. And then this is going to come behind that, this drill, and it's going to pick it up and make it back into dirt, right? So for each 2 dirt and 2 gravel, we will get 4 coarse dirt, and then we'll get 4 dirt out of that, and 2 of that dirt will go back into this process. So we will be netting 4 pieces of coarse dirt, or we could then, and then net 4, and then there's dirt that we're going to get, and it's all going to fit up here. The problem with this setup is I need more redstone, and I am running out of redstone because I need to make electron tubes, which are the worst thing in this mod pack to try and create. They're just such a pain in the butt. And we're gonna grab some emeralds and check out our villagers, because I think I made a cleric? Although I can't really remember. If I did, then that's free redstone. If we didn't, then it's time to get back into the mines.
Into the mine!
All right, I swear I made a cleric here somewhere, and I think, haha, he isn't here. Perfect. Hello, Randy. And we've got so much redstone dust. Thanks, dude. No, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. What are you doing out there? Get back over here. Thank you, Randy. I will be using your services very soon. Now, 48 redstone dust should be enough to get us at least going. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. But, you know, that's a problem for future me. And you know, one of the other things that we need is a precision mechanism. So I'm going to take Sir Pokey Hand. Not like that, not like that. There we go. And we have these little golden sheets. And I think I need to do this. I think it's like that. So gold sheet down, right? Pokey Hand this. Pokey Hand this. Pokey Hand this. And then I got to do this 5 times. And then hopefully we get a precision mechanism. Heck yeah, very cool. So we need this for a couple of things. One of the first things we need it for is that mechanical arm, I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah, which uses a lot of brass. So I'm gonna have to make some more brass there. And then I would also like some speed controllers. What are these? Quantum what? IntelliJuice and teleporters. You know what? I'm not going down that rabbit hole right now. Absolutely not. But I'm gonna go ahead and make 4 more of these things, and I'll be right back with you guys once I'm done. And look at that, 4 precision mechanisms. Heck yeah. All right, I got to put this press back and make ourselves a mechanical arm. So there's a part of me that wants to change the absolute spaghetti mess that is this and this with precision mechanisms and all that sort of stuff. But at the same time, it's working. So why change it? But at the same time, this is my issue, right? At the same time, I'm probably going to need to add more water wheels. So I probably will have to change this out anyways. Why is this not being harvested? Oh, something's stuck. Uh-oh. Oh. I must have broken some tough bricks near this thing. Whoopsies. Now that's a super easy fix. Just plop that on there and everything should fix itself now. There we go. It sounds like things are being ground up now. Perfect. All right, we've fixed it. We've saved the day. Now, I think it makes the most sense to grab our power just from right here, so I'm going to break the top of this, and if we run back upstairs... Ah, perfect, too. I didn't even think that was going to line up with the side of this thing either. That's actually pretty incredible. And just right-clicking on that with a wrench opens up the little cog piece up at the top there, the little shaft piece, I mean. And now I got to see how I want to have this thing laid out. Because something that I kind of completely forgot about was, like... You know, how am I going to get the dirt out of the system? I think the ultimate goal is the drill is going to be placed there, which means we got to just snake this up here a little bit. And then that means we're going to have our waterlogged mangrove roots there. We'll have our millstone right underneath that. And then right up here in this basket-like, tray-like thing, we will have our lava, which will make our cobble. Perfect. We're going to have a chute under that goes into a drawer. And that drawer is going to have a funnel on it that goes into a depot. And this is going to be our gravel. Now we're going to have another depot right over here with another drawer and another funnel coming out of that one as well. So this is going to be our gravel, and this is actually going to be our dirt. So when we need dirt, we're going to have to slink over this way and grab it from right here. And about here, we will put our mechanical crafters. And we're going to have to swing these all over a different way. And on the back of those is where we're going to have to put some brass funnels, which is why we needed more electron tubes, because these actually need to be filtered. We're going to have a mechanical arm that picks up from those and plops it into these here. And that's going to just sit right there. And this is our coarse dirt making machine. Now, this should be everything that we need in order to make coarse dirt. This is perfect. But now comes the difficult part, because we need to get that coarse dirt into a minecart contraption that's going to sit right here. Deploy it onto the floor, scoop it up after it plows it, so that way we can get our dirt, and then we need it to deposit that back in here somehow. But before we do that, I think what I'm going to try and do and get this all wired up first. Well, the whole thing is up and running except for the part that is going to deploy the thing and make it actually into dirt, but it looks like I have enough power here, which is fantastic. Got this guy running at 32 speed, that's just the drill here, and then the other stuff should be running at about 64, something like that. I can't actually get to it, but it's okay, it's going fast. It's going so fast. So, everything is up and running as it should be. As you can see, we got some gravel coming in. And this guy is putting it in the right spot, as you can see here. And now I just have to build the little mechanism that's going to put it down, till it, and then drill it up and bring it over to this spot here. And then once we prime this with dirt, the whole machine should just run itself ad nausea. To be perfectly honest, should just keep going till it can't. But at this point, I kind of need to see what this machine is going to look like before I really start doing anything. And I feel like I should just be able to plop that there, because this is going to go ahead and plop the coarse dirt right here. And I might need to put this one step forward, and here's why. Now, this plow is going to sit here, right? And then behind the plow is going to be where our other drill is going to be going, right back there. So the plow is going to plow the dirt, and then the drill is going to drill the dirt. I wonder if I can have them on the same spot. Give me a second. Well, this is a horrible mess, but I'm kind of hoping it works. Oh my gosh, this looks so bad. I gotta grab some glue and see if I can glue this whole thing together. So we've got a drill behind the plow, which is behind the deployer. And the deployer is hooked up to this barrel with the portable storage, which is hopefully going to pass the coarse dirt along this way, fill up this barrel. And then on this side, I gotta figure out where I am going to be putting essentially this same setup just over here. All right, let me go ahead and glue this together. So we're gonna glue all of this and hopefully this to here, and that should be everything glued together now, I think. I'm just gonna go ahead and flick this lever. Everything should have raised up. I'm sure we're gonna be able to see it from the outside, and we can't. All right, that's good. It is dark and rainy, so we're gonna shapes. So hopefully, when I put dirt in here, our little mechanical arm should go ahead and fill these in, and then we should see this start to work. And then this should roll across, and we now have 4 coarse dirt in here. Perfect. I'm gonna go ahead and pick this up. I'm gonna pick this up, and I am going to put a powered rail underneath here, hopefully. Maybe not. Okay, we'll do that. We'll put a powered rail there. And now I need to make sure that I can place this down going in the right direction. And it is placing dirt too far. So we're going to have to back this up just a little. I think. I got to be honest, folks. I'm not really sure what I'm doing here. Okay, let's put that down, turn that on, and we'll try again. If at first you don't succeed, scream about it and cry, but then try it one more time. Let's see. All right, so again, it's placing too much dirt, but I think I can fix this problem just by putting one of these here. Whoa. Oh, okay, so it can pick that one up too. Oh, yeah, that's going to mine that out as well. Actually, I think this is working. It is working. All right, great. So now what we need to do is shut it off when it gets over here, cough my lungs out real quick, and then figure out essentially where it's going to go once it gets over there. So I think what we just need to do is make 2 more item drains. And we're running into a bit of an issue because I need to have this item drain roll over stuff and have it go directly into something that can go down. I don't know if I can put an andesite funnel on a chute. We're going to check and hopefully it works. So if we go there, and I need a brass funnel here so it only takes out the regular dirt and not the coarse dirt. And we'll set that to dirt, and if we do this, I think that worked. We've got 44 in there. Now can I access this barrel while it's moving and put a bunch of dirt in it, and we're up to 46. Yes, it's doing it. I think once I flick this lever, we have successfully made ourselves a dirt farm. All right, this is at 44. And now it's at 48. And now it's at 52. Oh my gosh, people, we did it. We absolutely did it. It's not the prettiest thing in the world, but guess what? It's working. We have a dirt farm. Heck yeah. And I just want to go ahead and get some upgrade templates on these bad boys here, so that way we can get just, you know, as much as humanly possible. I think that's our only drawers here. But yeah, we are over 130 dirt already. We got 136 in there right now. Absolutely fantastic stuff. This will just keep growing slowly over time. And wow, I am super happy that this is done. Well, I've been letting that dirt farm run for a while, and as you can see, my pockets are just sort of full of dirt. Kind of, sort of. It's a little slow, but that's okay. It's getting us free dirt, and that's all I need is dirt. I'm going to go ahead and deposit those in the backpack, and I realized I never told you guys why we were farming dirt. So sorry about that, but let me show you what's going on. Well, it starts out with this. I want to close up this chasm, close the chasm, as it were, on this gigantic wall mountain thing. So that's going to be the first thing that we cover up is this, and I'm going to have to terraform the side of here and the side of here and get it looking all nice and pretty. And I realized I never showed you guys what I was doing here. The last video clip that I recorded on this, I realized that my mic was off, and I just tried to shift, and now Shadowfax is in the way, and I can't. There we go. All right, I realized that my mic was off, and I explained the whole thing, and I can't use it. So let's explain it now. As you can probably see, I've got some paths going this way, and this is going to be the path that takes us from our hobbit area, our little hobbit build, onto the rest of the world. So the first place we're going to go is this way. And as you can see, I've only rough estimated this path here, right next to this tree. And our path is going to come down between like the little valley here, between all these beautiful flowers and all that sort of stuff. And I think I'm going to keep this big old ravine. I think it looks pretty cool. But on our path, as you can see, Shadowfax, come on, bud. As you can see, we have these just random holes, and I would like to try to fill those, which is why we need some dirt, right? Like this here, I would patch up and fill that in. And, have it go along with our path. Ooh, we need a snail. We need a snail friend. Anyways, stuff like this, I think I'm going to keep. That looks like it needs to be here. And then our path will come up this way. And I feel like our path, patch up these little holes. Our path needs to go next to the little sign that tells us where the villages are. I think that just makes sense to have the path come over here. And then it'll come up this way and go down towards the village somewhere, which means we'll probably have to patch up a bunch of these holes, maybe fix this area a little bit because I'd like that to be part of the path, and then go down to a bridge that goes down to the village. So right now what I'm doing is I'm just going up there and climbing over the mountain, and it's not realistic, and I need to change that. And I need a bunch of dirt to fill all this stuff in, right? Essentially what I'm going to do is just put a layer of dirt on the top of this to cover this up. Not completely cover it. I might try to keep a little bit of interest there, but a lot of these holes need to be patched up. And then the next place we're going to be going is off in the distance that way. And I'm deciding on if I want to have a little bridge here or if I want to have a little bridge over here. I think it's going to be multiple bridges over there if I do that. And without giving too much away, I'm going to try and not give too much away. Maybe we will have a bridge over this way because we're going to have to link these two landmasses together. And then we're going to come up in this direction. And then our next build is going to be a roundabout up here. And you can see there's something strange in the neighborhood, which is going to be a little bit of a focus on our next build, but also not at the same time. But once again, yapping ain't getting anything done. So I've got a lot of work to do before this episode is over, and I have not been able to spend a lot of time working on this episode because of my illness. So I'm going to get back to the home base, and we'll get started on patching up the side of this wall or moving the nether portal. I'm not really sure which yet. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our new portal location. That's right on top of the mountain, the little hill that's over here. We are going to put our nether portal. We're going to relocate it, I think, right to this spot up here. And I'm not entirely sure what we're going to do with this area yet. I might think of something as we move on, but I have a couple of things that I need to shave down, so I'm going to shave this down like 1 or 2 layers. I might do 3, and, replace any stone with dirt. And then we need to, as you can see, I've already started doing a little bit of terraforming. We need to have some sort of path that goes from here, right, and then winds its way up the hill. So we're going to come up this way. I think we might snake up over here, and then come up over here, and then maybe snake its way on up over here. But I've got a little bit of terraforming to do, a lot of bit of terraforming to do, actually. And then, I'll come back, when I have something a little more solidified. I'm terrified to start this project, especially this late in the video. I got to get this out to you guys, rather. And, yeah, a lot to do. So give me a little while, and I'll get back to you guys. And that clip was filmed 2 days ago, which you can probably tell the difference between my voice then and my voice now. But anyways, a lot has been done. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to what we've got so far. And essentially, you know what, I think free cam might be better for this. Essentially, I have quasi-ancient civilization or something like that that has built this little portal pedestal thing. And also we have over here like a barrow, more or less, and we'll go in there in just a second. There are other barrows that naturally generate. I don't know which mod it is, but they generate around the area, and this, I really liked them, so I wanted to put one in here. I'll probably put a couple more scattered about over in this general direction, but this is 3 days before this video needs to go out, and I still have so much left to do, and just not enough time to do it in. But because I've been on the mend, it has been slow going. I have not been able to get down here as quickly and as much as I would like to be able to, down in my recording area, that is. But anyways, yeah, I'm gonna put like, maybe like a couple of stone spires that go up here with the portal in the center of it. I'm not 100% sure what I want to do with the design yet, but I got a couple ideas brewing, and we'll see which one I pick. And speaking of stone spires, we have these things here, which I would imagine were like these big, stone structures that stood on the corners of this here. We even have one that toppled over, and then over here, another one that toppled over that was kind of signifying, the entrance. But I just thought they were super neat, just a nice little touch here, and I haven't done any or enough of the antiquization. My brain's not communicating with my mouth right now. I'm so sorry. I haven't done enough of the ruining of this area here, so this is why it's still just stone. I will do more, don't worry. And then we can head inside to this little barrow here, and it's just a little spooky little barrow. And before we keep going, I just wanted to grab shears and go ahead and shear the bottom of these guys so they don't grow anymore. But there's not a ton going on in here. Again, I took inspiration from the barrows that generate around the world, just like a stone internal structure and then stuff, right? We have some effects that people left behind for these folks that are buried, and we do have straw statues in here with the username Skeleton. So hey, if that's your username, like, congrats, you're dead inside my barrow. But no, that's the barrow. I think it came out really cute. I like it a lot. Cute for a barrow. That's a great thing to say. But we'll have the path kind of head up this-ish way, and it'll come up here. Yeah, we'll have the path snake along this way, and we'll have like three steps coming up, and then the center of the portal will be about here-ish. And I don't know if I want to go 5 wide or how wide I want to go. Depending on how wide I go, it depends on, you know, how large or how tall I make it, right? And then I got to do the texturing up here and the texturing around here, and I had these grand plans for another custom tree, but I just don't have time for that. So a lot to do, but I wanted to, and we have a nice little view up here, actually. The ADHD is strong right now, folks. Nice little view of the Hobbit area down here. It's so quaint. It's so pretty. But I'm going to keep on keeping on, and I'll bring you guys back when it is all done. Well, it may not be originally what I was thinking, but I think it came out pretty well. And the greatest part about it is just the natural silent ambience in Minecraft. Let's check it out. So I haven't done the path yet, as you can see, but I'll get to there. And once you get to the top of the path here, you're met with this. Now look at this guy. Oh my goodness gracious. Fires that have been burning, it seems like forever. They just can't seem to go out, no matter how many rainstorms come through. And then this just imposing structure. And you're like, something in here is important. Right across the way, you have this barrow, and you're like, I really don't want to go into it. But at the same time, there's a chest over there. But I feel like this is a haunting place, not a resting place. And as you get closer, it lights, and then the ambience is just completely changed with the portal sounds. I don't know, maybe it's just because it's spooky season. Ooh, I'm getting the heebie-jeebies. It's also very cold where I'm recording. But we'll just pop in a free cam real quick and take a look at this all together. It's very gray. It's very early days Minecraft. But at the same time, it looks so ancient. I don't know, I like it. I like it a lot. Now, there's definitely a lot more that I could do with it, and I don't want to go over all the details that I missed. I just want to go over the details that I love. I love the chipped mod. First of all, it's so fantastic. I love these little pillar walls in the corners here. I love these chipped pillars here too, and the little copycat panels, or the copycat slices, or whatever they're called. I don't know. It all came together really super great, and I like it a lot. Simple, very effective. And like I said, I kind of ran out of time, unfortunately, because I've been sick, and if you can tell, I'm still kind of getting over it. It's been like 2 weeks. So there's definitely more that I want to do up here. I want to put a couple more barrows behind me, and obviously we need to fix the path, finish the path, and we'll have more of these stone structures that are dilapidated, falling down from an ancient time on the path. As well as this structure here, which is going to be like kind of a small version of this. And actually, I haven't checked to see... Oh, yeah, you can see it as you're coming up the little stone path here, for sure. That's super cool. I haven't checked any of the other places that we have that are set up as kind of like places of interest to see if you can see it or not. Very prevalent at the crossroads, for sure. And I think it's just going to be staring down over this village in a super ominous, sort of like holding power sort of way. Oh, yeah, look at that. Wow. Just a constant, Just a constant reminder that this thing is sitting up here. Maybe constantly like we just got to keep a lookout on that thing. This is why we don't go outside at night, that sort of thing. Oh, that looks so cool from down here. And last but certainly not least, ooh, you can barely see it. You can barely see it over here at the Hobbit hole, which I'm okay with. I'm actually okay with that. Yeah, it comes way more into focus, or way more visible. Golly, these guys are obnoxious. But anyways, it's way more visible over here on this end where the animals are. Oh, I love it. I love it so much. It came out absolutely perfect. And the last place to check is over here, where we're going to have our bridge that goes across, right here. Oh, yeah, coming over that bridge. Oh, it's just going to be one of the first things that you see as you're coming over, as well as the Hobbit hole area a little bit over there. But man, oh man. That is so imposing. That's so great. And then as an adventurer, you're like, I gotta know what this is. I gotta go up here. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Hopefully it takes us back to our old portal location, but if it doesn't, yeah, you know, what can you do? However, ladies and gentlemen, that is unfortunately all the time that we have for today. Thank you so much for coming on this journey with me. Thank you so much for watching and bearing with me through my terrible cold voice. Thanks so much, everybody, for watching. Don't forget to hit that like, subscribe, you know, comment, all the, you know, the crazy YouTube shenanigans. And I want to send a huge shout out to my YouTube members as well as my patrons. Thank you, everyone, for your support. We've got Avriel, Love for Sunflowers, Johnny Ringo, Matthew, Bot Sams, and Moon Goddess over on YouTube. And on the Patreon side, we have Yo Your Mom Games, Interbert, Hugh Soul, Dust Doodles, and Wraith. Thank you so much, everybody, for your support. I appreciate every single one of you so much for your watching, your subscribing, everything. If you want to come hang out with us, we have a Discord link in the description as well. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate you and love you all so much. Have a good one. Bye! So last episode, I told you guys that I was gonna put a new mod in here, and I did. I just forgot to show it to you. And the mod requires all of this stuff. Or, you know, some of that stuff, I guess. Anyways, let's turn around. Hang on. Almost forgot how to do that. We got this thing smacking along in the background. Don't worry about that. But here's what we're gonna do. Ready? We're gonna take some white wool. We're gonna do this. Then we're gonna take some string, and we're gonna do that, and it gets us woolen cloth. And then we're gonna get not a feather block. What's the other one we want? A feather pile. Boom. And I think if we do this, and this, that's not how it works. Bear with me. Oh, sorry. We need to do this first to get padding. And then we need to do this with the sticks. And we get a Build-A-Bed kit. Now, this is from the mod Multi-Beds. And, you know, these beds are terrible. These beds are absolutely awful. Let's get rid of this. Get this out of here. Go away. Because with this Build-A-Bed, actually I need to pick that up. Sorry, I gotta go over here and get some supplies. As I was saying, with this Build-A-Bed kit, look at this. We can make some new beds. Now, I've got a Build-A-Bed kit in here, and then this is some sort of material thing that we need to put in that spot. But I don't want, look at this. We got classic bed, and then a vintage bed, a modern bed, ooh, a rustic bed, which is also nice, futuristic. And then this one's one of my favorite, crew bed. It goes in a ship, I guess. I don't know. But it looks awesome. And the custom bed, I'm not really sure what that does. But I am going to go, I think, vintage. Yeah, let's go vintage. And we're going to use some stripped dark oak logs for this. And it gets us a bed. Go ahead and place that down. And look at that. Look at how cute that is. Isn't that so pretty? Now, here's our issue is we need a lot of feathers. We need a lot of feathers for this, and I don't really know the best way to get feathers. Yeah, it looks like the best way to get feathers is killing stuff, so that's gonna be a little rough, but I'm gonna go ahead and pick that up and break my floor, and we are gonna take our bed, and we are going to, ooh, we got a problem. Yeah, anyway, we slice it. We're gonna need 3, and I only have enough materials to make 2. Uh-oh. And I just made a cot on accident. Oh, no. This is not going well so far. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to breed up and slay some of these chickens. Where are those seeds? Okay, let's try that again, shall we? So we got 3 vintage beds now. Ooh, they connect together. It's super great. And for those of you who are interested, the mod is called Multi-Beds. You can actually stack, and it's nighttime. As I was saying, you can actually stack them, and they become bunk beds, and they actually have, like, little ladders that you can put on the side as well. But I'm not making little ladders right now. I'm making a triple bed, because apparently I need 3 beds. Now, it's very interesting. This is kind of, it looks terrible, right? The bed looks awful. And the reason for that is you can actually customize the bed sheets themselves. So you can go ahead and make sheets. You can also make blankets too. There's pillowcases. There's so many things that you can do with this. And hopefully not much more is needed for, hopefully I don't need any more feather piles because it was kind of a pain just to get those little feathers. And actually I'm running out of string too. I really need some sort of mob farm. Ooh, I'm out of wool as well, so I need some sheep too. Goodness gracious. Hey, why don't I showcase the mod as like the first thing that I do? It's gonna be super great. I definitely have everything I need for it. Nice going, throw. Now the neat thing about this multi-bed mod, and I think it's this embroidery thread right here that might be see it? Yes, there we go. Look at all these cool things that you can go ahead and put on sheets and blankets and all that sort of stuff. This is so interesting. It's got, these are all built in, plus there's some that you can create as well, just using like a little paint thingy here. Super neat. But I think I'm gonna leave my sheets and my pillowcases white. I just go ahead and take those over here and right click. Isn't that beautiful? And we'll do the same with our pillowcases. And the blankets, we're gonna use another piece of this mod, a fun little trick. I'm gonna go ahead and make my blankets red, and then we're gonna come over here to this loom. And as you can see, I go ahead and put white dye in the loom, and it actually will kind of change it. And then once I put string in here, we get access to some patterns as well. I'm actually going to take the white dye out of there, but look at these. These are super cool, and I like them a lot. And I think we'll go for tartan here. Yeah, we'll go ahead for a tartan there. Oh, by the way, hi, Miss Eva Tivas. Hello. And now what I should be able to do is just right-click with the blankets here, and we have ourselves a bed. How cute is that? Now, the last thing here is the bedding package, and I'm pretty sure what that allows you to do is, like, take the package of a bed itself. So, like, if you have a specific sheet and pillowcase and blanket, you can turn that into a bedding package. Instead of having to build, you know, 3 pieces here, 3 pieces here, and 3 pieces here, it'll allow you to just do that nice and easy. But we don't need that bedding package. All we need is this beautiful bed. And I don't know if we're going to keep all 3. I want to decorate this room today, and we might just wind up using 2 of these beds instead. But for right now, boom, there is our spawn point on our brand new beautiful multi-bed. But what are we doing today? As you can see, I've got a clipboard, and what we are hoping to accomplish today is we are going to finish this area. That's right, we are going to be done with the Hobbit Hole area, hopefully by the end of the episode today. We'll see if I get that far. The goal number 1 is finish the Hobbit Hole. Now, in order to do that, we need to decorate the bedroom. We need to finish the hallways. We need to do our farms out front. We need to do a stable and a little animal area. And then last but certainly not least, we need to fix the road. Now, what do I mean by the road? Now, I already showed this off in the last episode, this road that goes along here, excuse me, horsies. And this road zips along this way, and to call this Hobbit area complete, I would like to finish to about the tree. Maybe to about here, because this is really the start to my Hobbit area, to be perfectly honest, but I would like to finish up to about here. I think that would be really nice. Now, that is goal number 1 today. That is our main goal for this episode. What are the other goals that I have? Now, the first extra goal that I have is finish the entire road. And that's right, I mean from here all the way to the bridge that we're going to be making for the new area, all the way over to the bridge for the village, and all the way up to that monolith nether portal thing up there as well. And that is a lofty goal. And then our other bonus goal is to finish the bridges that we have, or I guess build the bridges that we have, because I haven't even started them yet. And that's the bridge that's going to the village back there, and also which will be taking us to the new area. And I have absolutely no designs in mind or anything for the bridges, so I'm just kind of like, you know, flying by the seat of my pants in that regard, so I'm not really sure what I'm gonna do there. But let's start out with something a little easier and something a little peasier, and we'll go ahead and finish the bedroom here, as well as the hallway for our Hobbit Hole, so we can go ahead and cross that off of our list. You know, see, this is what I get for trying to do fun things. My goodness gracious. I'm trying to make it so the door like works like a Hobbit Hole door, right? You click the button, it opens up, but a creeper decided that it needed to not do that. So that's cool. Thanks, creeper. All right, let's see if we can get this to do the thing. Ready? Opens. And it should wait 5 seconds. And then close. That's pretty cool. It looks terrible. but it's pretty cool that it kind of works. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to keep it for right now. Right? I'm going to do this. We'll open it up so I can get outside. Oh, I never glued that on. Whoopsies. And then I need you guys to tell me what you think. Is this cool? Do you like this? Even though it kind of like doesn't work? That's not fair. It does work. It kind of breaks, I don't know, kind of breaks immersion a little bit. Here, let's plop that on here. All right, so you can barely see the thing here, and that's fine. I don't really mind about that much. And I got it to work. Now, it looks really strange when it's open. And then it closes up just fine, and it looks totally fine. But I don't know, guys. This is a stretch even for me. I don't know. What do you guys think? Let me know down in the comments if I should leave this or what you think I should do. It's super easy to put everything back. Like, obviously, I'm going to have to fix... do something here. I don't even know if I can do anything there. That's just going to be noticeable forever. But yeah, let me know what you guys think, because even this thing, I gotta glue this. All right, let me try that. It should... Yeah, so now the light will go with it. I don't know. It's a stretch. Let me know what you think down in the comments. But in the meantime, what I wanted to bring you guys back for is because I have finished the Hobbit hole. Look at this. Look at this hallway. It's really hard to decorate, you know, because all you have are like books, flower pots, and candles. You know, like I've got this here, which is pretty cool, and these caps are neat. But other than that, just like, that's what you get. Books, flower pots, and candles. But I do have a little map of the area as well, which I think is super cute. We do pictures. Pictures as well are a good way to decorate. But yeah, I think this came out nice and cluttered, but just cluttered enough for a Hobbit, but not like over cluttered. And we have our bedroom here as well with Yes, we have our bedroom here as well, and it looks really great, and I'm super happy with how all this came out. This does have armor on it, you just can't see it because I'm running the no armor mod. But yeah, this came out super great. I'm very, very happy with it. We actually have like a real place to sleep now, which is wonderful. Yeah, man, oh man, am I super happy with this being done. I gotta remember that opens on the inside. With that being done, and now I think what we might tackle next are these fields. I think we're gonna tackle these farm fields. Or a stable. What do you guys think? The fields? All right, the fields. We're gonna do the fields. There's a face on your face. 2 eyes and a mouth. Anyways, yeah, I think we're gonna do these fields here. And I don't know where we're gonna bring them to. Maybe about here-ish? Maybe about here-ish? Yeah. We'll cut them down here. We'll put a nice wall in that goes straight down to the lake. And we're just going to add a whole bunch of crops. I think we're probably going to do... I don't have tomatoes. I have tomato seeds. I don't have any tomato crops. So what is happening today? Why are you on my roof? How did you get on my roof? Why is Minecraft just trying to testing me? Just testing me so much today. Get down. And you're over here too? What are you doing? You're dumb. You're an idiot. You fell. It's your fault. Ow. Ow. Oh, no. Wait, I don't have the effect, though. Wait, what? But I don't have the effect, though. I'm so confused. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go to bed, and we're gonna pretend that this never happened, and then we're gonna build some farms. Well, this is an issue that I thought I would never run into, especially on Create. Oh my gosh, look at this, 6, 32. I have 38 cobblestone. That's it. That's all I have. I have no more. Yeah, so it turns out when you make yourself a Silk Touch pick and you don't have any other type of pick, and then you never go mining, and you lay down a bunch of cobblestone, you run out real quick. So I need to throw together a really quick cobblestone machine. This is like the most embarrassing thing I think I've ever done on Create. Now I have a little nook over here. This is where ow, jeez, you scared the heck out of me, dude. This is just where I dig up moss. Essentially what I do is I plop a water bucket here, and then I just ride the water down, and then just make my own little moss down here. And I think what I might do is just dig into this a little bit and build a tiny little cobblestone generator. Ooh, you know what I will need is a rotational speed controller, but I have a precision mechanism, so I can go ahead and make one of those perfect. So I'm just gonna dig into this mountain a little bit. Short, sweet, to the point. Look at this, we have over a stack already. This is literally as fast as I can get this to go without it just absolutely freaking out. Watch this, ready? Go to 67. And it like auto creates the cobble, and then it just never drops through because it generates here too quickly, which is why I have cobblestone back there. I don't understand. I don't understand why it does that. But yeah, now we have cobble generation. Super duper happy. Let's finish these. Let me tell you something, folks. There is something just magical about fully completed farm fields. I don't know what it is. They look so cool. Obviously, these aren't completed. And when you zoom out, wow, that's tiny. While I was building this up, I was like, man, these are huge. But no, they're pretty small. But there is something just super cool and magical about farm fields in this game. Big old farm fields just always look very cool. I'm having a bit of an issue, however. I don't really have a lot of stuff to plant in here. Oh, this is gonna eat up all of my resources. Yeah, this is gonna be really rough. I've got a lot of corn, which is nice, and I wanted more tomatoes than this. Oh, look, now we have 17. But hey, you know, you do with what you've got. So essentially what I'm gonna try and do is make paths through here, right? Natural looking paths that you know, I don't know. I always like the idea of being able to walk through your farm field. So like, you know, having a path that goes down and just naturally runs around, you know, that sort of thing, where you would walk through to get your crops. But I don't know. I'm not making sense. I'm rambling at this point. Let me plant some crops. Ooh-wee! That is some gorgeous looking farmland right there, if I do say so myself. Ooh, just coming in for the sweep. Look at this. Obviously not everything has grown yet, but it is getting there. And my, oh my, did this take me way too many hours. It took me way too long to get all this done. But man, does it look really good. I love it. I love it so much. I tried to go like tiers of different things. So we've got, you know, some wheat down here, and then some flax growing up, as well as some potatoes, and then cabbages, and more wheat, and then some tomatoes. I got these nice little tomato vines here. Goodness, I don't really know what these are called in this configuration, I guess. But yeah, we've got ropes with, you know, tomatoes climbing up them. It's pretty cool. But man, oh man, am I super happy with this. I think it looks absolutely stellar. We even have this little alley that goes kind of down the center between the two of them that spills out into the pond over here. And I'm not 100% sure on what I want to put in this area. If anything, I might not throw anything here. I have been working in the background on some custom trees, so maybe I can throw one of those down here. But as you can see, my inventory is just chock full of dirt, and really that can only mean one thing, and that is, I kind of forgot that I have to do this side of the mountain here. I completely forgot that I was slated to do this, and I gotta get it done. It's gonna take for friggin' ever, but it's gotta happen. It's just gotta happen. And I'm not really 100% sure on what I'm doing here. More or less, I think what I'm going to try and do is just cover up the stone and just go from there. Other than that, I'm not really sure what my purpose is as far as this is concerned. So I'm just going to spend some time. I'm going to cover up this stone. I'm going to do my best. And I'll come back to y'all when I have something that, I don't know, doesn't look like this, I guess. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. No, it kind of looks like there was a landslide. It's just like something was here and it got destroyed. I'm still kind of learning terraforming, but that's okay. But it's done, and that's what matters at this point. That's all I'm asking for, because what that means is we can now build a little horse stable. And I think we're gonna have the horse stable go, golly, right about here-ish. Might start it like here, and then we could wrap more of the mountain around it as well. It's gonna look almost kind of like the Hobbit hole here. Have that same similar arch. It's just gonna have an open hole in it, essentially. So I can go ahead and get started on that. Yes, you guys will have a place to just roam free and be happy very, very soon. I almost punched one. That would have been terrible. And then on the other side over here, golly, it takes forever to get over here. On the other side over here, we're going to do almost a very kind of the same thing, to be perfectly honest. Gosh, there's so many ducks in here now. Kind of the same thing, just right here. We're going to put another tiny little arch here and have that be probably the pig pen, I would imagine. I don't think we're going to, you know, hollow it out completely for all the animals to live in. That one just feels more pig penish. And then that's most of the stuff on our list done. Let me actually check this out. We have decorate the bedroom, finish the hallways, do the farms, and then the stable and animal area, and then the road. So we are pretty close to everything that we wanted to get done in our main list done today. Oh yeah, I like that so much better that that's closed up for sure. I don't know, it makes the place feel more complete, I guess. Complete? Is that, yeah, we'll go with complete. Yes, there's still lots to do, and before we actually start on building those stable, I actually want to repurpose this here because we have enough cobble now. I'm super happy with the 5,000 cobblestone that this thing has given us while we've been digging away at our stuff and things. So I'm gonna go ahead and snag that guy right there. And we're also going to stealth snag our lava too, and I'll pick this guy up. I didn't realize that was going to happen. That's okay, very easily fixed. What we're going to do is we are going to just bring our cobblestone into the house and kind of replace the cobblestone box that we have there. And what I'm going to put in the cobblestone's place, the cobblestone generator's place that is, I'm going to have to do that later because I didn't realize I used a spruce drawer there, and everything has to match. I can't have it not be spruce. But what we're going to have to put in, what we are going to put in the cobblestone generator's spot, essentially, if words will work with me today, my goodness, is a mud farm. I want to make some mud, and I want to make packed mud specifically because I would like some of the road to be packed mud. I don't know if I want the whole thing. I'm not really sure what I want to do with the entire road yet. If I want it to be some sort of cobblestone, stone, gravel, stone brick, something, or if I want the whole thing to be packed mud. The issue with packed mud is it's such a pain to get. It's such a pain in the butt because you need so much wheat. You need so much wheat. And I say that looking out over these gigantic wheat farms, but at the same time, like, head over to the bread factory here for a second. I've got 1,600, almost 1,700 bread. I'm good for a while, to be perfectly honest. So I took out the funnel, and I only have 326 wheat, and I probably did that once I was, once I was actually planting the crops. I think I was maybe halfway done planting the crops, and I took that funnel off, and we're only up to 326 wheat from this tiny little wheat farm that we've got down here. So I'm not really entirely sure what I want to do with the road yet. I feel like having part of this road here, right, which is huge, and it's going to span just so, gosh, probably, it's going to cost a few thousand blocks, that's for sure. I feel like I want this to be a nice road. The road that goes off into the distance comes along this way. This should be nice. It should be well maintained. Cobblestone, tough, stone brick, something along those lines. And it'll come over here to this nice little, maybe a little gathering place. It might have like a little cart here selling stuff. I'm not really sure yet. But I feel like that should be nice. And then these offshoots, like this one that goes up here, very old road. I'm going to keep this sort of path block, you know, the coarse dirt, all that sort of such, going up here. I think that makes the most sense. And then coming off in whatever direction we're going to have it go, this should also be the nice stone brick, etc. And like a nice, good, stable road, right? But once it breaks off over here and it starts going to the hobbit hole, maybe that's where we do our mud, our packed mud, etc. And then it turns into this like ratty path, essentially. I don't want to call it ratty, but it is. Ratty path, you know, that we've got going on here. But still, that's thousands upon thousands of packed mud, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that. Well, instead of hemming and hawing about it, I guess we're going to build a nice little spot for our horses. So let me go get some supplies, and we'll start building. Well, I think this is better than perfect. I think it turned out exactly the way that I wanted to, and I absolutely 100% adore it. It's a little bit pointy up at the top. It kind of comes up in a weird angle, but that's okay. I really like it. The only thing that we have to do with it now, besides the interior, I need to make an interior for it, is I need to cover the whole thing in dirt, which is why I wasn't too super worried about how this turned out, because I knew that I was going to be coming through with a whole bunch of dirt and covering this entire beautiful front facade and that signature hobbit hole dirt mound. So I'm gonna go ahead and crack on getting some dirt all over this thing, and then we'll worry about the interior. And the interior, I think we are going to keep, I don't know, quote unquote normal horse stable. Goodness gracious, I can't talk. Where we'll have a couple of like pods and bays, etc. I don't know what they're called for horses. I'm not a horse person. So we'll just do a small interior, and then, you know, they'll be able to come out here and roam around free, and we'll have some bays for horses as well. But let me cover this whole thing in dirt, and we'll go from there. Yep, turned out pretty much exactly how I wanted. Absolutely beautiful. It needs some custom trees, and I promise you I'm working on them. I swear they're coming, I swear. But this turned out super duper great, and I think it is impregnable, meaning these guys can't get out. Inescapable, maybe, is the phrase that I'm looking for. And we just have a nice little stable in here. I want to put like knickknacks on the wall in the back here. We'll get there soon. And these two, I'm not sure if I want to keep them locked in or let them roam free. Let me know what you think down in the comments. Here is our beautiful horse area. I think it turned out great. Once again, we'll get a custom tree here and maybe a smaller one just right here. But that's not all I've done, folks. Oh no, as you can see over here, we got a muddy little piggy because we have another little area for other animals to hang out in. And I don't know if you know this. I don't know if it's fresh animations or what's going on here. Look at the little waddle. It's so cute. If a piggy walks into mud, they turn into a muddy piggy. It's so cute. It's so cute. Can you be muddy? Come here. I want to see you as Muddy Piggy. Boop. So let's soak in some morning sunshine and just take a look at our clipboard here and what needs to be done. We have a stable and animal area done. So the only other thing that we need to do is that road. And you might be wondering, where did I get the mud from? Those of you who have been watching since last season know I can't stand making mud. I hate it. I hate it so much. I made a pond. How did you get up there, Shadowfax? That is a bad place for you to be. Get down. Animals in this game don't understand that coffee bushes are ouchies, so maybe it was this? Yeah, maybe it was that. I can't seem to think of another way that they would have been able to get up there. I'll have to keep watch. Bad horsey. No go way uppy. No. Anyways, for those of you who were watching since last season, you know that I hate mud. I hate making mud. It's the worst. I made a pond, absolutely beautiful pond, and it was a nightmare to make, so I just whipped up a little tiny mud machine. We've got a basin that is automatically filling with water through a pump here, and it's just gonna make us like 1,000 blocks of mud, and got over 100 already. Now, the nice thing about this is I'm pretty sure that I can just grab this mud and then grab some wheat and make packed mud. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. I never really used packed mud because it's kind of a pain in the butt to get a hold of in large quantities. Now, if I just go over here, yes, awesome. Now, that's only 3 stacks, I think, that I got so far there. Yeah, 3 stacks. So what we're going to wind up doing is just kind of having the road start maybe about here-ish, be completely almost packed mud, right? Packed mud and packed mud bricks going... Golly, this is going to be such a chore. Going all the way over to... Goodness gracious, just keeps going around about here-ish, and then it will change into stone brick, that sort of thing. So it'll branch off in this direction, being packed mud and packed mud bricks. I don't really know what else I want to put in there. I mean, obviously, these paths, I think, should go in there too, and maybe that's it. What I want to stay away from is block vomit, which is essentially just like way too many blocks. Way too many different types of blocks. And I think packed mud bricks are just that, and it certainly is. Look at that. Stop the presses, everybody. I just realized that I had over 1,000 straw, and I was looking at JEI. I was like, what can I even do with straw? And how come none of you told me that I can get packed mud from straw? Oh my gosh. Oh, and it's a twofer as well. It uses, yeah, it's a 1-to-1 for mud, but a 1-to-2 for straw. That's so dope. That is so dope. We're saved. We're completely saved, everybody. We should have enough mud, packed mud now. Oh my gosh. Now we just need this machine to hurry up. You know, I rely on you guys for so much, and you don't even tell me that I can just use straw for pack. I'm kidding, of course. Oh, I'm so excited we get to do this now. And with these last few, that is the entire thing done. The whole thing's done. I mean, it's placed. It's placed. It's not done yet. It's not done yet, that's for sure. I still need to do so much texturing, just so much texturing. But it is in place, and we have nerds to go kill. Oh, man, that is probably the best treat that this game could have given us. Is nerds to kill once we're all set. And what we're gonna do is we're just gonna run right up here and go boop. Idiot. So nice, so fresh, and so clean. This used to be a hole. I filled it. I gotta put some bone meal here. Totally fine. But what we have to do now is go around, like I said, and texture this place. I'm going to put this lava away before I do something terrible with it. So as I was saying, what I'm going to do now is just, I'm going to go around and add some mud bricks in certain places and cracked mud bricks in other places. You know, just kind of, just texture a little, right? I don't want to do too much. You know what I mean? But at the same time, like, it's gonna be difficult to do too much, but it shouldn't be at the same time. I just don't want it to be too busy, if that makes sense. And every now and then, we're gonna just add a little bit of coarse dirt and path blocks, kind of on corners, and you know, people are gonna cut corners and all that sort of stuff. So we're just gonna add a couple of pieces, kind of like this, just scattered around, right? Stuff like that, because this line is so harsh, right? This green to the mud block here, it's just such a harsh line. So what we want to do is make sure that we break that up as well. And the best way to do so is to just add a little bit of dirt texture where it makes sense, right? So here, do another coarse dirt, just stuff like that. Make sure that this line isn't as harsh as it is right now. Oh, and doesn't that look just so much better with the paths and the coarse dirt? And I also added these little copycat layers in here, just a little bit of mud that's been layered up essentially, just to give it a little bit more texture. And every now and then you can probably see a little pebble, right? A little stone button just sitting around. Sometimes they're off the path, sometimes they're on the path. And oh man, is it looking really good. I am so happy with this. And we just pan out a little bit. It is a really nice looking path from up above as well. I'm so glad that I took the time to do this. And honestly, it didn't take nearly as long as I thought it was going to. Probably like an hour, maybe hour and a half. That really wasn't that bad. There are a couple more things that I want to do on the path, and I'm not sure if I'm going to do them today or not. Actually, let's tick off here. I've already done the hobbit hole door swing thingy, and the road we just did, and the whole road, I don't think we're going to get to this episode, as well as the bridges. Bridges we're definitely not going to get to this episode. I just don't have the time to get them out to you guys. I'm so sorry. Oh, and the road up to the monument there too, we're not going to be able to get to today either. That's unfortunate as well. But what I'm going to do right now is I'm just going to look at this mess. I'm going to tidy up this mess here, and we will get to the other thing to just finish off that path. And that might be the last thing that we do today. I'm not really sure. I'll be right back. And with these little fences and the bushes in, that is our path 100% complete. The only thing that I might add in future, not today, are maybe some custom trees in place of these ones here, and maybe a couple in a couple other places. Anything that would just gather a little bit more interest, as well as say, hey, follow this thing, don't go off this way, right? So that might be a good spot for one as well, but hey, that's an issue for future Thrillash. The issue for right now, present Thrillash, is I do have schematics here. They are empty, and I have, you know, schematic cannon and all that sort of such. I gotta build some custom trees, and the problem is, I really haven't been farming any wood. So yes, I've completed my custom trees finally. It's really difficult for me to do these things, and I have 4 of them. I've got 2 smalls, a medium, and a large, and I think I want to put a large right here. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I want that guy to go about there. Look at how big and imposing that is. And I think it looks pretty decent. I'm not going to lie. I do enjoy it. My issue is I don't know how much resources this is going to cost me. I feel like it's going to be a lot. Yeah, I think that's a good spot right there, if I do say so myself. Let me just go ahead and plop this in the schematic cannon. Throw some gunpowder in, and let's see how much of everything we need. We need 182 oak leaves. That's actually not nearly as bad as I thought it was going to be. This is not as bad as I thought. Wow, I'm actually kind of okay with this. The oak wood is kind of a pain in the butt. At some point, I started making these trees, and I was like, you know what? I don't feel like putting one piece of oak wood on the end of everything. I'm going to make the whole thing out of oak wood and creative. That was a bad idea, but that's okay. I need a ton of oak, and I have, like I said, I've not been farming it. So let's see, we've got 109, so we could make this tree right now, except for the leaves. I don't really have any. Ooh, I got 115 leaves. Yeah, we need to farm some leaves. All right, I'm pretty sure it's got everything it needs. I'm just gonna go ahead and hit this button and pray and hope for the best. All right, go ahead, do your thing. All right. Oh gosh, I don't know why I'm scared. Why am I so scared? While that guy's doing his thing, I'm gonna head over this way, and I'm just gonna print more trees. And by print trees, I mean saplings and bone meal and stuff. Actually, I need some more bone meal. And I'm just going to grab some more leaves and some more oak and all that sort of such, and we'll get ready to print our next few trees. I got a few that I want to put here. I'm going to put one down there, maybe a couple over here, and a couple on the hill as well. And then we should, golly, we should be like completely done with the area. I'm sorry, it's very loud. But check out this crazy little contraption that I built. It's just a minecart, got a little linear chassis, a saw, big old chest on top. Look how much we've gotten already from me just standing here doing this. Ready? Little bone meal, sapling, little bone meal, sapling, little bone meal. This is great. This is the friggin' best ever. Why don't I do this all the time? And dang, almost a whole 9 stacks. That's pretty incredible. I'm gonna pick this up because this thing is super dope, and I am absolutely gonna use that at a later date. But I got some bees from those trees too. There's another hive that I got up there, and looky here, it's done, it's done, it's done. And I think it looks pretty incredible for what, my like third custom tree ever. Some of you might think it's a little bit sparse, but I gotta be honest, I hit this thing with so many leaves. It was like leaf bloat, and it looked awful. And now that I have it with not nearly as many leaves in it, I'm really happy with it, the way that it looks now. And it only went through about 6 of our gunpowder, which is awesome. For some reason, you just can't do that with a thing. That's cool, no worries. And you can't do it with that either. Okay, great. So let's just take a look, see here. Ooh, isn't it pretty? And one of the most wonderful things about it is, you know, that mandatory, when you look up, there's holes sort of thing between the leaves. And I think the last thing that we'll need to do on these trees once we're done with them is I want to put a little bit of coarse dirt and stuff, maybe even a little podzol around the bottom of them, just to give them a little bit of life, because this is such a harsh transition between these two here. But before I do that, I want to make sure that we have more trees dotted around. Specifically down here, right here, I would like to put one of the medium tree, I guess. And there's tree number 2. I'm gonna go ahead and put the schematic in here, as well as a material checklist, and see what we've got and see what we need, all that sort of stuff. And there we go, all done on that one. Wow, these things just don't take very long when you're using a schematic cannon. Isn't that friggin' fantastic? All right, moving on to the next one. Oh, that's enough of that. Shaders always ruin everything, am I right? But look at these. Oh, man, they look really great. I'm so happy with them. Again, I got to finish the bottoms of them yet, but they are looking really, really good. And I spent a decent amount of time on them, but I'm super happy with how they came out. I've got the 2 smaller trees and the big one and the medium one. The medium one's a little janky looking, but that's okay. I think it looks pretty great still. And my goodness gracious, we have gotten So much done today. Between the farm fields, the horse pasture, the little muddy piggy area, these beautiful custom trees that I absolutely adore, and then this road that's going to take us all the way over here to where we can start the next adventure. Man, oh man, have we gotten so much done today. And we'll head back here, and I think the only thing that we didn't do is finish the entire road and build the bridges. Look at that. Everything else is 100% done. Oh, and I forgot about the hobbit, the door, the door swingy. I forgot about the door swinging open on the hobbit hole. Jeepers. This thing is really growing on me. It's still janky and still kind of weird, but it is really growing on me. I do like it a lot. It's just so neat. And also the bedroom and the hallways. My goodness gracious. So much done in so little time. But ladies and gentlemen, that's where Eva and I are going to have to leave you for today. That's right, Miss Eva Taves. Thank you all so much for coming on this journey with me. Wow, I adore this little hobbit hole area. This has been so much fun to build. The support here has just been incredible. Thank you all so very, very much. As always, an absolutely massive, humongous shout out to my patrons and YouTube members. Thank you so much for supporting me in all of my crazy endeavors. I appreciate you all so much more than you could possibly know. We've got Yo Your Mom Games, Interbert, Hugh Soul, Dust Doodles, and Wraith over on patreon.com/Thrillash. And then for our YouTube members, we've got ourselves Av, Love for Sunflowers, Johnny Ringo, Matt, Bot Sams, and Moon Goddess Lolo. Thank you all so much for your support. I appreciate it. Eva appreciate it. And don't forget, if you are a patron or YouTube member, you also get world downloads. That's right. I should have the world download for where we are right now coming out here pretty soon. So if you would like to grab a world download, any of those tiers start at only a $1. But anyways, folks, that is all the time, unfortunately, that I have for today. Thank you all so much for coming on this journey with me as we finished this beautiful hobbit hole. And I will see you all in the next episode. Bye! For the last 5 episodes, I have been building up this absolutely beautiful hobbit hole area, fit with huge farmlands, custom trees, a water mill to process our food and wheat, some other little farms and whatnot, and a place to live. And although this has been an absolutely wonderful, therapeutic, and beautiful project, it is time to move on. I've done everything here that I would like to do, and we should move on to bigger and better horizons. Better's a loose term, let's be fair. Now, of course, that doesn't mean that we're never going to be coming back here. That it would be absolutely insane because my entire storage system is right here. When the next place that we go to, I will probably make a new storage system, that is for sure. But for now, we will absolutely heavily be using this one. Now, there are a number of things that I would like to bring with us. For example, I kind of put a bunch of crap in the backpack here. I got a lot of food. This holds all of the wheat that we've been processing into bread so far. Sorry, this holds all of the bread that we've processed so far. I've got a bunch of different tree saplings that we are going to be able to essentially make a whole nother tree farm out of, and then just some shiny bits because we're going to need shiny bits and bones. Bone meal's always in high demand. Just a couple things that I want to bring with me, and those of you with keen eyes might see right down here, we've got lapis and a book. And I wonder what that's for. Well, you're gonna have to find out when we get there. So let's go saddle up Shadowfax and get out of here. It was nighttime a little bit ago. Hopefully there's no creepers around to ruin our day, and we'll get over to the new area. And we're coming up on the new place, not too horrendously far away from the hobbit hole. You can actually just, oh, that's the back of my head. You can just barely see the mountain here, the hill where the hobbit hole is. The nether portal is right up here on top of that hill there. And here is where our new area is going to be starting, right here on this little island. And off in the distance, look at this. So this is the Ars Nouveau, I think I got it that time, forest that replaces some of the forests that are generated by Minecraft itself. And I gotta watch out for these coffee bushes. And this here is an archwood forest. Now this is not where we're going to set up shop. As you can see, it's just, oh, it's so pretty. We will be building a nation in an archwood forest here relatively soon, but look at all the different tree types that we have. And over here we can see they have the mage lights, that just give off this eerie glow at nighttime. And man, oh man, isn't this place just super, super duper cool. Now, we're not going to be building in here today, although we will be building right next to it, right over here. And I'm just going to pop out into Cheaty Free Cam a little bit and look at this. It is right next to a village. That was not horrendously planned on my part. This is not exactly what I was thinking. However, this island right here, I think, is going to be perfect for us to start our magical journey into Ars Nouveau. Now, I have a couple ideas in my head on what I want to do on this island, and I'm really thinking Wizard Tower at some point. I might put one, oh gosh, right over here maybe. I think that would look really, really cool. And then look at what we've got in the background here. Just this amazing, weird generation right next to a magical forest. Incredible stuff. And yeah, the village is just kind of a plus. It's not something that I really had planned for. Hey, we've got a village next to our mage tower. Isn't that neat? But look at all these animals and such that we've got going on here. The villagers. Oh man, this is super cool. And we'll have to build a nice, you know, a good enough bridge for an island that has a mage tower on top of it. Man, this is just gonna be so perfect. I got bears. I don't know what to do with bears, but they're there. And then I want to take you over to another area where I think we'll be starting another thing here relatively soon. Definitely not this episode, but over here, I think is where I'm going to put our next full nation. So we've got our little hobbit area over there. That's like a kind of nation sort of thing. It's just a little place for myself, but I think right over here is where I guess our first nation is going to go. And I don't want to spoil too much, but it's going to involve some rocks. No, it's not dwarves. But I want to come over here. Ooh, this is from the Archaeology Plus thingy. Very cool. So I got to get a brush and we can start brushing up some of this stuff. Very neat. And look at this. Isn't that incredible? That's also Screaming Mage Tower, but don't worry. We'll get there at some point, folks. Well, that's way too many spoilers in like 5 minutes time. So let's head over to our little island area and I'm going to set down a little bit of shop. We'll put down some chests, maybe some barrels, and we'll get into what we're getting into today. Now, what I want to get into today is Ars Nouveau. I want to check it out. I haven't done anything in it yet, and I just want to see real quick. Are these friendly bears? Do these bears like us? If I get too close to them, are they going to get real angry with me? I'm not entirely sure. It doesn't seem like it, so we're just going to back away slowly. We're not going to show them our backs. And, yeah, we're going to check out Ars Nouveau. We're just going to head over to our little cot. We're going to set that as our respawn point, and we are going to open our inventory and make ourselves a worn notebook. Now, what this is going to do is, look at this. It has all of the things that you need to know to get started in Ars. And now Ars, for those of you that don't know, is a magic mod. And essentially what we can do is we can make spell books and cast spells. We can make little, like, spell tables. We can... those crazy source seeds, we can like harvest magical energy in those and do things with them. We can make like little turrets and put them onto create machines and have like turrets that spin around on create machines shooting stuff. Ars is just an absolutely incredible magical mod, and I can't wait to get started in it. And as the sun goes down in our brand new area here, I'm going to open up our book and we're going to get started. And we have an introduction to Ars. It's recommended to follow each section in order. Now, obviously, we're going to go to spellcasting, and I'm not going to read this to you because it's going to take a minute. So I'm just going to browse through this, and I'll come back to you when I have something that's a little bit more helpful. Hi, Piggy. Oh, and actually, before I sleep, oh, look at this with the mage lights in here, giving off that nice faint glow. Man, this place is awesome. Okay, sleepy time. So it looks like the first thing that we need to do is get a spell book, and what that means is I need a book, and I did not bring enough paper. I didn't bring any paper, excuse me. I brought leather, I just didn't bring any paper. So I am going to go ahead and make myself a book, and we also need some tools. We need a bunch of iron tools, and I'm glad that I brought a bunch of iron with me. So let me go ahead and get making this here spell book. All right, it says it's a shapeless recipe. However, I feel like I just need to do this just to make it look cool. And we have ourselves a spell book. Look at this. Ooh, I can hold control and it just opens that. Okay, never mind. All right, I'm not doing that again. Unbreaking X. I don't know how I did that, but I did it. Acquire a novice spell book. Look at that. Very cool. Very, very cool. And now, for some reason, my action bar is grayed out, but I can still use things. Interesting. I'm not gonna worry about that too much. Okay, novice spellbook. Let's check on the worn book and see what happens here. Now, essentially, what we need to do is we need to make spells in our spellbook, right? So we have the spellbook, and it doesn't do anything because it doesn't have any spells in it. Ah, there we go. We hit C, and we quick craft, and we have some things here, right? We have forms, and we have effects. Now, forms are what they actually, like, how it affects the world, more or less. So you have a projectile, right? And essentially, it summons a projectile that shoots across or targets a block, etc. You have yourself. It's kind of self-explanatory. Spell you start with, you know, it applies to you. And then we have touch, and it applies to the blocker entity that is targeted, right? So then we have break, breaks a block at an average hardness. It can also do harm, right? Damages a target may be increased by amplify, etc., etc. We have, let's try making a spell. We're gonna do a projectile harm spell, and it'll show us how much mana essentially this is going to use. So if I can just keep adding them, and it's going to do a ton of damage, right? Now we can name it Projectile Harm 4, I think is a good thing to name, and then we're going to create. Look at that, Projectile Harm 4. Now ready? Bam! Boom! Hurt the piggy. Sorry, piggy, you were the only thing we had for an experiment here. And look at that, it did a whole bunch of hearts. I think if I do it again, piggy might die. Sure does, and we get ourselves some pork chops. And as you can see, mana is just regenerating by itself in the bottom left corner. Now, if I hit C again, I think it pulls up our first tab, which is Projectile Harm 4. Now, we also have more tabs that we can assign more spells to, all the way up to 10 tabs by the looks of it. And we can get a better spell book, which will allow us to have more potent spells and better spells, etc., etc. But this is the one that we have right now. We'll get into the other spell books later. So for the next spell, we're just going to do Touch Break. I'm going to go ahead and hit OK. And I think if I just... yeah, it just breaks it. Look at that. Touch break. And I think it like works on stone as well. And it'll give me some cobblestone. It sure does. Don't think it's going to work on things like obsidian or anything like that. But as you can see, I can't use it like this because I'm not actually like targeting that block of log. But when I am, I can just break logs. I don't have to use my tool for this. And boom, the whole tree has been cut down. Look at that. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. We get the whole tree. And what's really great about it is it didn't use any durability on my tools. Now, what happens if I want to change the spell? I can go ahead and do that. I can actually remove the spell. I can clear the whole thing out. The spell name goes away, and we get our tab open again. And this one, I don't know what happens. I have Touch Break 4 on, and I'm not sure what's going to happen once you add more breaks. I don't really know. So what we're going to do is we're going to come up here, and I'm going to target this grass block. And it didn't do anything. So I'm wondering if maybe it'll allow you, if you add more breaks, if it'll allow you to break harder things like obsidian, but I'm not entirely sure. I'll have to do some testing on that. Now, there are things that you can put on spells called augments, and they will essentially allow you to do extra things. There are augments, I believe, that allow things like, instead of breaking that and we get the copper from it, it will silk touch it, etc. I believe there's also augments where you can smelt things that you break as well. And those augments, I think we have to unlock at a spell table. I'll get into that once we get more into the worn notebook. And then taking spell book out of my action bar actually made everything come back. That was really weird. Anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and open this up, and we are going to go to number 2, which is obtaining source gems. So to get a source gem, we need an imbuement, yeah, wow, chamber. And then we need some source next to that imbuement chamber. And I'm not entirely sure what a source gem does. And to get an imbuement chamber, we actually need to head home for a minute because I need to get some gold and some archwood planks. Now, obviously we have archwood right next to us, but I have a bunch of gold at home, and we'll go ahead and use that to make ourselves an imbuement chamber. And I would like to get some of those source berries from home as well, because I believe that those, if I put them next to like a source jar or something like that, as they grow up, they will add source to the source jar, which the imbuement chamber will use to do some things. I believe source is like liquid mana or something like that. But yeah, let me grab a couple things. I'll be right with you folks. Now, before we move on, there's just a couple of things that I wanted to show you. We got these little things here, right? And these kind of grow on the side of those archwood trees, as you can see behind me. Let's see if we can find one real quick. Right there, right where I'm pointing at, that little thing that kind of looks like a blue cocoa pod. That's this frostia, right? So these grow on the side of those archwood trees, and they each have their own little ability, right? They give some saturation as well as an effect. So the bastion fruit, which grows on the purple one, gives you shielding for a minute. Super nifty. Now we're shielded. And as you can see, like this thing, I can eat it when I'm not hungry, which is kind of incredible. Then we have the Mendocine, which is going to give us recovery for a whole minute. Super duper cool. Next up, we have the Frostaya, which is freezing for 30 seconds. And this one terrifies me because we might actually die from this one, ladies and gents, because it's gonna start hurting. And I gotta be honest, I don't know if if you're wearing leather, if this would help. But yeah, this is gonna be a whole another 12 seconds that we're going to be freezing. And on top of that, we also have the Pomegranate, and this one might actually kill me. I'm not 100% sure. We're gonna drink another one of these guys here, eat another one of these guys here. And after the Pomegranate is done, we explode. Now, I think because I had the Bastard Fruit, I had some shielding going on. We didn't actually go up as high as we normally do because when I ate that before, I shot up like 20, 30 blocks in the air and then just landed right back down. Pretty incredible. But you can use these to make potions and I believe spells as well, but I could be wrong. But definitely potions and yeah, they're friggin' hilarious. I'm gonna put these away before I hurt myself, and as you can see, in my pockets, I have a couple of things. First up, we have an imbuement chamber. I'm just gonna plop that on the floor right there. Ooh, look at that, isn't it so pretty? And that's kind of one of my favorite things about Ars, is everything in it, it looks really cool. Like, if you're into fantasy magic-y stuff, it looks really neat. Like, even this thing. Like the source jar, it looks super neat, right? Now, obviously, we don't have any source, right? We don't have any source gathered up. So what we're going to do here, as the book says, gotta do the cooking by the book. We need to obtain source gems. What we gotta do is put lapis inside an imbuement chamber and wait. So I'm gonna grab some lapis and we're gonna put that in there. And I don't know how fast, so we add source nearby to increase the crafting speed. I don't know what we need to get to, if it's 100 or... Sorry, my phone was telling me to stop sitting on my butt. Anyways, I'm not really sure if it gets to 100 or what's going to go on, but essentially, this thing is going to turn into a source gem. And what are source gems, you ask? They make other things, essentially, right? You can use them to make glyphs and other things to make other things, right? Like enchanting whatnots and spell tables and hippity-hoppity music and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, we need source gems in order to make other stuff. And that's where source comes in, honestly, because one of the first things we're going to be making is it's like a source argamator. Oh, I just saw it happen. Cool. Boop. Look at that. Source gem. Yay, I'm going to put another one in there. The agronomic source link. Now, essentially what this does is crops and tree growth within 15 blocks. It will add source to this thing. And if we keep these jars next to it, it will output the source into these jars. And then if we have a jar next to this guy over here, the jar will be able to speed up this process here. So if we make an agronomic source link, put it right there, and then put a ton of crops around it, right, within 15 blocks, we can just speed up this thing, right, the imbuement chamber real quick. Every time a crop grows, I think any progress whatsoever, it will add some source to the jar. And if I remember correctly, yes, this thing is only 2 source gems and a couple of gold ingots. So let's go ahead and make one of these. Now, pretty much everything, as you can probably tell in Ars, is very gold dependent. And something interesting that I read in the little worn notebook here is a lot of gold spawns in these biomes specifically. So at some point, we're going to have to go underground and go digging and find us a bunch of gold. Plus, this is create. We can just, have some gold being created in the background at some point. But, today's not that day. I'm going to go ahead and place this down here, and I'm going to till some stuff. Actually, there's something I want to try. I got these source berries, and I'm unsure if these will actually generate source as well as they grow up. Now, as it said in the notebook here, if I just open this up, bone meal will not grant source. So we actually have to wait for these to just do this automatically, right? So I'm going to set a bunch of these out and just see if when they grow up, we get some source or not. And I just saw this thing go a stage and I saw a little flicker, but it says it's 0% full, but I do see some purple stuff here on the bottom. So I'm just going to sit here and watch this grow for a little while and we'll see, I don't know how, gosh, give it the rest of the day and see how much source we get out of it. And it looks like the sun is going down and we still have some source going in. I'm just going to go ahead and take a little nippy nap. And that was only a few minutes, but let's see. We got 9% source. That's pretty cool. And I'm going to wait for all of these to grow up. I'm going to wait for all of them to have berries, and then I'm going to pick the berries. And I think these things hurt, right? Yeah, they sure do. I'm going to pick the berries off of them, and I want to see if when the berries grow, if that will give source as well. If it does, then we're going to enlist a couple of friends to help us out here. Good news, everyone! The berries growing absolutely fill up the source, which is super great. I have these over the top. By the way, if you didn't know this, when you're harvesting things like berry bushes that hurt you when you touch them, if you put slabs or trapdoors over the top of them, you can't actually walk into the berry bushes so you don't get hurt. So you, like, I can't walk sideways or in a straight line. I always get hurt by these things. Or, you know, any of the other regular berry bushes do the same thing. So, yeah, it's just super wonderful to, you know, throw something on top and then you won't get hurt by it. But, as I said, we could have a little friend help us out, help us, you know, harvest these things. But essentially, what I was talking about was a starbunkle. You remember those little squirrel thingies that were running around, the weird little squirrely-like things? These little guys right here. This little here's his butt, a little butt right there. Here's a starbunkle. Essentially, what we can do is if you give a starbunkle a gold nugget, it will drop a starbunkle nugget? A starbunkle something. Starbunkle token? It might be a starbunkle token. Anyways, you can use that token on something... Oh, really? Something called an enchanting apparatus with like a certain recipe. And essentially what'll happen is you'll get a starbuncle charm. And when you use that starbuncle charm on the ground, what happens is you get a little starbuncle that comes out and helps you with automation. Now I gotta deal with these idiots. Give me just a minute. I can hear your burning question. Hey, Throw, what's an enchanting apparatus? Well, essentially this here, right? So you have 4 gold ingots and you put a starbuncle token on the little enchanting thingy. You get a starbuncle charm, right? Which is the little thing, and it's some little starbuncle. It's so cute. You can dye them any colors, right? And they will transport items. They actually move items between desired inventory, blah, 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 blah. You can use a Dominion wand on them, which a Dominion wand you make, whoops, wrong button. It was the right button. I had to go over here. A Dominion wand is in the enchanting apparatus as well. So you need 2 source gems, a stick, and a gold ingot, and you get a Dominion wand, which lets you do a whole bunch of things. It essentially gives you dominion over something, right? So it says to the starbuncle, hey, starbuncle, put all your stuff in this chest over here, right? So that's pretty interesting. And you can set up pathing and all that sort of stuff, but look at that, it was at the end. Pathing with starbuncles is essentially, they really like grass paths, right? So if you put grass paths down, they will try to use those as often as possible. Now, all this isn't permanent. Don't worry. I said this is where our mage tower is probably going to go. I'll move all this stuff elsewhere, maybe into the forest. I'm not really sure yet. But anyways, I would like to start going on the enchanting apparatus route. We'll get to new glyphs and all that sort of stuff later. We'll need a scribe table, which is actually pretty easy to make. We'll make that soon. But I want to try enchanting first. Darn it. All right, I'm gonna preface this with I have no idea, dudes. I've got no idea what's going on here, but we're gonna give it a shot. So I had to make some source stone here, and look how pretty this is. I'm a huge fan of purple, and I really like it a lot. Anyways, I think we put an arcane core down with an enchanting apparatus on top, and then 3 pedestals like this, I think, and then you put stuff on the pedestals and then something in the enchanting apparatus, and it will enchant using source. And I don't know. I'm flying by the seat of my pants right now. So I gotta look up how to get this charm again. Oh, I need 4 gold ingots with the token in the center. So how is that gonna work? I wonder. These pedestals are kind of expensive. I need some more nuggets. I don't want to use more nuggets. Why? No, nope. You don't get to come over here. What are you doing? Tell me that's a job site for a villager. Tell me this is a job site for a villager. It is! A shady wizard? Oh my god, look at him! That's actually incredible, and your name is Dwight. Yeah, it is, buddy. Oh man, I'm dying. All right, okay. I gotta figure some stuff out. All right, let me move this over. I don't know if this is gonna work if it's over here. I don't know if this needs to be directly next to it. Let me make another pedestal. The dumbest thing ever. Oh, and to make this source stone, essentially what you do is you get your little gem, right? So you get your gem, and then you take any sort of stone, and I don't have enough. I've been using andesite. I'm gonna have to go find some more regular type stone because it doesn't take cobble. I could smelt some, or I can just look for some andesite and or I think it takes granite or anything that's not cobble, essentially. Of course, the only thing that I have. Let me tell you, that biome behind us has a ton of gold. I think it replaces some of the iron generation, just like zinc does. I think with the create mod pack. But yeah, I got over a stack of gold, and I was in there for, I don't know, 20 minutes. So we're absolutely gonna have to do some digging over there. But anyways, I think I've got everything I need. We're just gonna put some gold down on these pedestals here. We're gonna put this starbunk. That was so cool. That was so cool. The cutest hopper. Oh my gosh, stop. That's adorable. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and make these all grass paths over here. Just so hopefully the starbuncle doesn't like walk through the sharp thingies. And I want to test something. So it says that it will just harvest berry bushes, right? These berry bushes here. And I want to see if it'll put its contents, the berry bush contents, into a drawer. And I'm going to be perfectly honest, I don't really know like if I can tell this thing to like where to drop stuff off or if it'll just know to do it. Oh, really? The other side? Thank you. So I'm going to go ahead and put those in there, and I am going to summon this thing here. And now we got a little starbuncle friend. Look at that. Storing items at 0 locations, taking items for 0 locations. Does this need to not be on top of it? Nope, I need a Dominion wand by the looks of it. All right, let me see how one of those is made. Okay, it looks to be 2 source gems. I got a bear over here that I got to watch out for. A piece of gold and a stick, and I think the stick goes in here? I mean, it looks like it. What's up, bear? What's up, my dude? What you up to? I'm making a wand. All right, let's see. Do we get... We do. Look at this. Oh, very cool. I want you to harvest these. Nope. That's not how that works. Okay, let me see what's going on here. Okay, so I think the issue is the starbuncle does not like drawers, but that's okay. We can fix that, I believe. So what we're going to do is we're going to put a chest down, and I'm going to smack this thing with a wand. I think I just right-click on it and then right-click on the chest. Starbuncle will store items here. And it's picking it up. Look at it. Look at that. Look at that. It's so cute. Look at this little guy. What a good little worker. Oh, and it doesn't get hurt by the bushes. Oh, that's so fantastic. Okay, so now what I should be able to do is... I think I can just put the drawer here and then have a hopper going into the back of it. Yes, absolutely. Oh my gosh, that's fantastic. That is fantastic stuff. Why are you stuck? What's going on? Friggin', oh, I hate these bushes so much. Referring to path on Sourceberry. I don't want you to prefer to path on Sourceberry. Can I pick you up, buddy? You seem stuck. So little dude's just gonna do his business. He's gonna hang out over here. He's gonna harvest all these for us, which is fantastic because I'm super lazy and I'll forget about these. Honestly, that's the biggest issue is I'll just forget to pick them all and that'll be real bad. But yeah, this is absolutely fantastic. Essentially what this means is not only do we all just automatically get these source berries, but now we just get all the source growing all the time because I won't forget that the source berries need to be picked and the source will keep growing. This is fantastic. And some of you might be wondering, what happens when he dies? I'm not going to show you, but he'll just drop that starbuncle charm and we can go ahead and use him, you know, summon him again, essentially. And just, he's the starbuncle that keeps on giving. Now I have more starbuncle tokens, which means I can make more starbuncle charms, but I don't have anything right now that I would like more starbuncles to do. They are, this bear, gosh, he's scaring the heck out of me. Yeah, I don't really have anything else for starbuncles. Hey, Dwight, what's going on? Starbuncles to do at the mo. So I think what we'll do is we'll just keep them as is for right now. We'll let this fill up. And I did find out that you can actually farm these on these trees here. Go ahead and put this bastion fruit on here. Ready for this? Bam! And now it'll start growing up, and we can just, you know, feed that guy emeralds, or feed that guy these, and we'll get emeralds. This is so awesome. This stuff is so cool. Now we got all these berries rolling in, but like who cares? Who cares about source berries? Well, I do. And here's why. Now, if we go into source berries and JEI, I can just show you everything they can do. First of all, purple dye, which is the best color ever. Secondly, we've got some food items that we can make, like source berry pie that gives us plus 20 mana regen, which is pretty incredible, and mana regen for a minute. I have no idea if these stack. I'm assuming they do. As you can see, we've got some other stuff that we've got to unlock first before we get to those. Now you can make potions of mana regeneration, which is pretty incredible. This is probably my most happy thing, is there's a 30% chance of increasing a composter when you compost them. So this little dude right here is our new bone meal farm. Like, I can make an entire field just of this. Wow. Like this thing here, the Argo, this thing? Nope. This thing, agronomic source link, can take crops from 15 blocks away. 15 blocks. That's huge. So I can just have this huge pad of 15 by 15, right? And the starbuncle will just go dipping its toes in and out, and it doesn't get hurt by these things. And just plopping them in a chest straight into a composter, and then we've got ourselves some bone meal. I'm absolutely doing that. I don't know why I like standing on these chests. Anyways, now some of the other stuff is we can use them in the enchanting table, right? Which looks like you can add some more pedestals to, which is pretty cool. You can get the thread of magic capacity, which is cool. I don't know what that does yet. But the other thing that you can do with the enchanting setup is actually enchant. And that's right, you can use items to make enchantments, and you can put them on tools, you can put them on books, etc., etc. So source berries are used for mana boost and mana regen enchantments, which is pretty incredible. And then you can put those on things like armor and whatnot. And then the last thing that I'm super excited about is a source berry sack, just because it looks really cute, and I like it a lot. It's a very pretty block. Now, there is one more thing that I would like to take a look at today, and that is this, the scribe's table. Oh, look at how cool this thing looks in my hand. That's super neat. Now, I don't think we're going to have everything that we need for the scribe's table. Oh, that did not place how I thought it was going to, so I guess I'll try that instead. Feel like that's the wrong side, and I gotta turn it around. There we go. Now, as you can see, I can't right click on it, and if we go into the notebook, we can scribe some spells using the scribe's table into spell parchment or enchanter's items. My goodness gracious. Now, I think what we can do here is use this on the table in order to open this. I don't really know what we've got. Two-touch break, so let me just switch out the spell real quick. I'm gonna do projectile harm, so that way it can't hurt the table, and I'm just gonna, yeah, there we go. All right, cool. Here's all the glyphs that are available that we can unlock using the scribe's table, right? So right now, since we only have the novice's spellbook, we can only do tier 1 glyphs, or if you don't know what that is, go ahead and dye a sheep. I think, what is it, red next to a vindicator? Nope. Dye a sheep blue next to an evoker. It'll go woolulu and make the sheep red. That's what I was trying to say. Anyways, we can go ahead and unlock some other glyphs here, and we have things here that are like amplification. So additively increases the power of most spell effects, etc., etc. And a lot of these, you know, you just hold shift and it'll tell you what they do. AoE. Love that. Sounds great. And you can see here, like Conjurer's Mage Light, okay? Those things that we saw in the Enchanted Forest over here. It'll have a little levels required. I'm pointing at my screen, you can't see that. It'll have levels required, so you need 3 levels, and then 2 items. So what we want to do is we want to click on it and hit select, and what we are going to have to do is toss items as they appear, right? So we need to toss a lantern, as well as a torch. So we've got the lantern, here's the torch, and you see the table dips a little bit of ink, and it's gonna scribe our glyph for us. How cool is that? And now what I did there is I just scrolled over the glyph and I right-clicked on it, and now I have it. I gotta stop doing that. Now I have it unlocked here in my spellbook. As you can see, we have Conjure Mage Light. So I'm gonna go ahead and hit C, and I'm gonna go to number 1. I'm gonna clear that out. I'm gonna have projectile, why not, and then Conjure Mage Light, and we're going to call this Projectile Mage Light. I'm gonna hit create, and it should just put a Mage Light over there now. Boop, look at that. Very cool. And there are a ton of these. Like, we have opens the crafting menu, which is freaking awesome. There's bounce that makes you kind of like be on a slime block. Launch, which just launches entities or blocks into the air, which is hilarious. And then you can even summon wolves, which sounds just dope. And I need to try it. I need to try it. But ladies and gentlemen, that is unfortunately all the time that we have for actually, I think we have time for maybe one more thing. Ah, that's a little better and way more comfy. Look at this. I got my own little mage robes. Thank you so much, Dusk, my patron, so much for making this skin for me. I adore it. I love it so much. I'll pop in a free cam and get the entire look here. Oh, this is super wonderful. Thank you again, Dusk. This is just so perfect. Well, look at us. We got our little spell book. We can throw on some mage lights all over the place wherever we need them to be. And I got my nice mage's robes. We're set. We are set to start our mage journey. I'm so excited. But yeah, I'm sorry everybody that I didn't have some elaborate build like I normally try to do every single episode, but this was a lot to try and explain and a lot to try and learn, and it took way too long. So next episode, hopefully we'll have at least the foundations for our mage tower where we can start our new magical roots, I guess, as it were. Oh, look, we got a little butterfly coming to say hi. But thank you, everybody, for coming on this beautiful learning journey with me. This was so much fun to learn more about Ars, and I can't wait to just completely dive into more of the features in this, oh, hi there, in this incredible mod. And as always, an absolutely massive shout out and thank you to my patrons and my YouTube members. We've got Yo Your Mom Games, Interbert, Hugh Soul, Dusk, and Wraith. And then over as YouTube members, we have Av, Love for Sunflowers, Johnny Ringo, Math, Bot Sams, and Moon Goddess Lolo. Thank you, everybody, for all your support. Thank you for watching. Make sure you like, subscribe, all that crazy nonsense. Hit the Discord as well, because we're having a blast over there. And I will see you all in the next episode, hopefully with a brand new Mage's Tower. I don't want to say too much, but we'll see what happens. Anyways, folks, much love. Bye. Last time on Minecraft Create Nations, we turned into a wizard.
I'm a what?
As we dove straight into the Ars Nouveau mod, and let me tell you, you all have been absolutely wonderful with your suggestions and your descriptions of everything and explaining things. I'm so lost with this mod already. It's been absolutely incredible to try and decipher, and y'all have been a huge help. Thank you so much. I haven't really done a lot off camera, which is it's not the norm for me. I've been really busy in real life, and I also have had a lot of behind the scenes things going on that I'm okay. I'm all right. Don't worry about it. I'm really struggling to get in a creative mindset due to certain things that are happening here, there, and everywhere. And it's just, I'll be okay. I just needed some time. But today I want to dive more into Ars Nouveau and especially into some of the automation of things that we need a lot of resources because I would like to, hopefully, by the end of the episode, have a nice little building, at least one building, maybe two over here, that we can do all of our magic-y stuff in. Hopefully all of our magic-y stuff. I don't know, I'm probably biting off way more than I can chew, to be honest. Hi, bear. Need a name for that bear, folks, if anybody's got a name. Anyways, I need some stuff and I need some things, and one of the comments that I got is make sure that you don't use too much lapis to turn into source stuff, mainly because lapis is super essential apparently down the line, which totally fair. Oh man, look how fast this goes. My goodness gracious. Now that I got all this going on here, we got so much source. This is incredible. But lapis is apparently very important down the line, and it is easier to do source gem thingies with amethyst. Here's the issue with amethyst. You know how these guys are super helpful with reminding me to pick berries and all that because I just won't do it? Well, amethyst is a problem because amethyst only grows on budding amethyst, and those are immobile. You can't move them. They're unmovable. I think, except for with the create mod. Now, I did try to actually go down to an amethyst geode and use carry-on to pick up a budding amethyst, and you can't. So the next thing that we're going to try is actually use create to move an amethyst geode somewhere closer so we can harvest it. And I don't really know where I want it to go yet. Now, we need a couple things for that. We've got our rails and all that sort of stuff, and in here we should have a cart assembler. Great. And what we're going to do is we're going to make a minecart contraption out of the amethyst geode, so that way we can put a slab on the floor in a place where we don't want a slab, and then put those away, and then fall asleep. Ooh, look at all those screenshots. My goodness. So yeah, we got to go find a geode somewhere. Do I have glue? I don't have a lot of glue. Hopefully that'll be enough. We got to go find a geode somewhere. I think there's one near the Hobbit base, and we're going to try and just literally rip it out of the ground. And bring it over here. Oh, whirligig. I'm gonna move this bear too. Bears can't be in ravines. What they can be is beets. They can have beets though. And then Battlestar Galactica. Hi, little swirly girly gig. I want to read up on you, okay? Let's see. I really want to summon one of these things, but I'm not there yet. I need Mage Bloom seeds and Mage Bloom and all that sort of stuff. We haven't even gotten there yet, and I need a diamond too. So, hi. You're just very cute, and we're just gonna stare at you for a little bit, because you're super adorable. Hi there, little word. Can I pick you up, too? I can. You like forests, so you're gonna go hang out in a forest with your forest pals. Look at all this foresty stuff. Boop. There you go, buddy. Hang out in a forest. All right, let's go find a geode. Now, some of you might be screaming, throw that. You can go ahead and use a dowsing rod to find it. Yeah, it'd be super easy. Just bloop, 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 and then you can find one. Well, guess what? I'm not gonna do that, because I already know where one is. And it's quicker for me to find it than it is for me to make a dowsing rod to find it. So, I'm gonna do this instead. Hi, Drigme. We'll get a Drigme's charm here real soon. I don't actually know what Drigme's do, but I want one, because they're cute, and I want all the cute things that are in this world, and that's a Drigme. Oh man, it hasn't really been that long, but I still miss this place. My goodness gracious. I love this area so much. It's just so heartwarming and wholesome and beautiful. Anyways, if we pop in a cheaty free cam for just a minute, there was... Okay, cheaty free cam's being weird, so I guess that's good. There was a geode somewhere around here. Where the heck did it go? Ah, it's over here. No, that wasn't the one, because I don't remember mineshaft being in the center of it. There was a different one somewhere, I promise. Here it is. Well, here it is. Jeepers. It's near the mineshaft. It's not actually in the mineshaft, and it's actually, like, sealed off from everywhere else, but I don't know if I've actually shown y'all this before. This right here actually goes up into a little water pool that is like right behind the Hobbit hole, right? So Hobbit hole is right over there. So go into this water pool. I've been getting a lot of iron and stuff from this little mine shaft here. I just happened upon this. And then if we go, I think it's this way. Yeah, right over here, just on the other side of this wall, is a geode. And how did I find that? You might ask. Cheating. I found that through free cam. All right, it's okay. Don't worry about it, folks. It's my world. It's not yours. If you don't like using free cam, guess what? Don't do it. But I'm gonna, because I'm me, and I like using free cam, and I also like hitting the wrong F5 key. Actually, it's the right F5 key. I just don't hit it enough. Shut up. It's okay. Spicy throw lash today. Spicy lash. Oh my goodness gracious. Throw lash with a side of sass. We got a sass lash over here. That was way harder to say than I thought it was gonna be. I've lost my giant watery hole. There it is. Okay. Whee! For splash. So we go down here, then we go over here, and then we fall to our death. Up, up, up. There we go. And right over around, apparently I turned my brightness up. I hate turning my brightness up. I don't even remember why I did that. All right, apply, done. There we go. Ooh, it's nice and spooky and dark. Don't worry, it's on purpose, all right? I like it when it's dark and spooky. And we're just gonna dig into here. But I can't see when it's dark and spooky. There's a torch, all right? You can see now. Goodness gracious, you people. And look at that! We found our geode. Super simple, super easy. And essentially what I'm going to do is I'm going to spend the next hour just digging around this thing and putting torches down because it's dark and spooky. And I'm just going to dig this whole geode out. And more or less, we are going to pick this up right where it is. But yeah, we're gonna pick this thing up. I'm just gonna take it back with me, and we're gonna go ahead and, you know, just farm all the stuff. Take your wagers now on how many budding amethysts I'm going to break by the time this is over, because I cannot I cannot swing a pickaxe correctly, apparently. And there we go. There's a geode fully dug out. Look at that. All right, all we have to do now is just glue the whole thing together. Hopefully we have enough glue. We might not, to be perfectly honest. But that's okay. We'll figure it out as we go along. And I think where we can start is probably, let's say here. Probably about there. And then we will go ahead up to the top of this thing and put another block on the opposite corner. And so hope that this works, I guess. Well, we definitely had enough glue. I mean, golly, let's give it a shot. I don't honestly know if this is going to work at all, but there's only one way to find out. Am I right? Please work. Please work. Please, 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 please. No! Darn it. Ah, it's too good to be true. All right, that doesn't work. Fine. Fine, it doesn't work. Whatever. Dumb. It's dumb, and this game's dumb, and I hate it. Well, now we have a big old area to harvest some crystals, I guess, is the positive takeaway from this, I guess. So what I can do is I can break this entire geode down, and then we should have a farm, per se, right, of amethyst that is essentially right underneath the hobbit hole. So not all is lost, a lot is lost, mainly time. Everybody's screaming in the comments too. They're like, this doesn't work, you big dumb idiot. And I didn't see anything in, because I definitely checked before I did this in the create settings, just to see like if there was a blaze burner thing, because excuse me, I'm not making sense. Let me open up the create settings here. Yeah, there's this movable spawner thing here, and I think I had to turn that on so I could move some of the other stuff, but I didn't find one for amethyst. You've got to be kidding me. There's no way. I broke the glue. Ugh. There's no way. All right. It's not the game's fault. It's my fault. Folks, did you know if you read, then the world seems to work out a little bit better for you. Just continue reading, everybody. Oh, I didn't. Oh, gosh, I didn't select it. That, and then do this, and then do that. Pillar all the way back up. All the way back over here. Put the glue on. Drop down. Ow. And then bam. Golly, I'm so intelligent. Anyways, do this. We'll do that. We'll do a little bit of this. We'll do some of that. And then we'll do this. And then we'll do that, this, that, and then bam. Yes! Oh, it's mine. It's all mine. Ha 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 ha. The amethyst geode is mine. How am I going to get out of here? I got to remember to come back here because I might need calcite later, but I'm going to pick up this zinc here real quick, and then we're going to get out of here, and we're going to set up some sort of amethyst farm thingy. You know I got the strong arms. You know me. I be working out. I be lifting. I can pick up things that have over 200 blocks connected. I'm the strongest Thorlash there's ever been. I be juicing. Is juicing a word? Do we still use juicing? I don't know if that has a negative connotation. If it does, just ignore the fact that I said that, all right? I swear there's nothing wrong with me. I swear I'm not a crazy person. Well, hi there, folks. It's Super Strong Throw here, and I just wanted to let you know that I got a rock home. Look at that. Big old rock. It's just sitting right there. It's so ridiculous. So, I learned a lot of stuff. I learned a lot of stuff about Ars, and I learned a lot of stuff about what I should and should not be doing in Ars. And the reason is, the last clip you watched, I recorded 2 weeks ago. I had a huge creative block issue, and I could not record anything. Wow. I'm trying to build a build for today. Like, I have a build in mind for today, and I have half of it done in a creative world, and the other half, I can't figure it out. I don't know what's going on with me. But anyways, blah, 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 blah. In the meantime, y'all have been absolutely fantastic in the comments of the last episode, and telling me things that I should and should not do with Ars. For example, one of the things that I should do is look into storage lecterns, which apparently is like Ars storage, but it's also semi sort of like portable storage, I think is the word that I'm looking for. I'm not really sure. I have to look into it a little bit. And some of the other things that I want to look into are summoning, and I want to summon an amethyst golem. I think that's what it is. And essentially what that's going to do is turn the amethyst that we have behind us into a farm. And why do we got to farm amethyst? Because farming amethyst is going to be a lot easier if we wish to turn it into source and source stones and all that sort of sourcey stuff. So we can, like, do the source stone. I'm using source stone in the build and using amethyst in the build, so we're gonna need a lot of amethyst. And it was Randall Clausen who said, hey, you should probably use amethyst instead of lapis to make source gems. And thank you. That was a really great call. The more I read about Ars, the more amethyst and lapis is super needed, and lapis, excuse me, is kind of a pain to get. They just got to trade with villagers, and they're stupid. Sir James Ender came in clutch with the suggestion for using Ars storage. And we've had Action Warrior and Sokar in the comments just dumping so much Ars information. It's so wonderful. Having this community is just, it's so incredible, because I would just scratch the surface of this mod if it was just me, but having you all around to help me out with this is really just, it's so wonderful. Thank you all so much for all your support and everything. Anyways, I gotta figure out what I'm doing with this thing and how a ritual apparatus works. Where's my book? We might be a while away from rituals. I'm not entirely sure. So we need a tablet of someone's computer, blah, blah, blah. We need a ritual. I'm gonna get this word wrong. Brazier? Is it a brazier? Oh no. Am I saying bad things again, people? So we need an arcane pedestal, a source gem block, and 3 gold ingots. Actually, I think I can make that right now. I think a brazier is the Lady Bits one, and a brazier is the thing that I actually am looking to get right now. So I'm gonna go with that. I'm gonna refrain from using the word for the rest of the episode. Please someone tell me if I'm right. All right, here we go. We've got the ritual thingamahigger. Ooh, we are brazen. Look at that. Ooh, acquire the ritual thingy. I'm not saying it. I'm not doing it. So it's shapeless, decoration, performing rituals later. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so I need a tablet as well, and I think awakening is the one that I need. Nope, that's not. Yes, it is. Look at that. Wheeled walkers and budding amethyst into amethyst golems, and that's what I want. So I would need a flourishing archwood log, 1 of each of the saplings, and 4 source gems to get a tablet of awakening. All right, cool. And we can do bookworm charms, but I don't want that one right now. We will eventually, I think, when we get into storage. I kind of want to not break, wow. I kind of don't want to break this tree down, just because it's like a nice little purpley backdrop for our area. And I love purple. Purple's, like, if not my favorite color, absolutely one of my favorite colors. Is there something on the floor there? Oh, no, okay. Ooh, man, the ADHD is strong with me today. All right, so we need 1 of these, and then we need a green sapling. There we go. All right, and then we need a purple one as well. Man, imagine having loot. Scared me. Imagine having looting. That would be super dope. And we can get looting by enchanting. There we go. We can get looting by enchanting with, I think, the enchanting apparatus, which is something we'll get into at some point. Today is not that day. Don't judge me, Shadowfax. Standing up there looking down on me like you know what's up. Your face has a face. Look how happy his face is. He's so happy. Okay, I've got almost everything I need. I need more source gems. I feel like that's going to be a common issue with this mod pack. The Tablet of Awakening with our ritual thingy. And I need to do what now? Okay, cool. So I think if I just put this ritual thing down... I didn't already have one, did I? Because that would be hilarious. No, I didn't. Okay. I think I just put this down next to a budding amethyst, and it will turn into an amethyst golem. I don't know how big they are, so I'm like a little hesitant to put it in here, but screw it, we're gonna put it in here. Bam. And that, awaiting activation. How do, oh, okay. All right, it's doing a thing. What's it gonna wake up? Hi. Hi, look at me. Look at me with your face holes. Or is that your face? Can I pick you up? I can. That is your face! Oh my god, so cute! Why is everything in this mod pack just so adorable? Sorry, okay. So we need to, I think what this guy will do at some point, we're gonna make more of these. I think what this guy will do at some point is he'll start harvesting the amethyst, but he'll also turn amethyst blocks into budding amethyst, if I read that correctly. I don't really know. So I'm going to break a bunch of this. Hopefully we don't break any budding amethyst. And we're going to put this on the ground over here. I'm just going to make a line of them. I should put these 1 block up, but I don't know if he's going to be able to get it if it's a block in the air. So that's fine. Nope, we got to put them another block away from each other. Oh my gosh, so much to think about. I can't think. Thinking's hard, and it hurts parts of my brain, and I don't like it. All right, come back over here, my friend. I think I also need to Dominion Wand you. I think. All right, you're gonna hang out right on my chaw, and I'm gonna go get the Dominion Wand. All right, so that didn't give me like an amethyst thingy charm, so I'm just gonna use the Dominion Rod on you, and then home set, and I think he's doing things now. So essentially, he should turn blocks of amethyst into budding amethyst and also farm them. I don't know what he's doing with the stomps there, but we're gonna let him be for a minute because I don't really know what he's doing. And we'll see what happens over time. So now that I have this set to an archwood chest or a storage, I think he should put stuff in here. I think. So I'm gonna leave him be for a minute. I'm gonna go actually make another archwood chest so it's double archwood chest, double chest. And we'll see what he comes up with. Oh, look, he did the thing! You did the thing! Oh, you're the coolest dude. You're the coolest dude ever. This is the greatest thing ever. Oh my gosh, that's so awesome. All right, so I think what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna absolutely struggle to get up here. I'm gonna tear out all the amethyst that's in here that's not budding amethyst. I'm gonna have to eventually move this budding amethyst to... I'm gonna have to do that piece by piece, aren't I? With the minecart contraption. That's gonna be a pain. But that's okay. I'm not entirely sure where I want my amethyst farm to be at this point. For now, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to tear all this out because I don't want all of this to be budding amethyst at the moment. And I will turn it into... Not just store it, because I need it for the roof of the building that I'm currently going to be making. And Amethyst Bro should harvest all the amethysts for us. This is dope. You know, now that I'm thinking more about it, I don't actually need to save the budding amethyst that's in here. It feels wrong to break it, just because it's just kind of like, that's a rule. You don't break budding amethyst. You know what I mean? But at the same time, like, this guy makes it so we have an unlimited amount, right? He should change all of this into budding amethyst and then make it all speed up with growth. So I don't need the budding amethyst that's in here. I want to wait for one more of these to change before I actually break all those. So yeah, we'll wait a minute. Mistakes have been made. Yeah, I got rid of all but that budding amethyst because I was like, oh, he made another one. Nice. Very, very cool. And he's just going to make more of a time. I should have turned all of those into dudes, because they would have just made this process so much quicker. I'm an idiot. I'm gonna turn that one into a budding amethyst, and I might, or excuse me, an amethyst golem, and I might turn these two into amethyst golems as well. Those three, look at that. And, you know, we'll just get, what, like, that'll be 5 of these guys coming around doing the thing, and that'll just make this whole process so much quicker, because I need a lot of amethyst for this build. So, yeah, whoops. Whoopsies, but hey, you live and you learn, and then you get loves. Don't get loves. I much prefer huggies. Anyways, yeah, whoops. Hey, don't mind the arrow in my neck. I'm in here looking for zinc, and you can see all the mage lights all over the place. Who needs torches? No, nobody ever needs torches again. This, woo, let me show you this. Ready? Oh, it's a little dark over there. Bam. No, it's not. Give it a minute. Give it a minute. Give it a minute. Now it's not. Look at that. This is amazing. Oh no, there's a freaking creeper right there. Well, guess what? The kaboom. I don't care. Oh god. All right, maybe I kind of care here. I might care a little. Oh god, I care. I care a lot. Oh, phew. All right, what was I saying? Oh, it's dark down there. Well, guess what? Now it's not. Not dark anymore. Shaboom. Shaboom. Conjure Mage Light with the projectile is the greatest spell absolutely ever. And I found out recently by one of the commenters on the last video, you can do conjure Mage Light on yourself, and it gives you night vision, which is really cool. It's just super cool. Ooh, zinc. Oh, watch this. Ready? Bam! Ah! Not only does it like light him up, but it lights him up too. He's all glowy. What's it give him? Night vision and glowing. So, oh, it gives him night vision too. That's actually kind of funny. Yeah, I've run into a bit of an issue. I don't have any looting, which is a big problem when you're looking for a lot of zinc. I have Silk Touch, which is super great when you're looking for a lot of zinc. But with no way to loot said Silk Touch, it's not a good way to get a lot of zinc. So I have a couple of options. I can, you know, farm some looting, which is going to take a while. I don't really have a lot of levels. I'm going to have to go stand at the super duper slow skeleton farm, and that's just going to be boring. I'm going to be completely honest. It's going to be super boring. Hey! I'm talking to the people. And my other option is I could just take all this zinc and crush it. I think with looting, you have better odds to get more zinc, but with crushing... I think with crushing, you have better odds to get a consistent amount of zinc. Hey-oh, diamonds, what's up? And it's just 1. Nope, 2. Anymore. Nope. Wow. Wow. All right, you guys can't see that. Hang on, let me turn the brightness up. Look at that. That is so super cool. You know, a lot of people knock caves and cliffs, and I don't know. I think it's beautiful. I got nerds following me, but diamonds! And there's friggin' 2 of them as well. Oh, that one had some fancy pants. I don't know what's going on here. All of a sudden, all of my rendering just stopped existing. I don't know what's happening. I'm pretty sure I have some sort of fog mod on, and it's just completely screwing up a whole bunch of stuff. So, wow, that was a lot of diamonds. Holy moly. And we're back from outer space. How's it going over here, boys? What'd you get up to? Hey, look at that. I took pretty much all 8 of these earlier and turned them into amethyst blocks, and you guys just replenished all of them. Y'all the best. And up here, we should have pretty much... Oh, no, I wasn't close enough to get the source going, but that's okay. What I'm really interested is how much deep slate did I get. So I got 48 here. Oh, I got 2 stacks in this bag, and then another stack and 20 in there. Wow, that's incredible. So what's that? 1, 2, 3... Over 4 stacks of zinc. That's awesome. That'll keep us going for a while. And now, do I play the fortune game, or do we crush it? Personally, I think the answer to that question is we absolutely play the fortune game, but I'm going to first have to clear out my inventory here, put a whole bunch of stuff away. Look at all this. Ooh, I got source stone and everything for days. And we will head back over to the skeleton spawner, where we also have an enchanting setup. I ever make an enchanting setup? I don't think I did. I'm the worst Minecrafter ever. I think I've just been using villagers for all of my enchanting stuff. What is that guy doing up there? What are you doing? Get down. You're gonna fall. Oh, you don't take fall damage. Man, do I put an enchanting setup over here? I would say I would use ours and do the enchanting stuff for all those people who are like, you just make it and ours stuff. Look at this. Look at this. Look what I need for that. All right, so for Fortune 1, I need a bunch of source gem blocks, not a big deal. I need 1 diamond, not a deal. And then a book. Great. Earth Essence, I need any sort of seed, iron, and dirt. Again, not that bad. And then for Fortune 2, I need 4 more diamonds and 2 more Earth Essences. I don't know if it eats the diamonds. And then for 3, I need a block of diamonds and then more, let's say it eats the materials, right? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 14. That's 14 diamonds that I need to just throw in to get Fortune 3. Then that might be worth it now that I think about it. That's all 14. That's all 14. And I wouldn't have a pick to put it on if I did that. Oh, no. Oh, no. Yeah, no, we're not going to do that. We'll play the reroll enchanting stuff. Oh, but no, I can just buy a new diamond pick. I can just buy a new diamond pick from friggin' villagers that I have over there. Yeah, we're absolutely going to play with the Ars enchanting stuff. Shut up, people in the comments. I know what I'm doing. Hey, look at this fancy new pick that we got, which doesn't look new to you guys because it's got Fortune on it. I got Fortune 3. I spent, I don't know, like a good 40 minutes dealing with villagers, and I got actually a decent amount of enchants. I got vein mining. I got Fortune 3 somewhere. I didn't get fire protection. I don't know where it was. But yeah, Fortune 3. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's a good amount of stuff. However, I keep seeing online that it's better to just crush this instead of using Fortune. It'll give you experience, which is super great. I always need more experience. And the deep slate zinc, you actually get 2, maybe a 3rd. And I can't find anything online that tells me how many will drop. With Fortune, it says drops 1 raw zinc unless the player uses Silk Touch or Fortune. And Fortune it doesn't tell me how much extra will drop. I'm guessing it's like iron, so I'm guessing a max of 4? I don't really know. Anyways, I'm gonna use Fortune for right now. I don't have any crushing wheels. I don't actually have mechanical crafters. So we're gonna use Fortune for now, and we're only gonna mine as much zinc as we need, and we'll save the rest of it. Don't worry. And now I have a bit of a conundrum because I would like to build our little structure kind of exactly where I set up shop here. So, whoops, I didn't really think about future-proofing this at all. So I think what I might do is move shop over here, just so we kind of have like a little bit of a better place to start doing the thing. When actually getting that seed reminds me, there is something that I can do with seeds. I think putting them in here. No recipe found of pedestal. Ooh. Is it in this? All right, how do I do this? Okay, seeds and then source gem. All right, cool. And seeds in the center. That's the coolest noise. cool. Very, very cool. Oh, and the backpack took it. Awesome. Mage Bloom, look at this. Acquire Mage Bloom. See, we did it. We're the best ever. Now, I'm pretty sure that I need tilled earth for this. So I'm gonna get, let's see, I got a hoe. I got a hoe in here. Man, I just want to check out and see what this looks like. Ooh, and is this little guy gonna harvest it? It doesn't look like it. Interesting. Nope, he's running right past. All right, so I'm going to break it, and we get Mage Bloom in another seed. All right, neat. It's kind of upsetting that that dude doesn't harvest it, but maybe I have to, like, use the Dominion Wand to get him to do that? Or I might need another little friendy. Well, hi, nerds. So we are going on collection. I have a cold again. This is my life. We have a collection. We're doing all this collection stuff because I have this. I have the schematic in my hand. I built a building, and I want to get all the stuff that I need for the building. And I need a lot of zinc, and I need a lot of amethyst, and I need a lot of archwood, and I need a lot of other stuff. And what I'm gonna do right now is I'm gonna put this schematic down, okay? But I'm not gonna show you what the building looks like, because I want it to be a surprise. Ooh, Squiddy died. The only thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put this building down, and then I'm going to put a clipboard in that little cannon behind me so I can get a list of all the things that I need. All right, put that in there, and that in there, and then we go to the checklist, and we're like, yo, let's see all the stuff that we need. So, yeah, we need a lot of stairs. We need some, a lot less amethyst than I thought we needed. Yeah, look at this. Woof. Oh, and crimson. I forgot about crimson. Uh-oh. Gotta go to the nether, get some crimson mushroomies. But pretty much everything else is pretty normal. We need some source stone, which should be pretty easy to get. But yeah, I completely forgot about the crimson stuff. I am gonna have to go back to the nether, I think. I don't even know if I brought any from the nether. Well, I finally got all the materials that I needed, and it's been a few days. It's actually been like a week or more. The cold really kicked my butt. Anyways, I got all the things that we need. Now I'm just making a place for what we need here, doing a little moonwalking towards some ducks, as you do. And I think I want the house to go about here. The building to go about here. So we'll go ahead and put that down right here. And hopefully we'll have a nice time lapse of the schematic cannon placing our building in... I fell. Placing our building into the world for us. Just give me a couple minutes and we'll get there. You know, it's a couple minutes. It's like 5 seconds for you guys. It's a couple minutes for me. Oh, it's done. Well, for the most part, I got a couple of blocks that I gotta put into these little frames here, but look at this. Wow. Wow, it's so imposing. It's way bigger than I thought it was gonna be, but that's okay. But man, oh man, am I super happy with how this build came out. And downstairs, and then we've got, well, that's right. I gotta do a little finagle here with like a wrench or something like that so we can get upstairs. Hang on, let me see how I build one. That's right, it's not a wrench, it's pliers. So I think if I just do that, there we go. All right, great. We got some holes in the walls, but that's easy to fix. And this is our second floor, and then we do have an upstairs as well in the attic space. Awesome stuff. And we have a ton of room up here for all sorts of activities. And I just realized that there's no torches in here. So let me just put a couple of lights up here for now. But yeah, I'm super happy with how this came out, especially the roof. I think the roof looks super neat. I went for a nice gradient here, and it's a little stark. It's a little harsh of a gradient, but I still like it. And it'll make more sense once the rest of it is done. And that's right, this thing isn't fully done yet. I want to put a tower on the side of it, which we're not going to do this episode, unfortunately. And the tower's going to sit like right on this side here, and it's just going to raise up, boom, right up to the heavens. It's going to be super incredible, but man, I am so pleased with how this thing came out. Let's go ahead and patch these holes, and I have a couple of other fun things that I want to do. For example, I don't think that worked. So I want to put a little light here because this is a mage light torch and it will hold mage lights. And then we have this gold sconce that will hold mage lights as well. And I wonder if I can do that. It looks like no. I might have to make a, yeah, let's make a spell. We'll call it Touchlight. And there we go. Now we've got these mage lights and they are sitting directly on these sconces. And we have a couple that we need to fill out here as well. But yeah, let me go around and we'll tidy this place up and get it super presentable. Check out this adorable little place. Oh my goodness, I am so happy with how this turned out. I am not going to bring you inside because it's not finished. I ran out of time and I want to get this episode out to you guys because it's been weeks. It's been absolute weeks. But yeah, I've got this nice little pathway that brings us right up to the front door of our little magic shop. And that's what this is going to be. We are going to be selling magic. I guess I am bringing you in here. We are going to be selling magic stuff in here. We might even do a little bit of magical consultation upstairs. And then I think this place up here might be where we sleep, but I'm not 100% sure on what the upstairs is going to be. But unfortunately, that is all the time that I have for this episode. I just want to thank all of you so much for being patient with me while I recorded this and had just a huge creative block. Just thank you all so much. And always a huge, massive thank you to my patrons and YouTube members. We have Wraith, Dusk, Hugh Soul, Interbert, Yo Your Mom Games, and Jucifer over on patreon.com/Throwlash. And then for our members, we are rocking Avriel, Love for Sunflowers, Matt, Botsams, and Moon Goddess Lolo. Thank you all so much for your support. I appreciate it a lot. But anyways, folks, that is it from me today. I hope y'all enjoyed yourself. I had a phenomenal time, and I can't wait to see what we cook up magically in the next episode. Thanks again. Bye. In the last episode, we had an absolutely massive ADHD-filled adventure to try and build this beautiful house that you can see behind. I guess magic shop. It's a magic shop. It's not a house. And it was an absolute blast. It was so much fun. We got this nice path down. Ooh, look at the path. Oh, it's so nice. And today, oh my gosh, we have so much to do. There is so much to do on this island. I want to say little island, but check out the size of this thing. It's actually way bigger than I originally thought it was, but that's okay. That just means we have more space to do stuff as well as things. And my first inclination is to just flatten all this out, but I'm not gonna do that. I'm not about that life. Like, this is too flat, it feels like, as it is. And I didn't even do that, I don't think. But we gotta put a tower on the side of this build so we can have our magic-y stuff going on here, rituals and whatnot. We gotta build all sorts of different magical farms, like Drigme stuff and Whirly Sprig things. And we gotta have a permanent home for this. And then we gotta connect this to the mainland with a nice huge bridge that's gonna go across this way, I guess, right here. And fix this, like this time, that looks terrible. And unfortunately, this village needs to go. It's just, I didn't want a village to be sitting right next to this this little island here, so that's gotta go. And I would really like to fill this place with some nice mix of these kind of trees with maybe a couple custom trees and all that sort of stuff. And then we gotta move into this place and actually furnish the inside of it. There is so much to do. There's so much to do, dudes. So I don't really know where to start. I think moving into the attic might be a good starting spot because then it feels like not only are we using this space, I get to clean up that clutter back there. Yeah, let's move in. Oh, ow. Yeah, moving in times is always fun times. It's just like, you get a chance to almost start over, you know what I mean? Plus, while I'm moving in, I get to break glass, which makes the best sound in the whole game. I love breaking glass. You know, while I'm breaking glass, I have an idea for a texture, or something that my Mojang could add to Minecraft, and it's broken glass. Like, if I threw glass in a furnace, right, or in front of lava or something like that, and it didn't just melt, and it, like, shattered, but it kept the texture of it shattering, I think that could look pretty cool. Oh, gosh. Oh, geez. Oh, I broke it. Oh, everything's and I'm dying. Dying. Okay, we're good. Whew. No, speaking of that, oh, sorry, buddy. Oh, that's unfortunate. You know, another perk to moving in is we can get, like, an actual storage system instead of this chest monster that we've got going on already. Oh, it's so bad. And it'll be a semi-temporary storage system because, of course, we're going to be checking out the Ars Nouveau storage. It's going to be Everybody says it's fantastic, so we're gonna give that a shot for sure. Perfect, absolutely perfect. Look at this, we're all cleaned up. The only problem is it's all right here. it's all just hanging out right here. Now, some of this stuff is going to probably go downstairs, like quote unquote for sale in the shop. Some of this stuff here, you know, I just kind of placed here so I could. We're going to use it in other locations. And this here is going to be the shop. This is going to be like the retail part of the shop where, you know, people come here to buy certain little trinkets or odds and ends like magical things, maybe a couple of potions, you know, that sort of thing. And then upstairs here is where people might have like some rituals done for them or on them maybe. And then right over here-ish, I think maybe here, one of these areas, this is where the entrance of the tower that's going to be going up the side here. And then we'll have other magical things that happen inside the different floors of the tower. But I'm not worried about that right now. What I'm worried about right now is making our living space livable. And you know, being a wizard, we still need to eat stuff. Like this still needs to be our house. So we're going to have some sort of like kitchenette area, you know, some place to cook food and eat it and all that sort of stuff. And I figure down here actually isn't a bad spot for that. So like right here, I think, just going to free can downstairs right here, we're going to have like a little wood stove or maybe a fireplace. I'm not sure which one we'll have yet. Probably a fireplace. And then we'll just have the chimney go right up to here. And then this could be where our kitchen is. And maybe we could use the fireplace to cook, you know, and keep ourselves warm. And then I'm unsure if it's going to come up the you know, into this room through the roof. I'm not 100% sure yet. But, you know, we'll worry about that later. But this will be our little kitchen. This is where we're going to eat. We're going to sleep upstairs. We're going to do all of our other stuff in this house here. And look at this sunset out our beautiful windows. Ah, gorgeous. I got to sleep. But for right now, what I think I'm going to do is just get this room ready. And this room is going to probably be cut in half or at least have like a dividing wall put up. And we'll have this over here be where we sleep. This will be our little bedroom. And then this over here that we're just going to have be our quote unquote temporary storage with a little bit of, why are you here? Oh, that's why. There we go. A little bit of temporary storage as well as like a sort of quasi workshop for now, right? So the workbenches that we have, we're going to have to put somewhere, and I might just put them on shelves on the ceiling here, or on this wall, excuse me. Things like the tinkering table, I'm not going to use a whole lot, so that's probably not going to work there. It might be clipping through the roof, but you know, stuff like that. Like we'll put our glass blowers up there and we'll put a little shelf down, and then our carpenter table can go there on a little shelf, etc., etc. And then we'll put this here, maybe this here. I'm not 100% sure. We'll figure that out. But anyways, let me work on this room a little bit. Let me get something a little bit more livable, a little bit more storageable, and I'll be back with you guys in just a minute. All right, so this is one of those. It's very pretty. It's not pretty at all. Just don't look at it, okay? But welcome to my attic space, which is my temporary storage, which is my temporary workshop for this area. Oh my gosh, it's horrendously ugly in here. But you know what? It's going to serve its function. So we have some drawers for some of our stuff that we just have a metric ton of. And then we've got barrels for everything else. And I'm just going to remember where things are. I'm not going to remember where things are. And then over here, we've got a little workshop. It's fed by water wheels. I wanted to use Starbuncle wheels, but I don't want to... I already have one Starbuncle wheel. I would need 2 more. And I would honestly be able to make this go a little bit faster if I did, but it's been so hard finding Starbuncles out in the wild. I don't want to waste the tokens that I have on wheels right now. We might later. But anyways, we've got ourselves a mixer. We can heat it if we need to. We got ourselves a slicer. We got a press. And then we've got all the processing stuff here that we need. And it's fed just by 3 water wheels. It is making our bedroom a little wet, but that's okay. We'll change it later. Hopefully we'll have an area here where we'll have a little workshop, probably just a tiny little workshop where we can put all of this stuff in, or we'll just hide it underground. But hey, it's mine and I like it. This is what we've got. And now it's raining. Now it's raining. Let's see, can we go to bed? Nope, can't go to bed. So the roof is leaking over specifically our bed. And then we have all this stuff down here. And this is just an area where we need to decorate for a magic shop, which I've gone over a little bit already. I want to try and get this chimney in first before I do anything else. So I think what we're going to do is start down here and throw a little fireplace down here. Look at me raising a barn. So we can have a little chimney action going on up the side of the house, and we'll go from there. Well, that's definitely a chimney. It's a little bit of an odd shape, and it's a little too straight, and I kind of wish that it twisted a little bit. But you know what? It's in, and it's done. So that's what we're going with right now. I'm popping in free cam just for a minute, and it is a little quirky, right? It's got like some pieces missing and kind of broken up a little bit. And then I like these at the top with the little wall and the whoozy what's it there. And this guy, I don't know what this is. It's just, I don't know, cap it off. The chimney doesn't work anymore. I think it adds a little bit. If it twisted off this way a little, I think it would work out a little better. But like I said, it's in, and that's all we're working with right now. And on the inside, we've got a nice little fireplace. Ooh, it's so cute and quaint. I love it. And then upstairs, we have stoves from Farmer's Delight. So this is where we're going to be cooking stuff, whether the wizard is cooking herbs or drying herbs, or, cooking food, or making potions maybe, or that sort of thing. This is where they're going to be doing that, and I'll have like a little kitchenette area in here. And those of you with keen eyes can see we have a new mod. It's called Handcrafted, and this is a kitchen hood from Handcrafted. And Handcrafted comes with a whole bunch of stuff, and I wish that I had waited to add that bed mod before I checked this out, because look at these. We have so many different beds, and we have so many different cushions and sheets that you can make for these beds as well. What is this, an oven? Oh, I might swap that out. That's so cool. Maybe I'll swap one of them out for an oven. Anyways, yeah, this mod is pretty incredible. You have like little bedside tables and desks and stuff. These corner trims are really, really great. And there's a whole bunch of things that you can do. Like you can right click these with hammers to change the way they look. And I love these trophies. These trophies are really cool as well. And yeah, it's just a little bit of more clutter to add to the world. And these sheets and cushions and stuff you can put on the chairs, and you can put on the tables and whatnot, and they add a little bit of splash of color to each one of them. They got little jam jars too. This is so cute. I love it so much. And ooh, a fancy painting. I'm gonna have to make one of those. That sounds really cool. But anyways, let's do a little bit of decoration down here now that I have this in place. It's desperately wanting some decoration, and then we have to do the rest of the shop as well. Well, I did it. I completed the shop. It is gorgeous. Let's go ahead and take a look at it. Oh my gosh, I can't wait for you to see this. Excuse us, Shadowfax, real quick. Boom. Look at how cluttered this is. Perfectly cluttered, in fact, for a potion, a wizard. Wow, words are hard. But just a wizard who's like just selling random crap out of a shop. You know what I mean? Like he's got just random like wizardy magic-y stuff. Oh my gosh, I love this so much. And as you can see, I added another mod. That's right, we added another one, and I say perfectly cluttered because you can probably tell when I look at this here cauldron up at the top. These are from the Cluttered mod, and the Cluttered mod adds a little too much. I gotta be perfectly honest with you. We got whole new wood sets and everything, like some more chairs and all that sort of such, and there's a lot in here that I'm not going to use. Like this more modern stuff, I'm probably not going to use that. I'm just going to, I'm just going to have a little bit of self-restraint on some of that stuff. I'm not going to use it, but the rest of the stuff here, I wish that I could get this level of clutter in vanilla or slightly modded Minecraft, but I gotta be honest, this is exactly what I was going for this shop, and we're mixing a little bit of everything here. We've got some handcrafted stuff. We've got a little bit of clutter, some more chipped, some more clutter, and then we also have things from Macaw's as well. I've got this little area back here where the wizard would, sit there and write all their notes and their bills and all that sort of stuff, and they'll be able to stand here and sell things. And if people need to go upstairs for, a little bit more consultation, magical consultation, this isn't done yet, but they'll be able to come here. When the tower is in, we'll have a hole that's going in here. They'll be able to, do some magic-y stuff in the tower as well. And then over here, that same handcrafted mod the kitchen hood is from, we also have these oak counters, and they come in every style of wood, and you can take a hammer to them. I think I put my hammer away. And you can actually right-click on the top with some stone and whatnot and change the way that they look. And I think this just looks super incredible. I think what I'm going to do here pretty soon is I'm going to change the layout of this room a little bit, add a little walls, here and there, maybe a hallway, etc. But I'm kind of sort of waiting until our tower's in place because I want to know exactly where the entrance of the tower is going to be. I think it's going to be here, but I don't want to make that decision without the tower actually being there. And for now, we do Shreepies. Now, upstairs is a little bit of a mess. I've got my backpacks all over the place here, and I've got a little mess in my pocket that I need to clean up. But there is something that I found that I want to go raid with you all together, and I'm probably gonna die, and that's okay. I'm gonna need this for sure. I'm probably not gonna make it out, but that's all right. I found, I don't know what it's called exactly, like a Wilden burrow or den or something like that. And it's just full of big bad monsters, and we're gonna try and take the big bad monsters out. But I gotta clean up this inventory first, and then I'll bring you back. It's in the spooky forest. Spooky forest, magical forest, more like it. Let's go magical forest. I like that one better. Ah, there it is. Okay, this is not gonna go well for me. I just have a feeling this is not gonna go well, that's for sure. So let's jump off of Shadowfax here. We'll go ahead and grab our fence, and we're just gonna tether you here. And what I have on the hotbar is Mage Light, projectile Mage Light, just because I wanna light that place up, and my sword, my saber sword. So we're just gonna send in some lights, and you can see the Wildens in there already. There's one that's just gonna light up right now. And where's my bow? There it is. All right, great. So we're just gonna get some bow action on the hotbar, and let me tell you, one of the big reasons I don't want to fight these guys is because they summon dogs, and I don't want to fight dogs. That's just mean. That's just awful and mean. So we're gonna do as much damage as we can by range because I'm a coward. Golly, look at them all. There's so many. There's so many. Now again, I don't want to aggro too many of these because they're gonna just wreck me. They summon so many pet dogs with them as well. Oh my gosh, look at how many there are. All right, we're gonna start lighting these nerds up. And when there's only a couple left, then I'll actually go in and fight one for real. Because they're so rough to kill. Everyone at home is like, just go in there and kill one. And it's like, I don't want to, I'm scared. And now that there's only one left, we'll fight it hand to hand. All right, here we go. Oh, there's two. There's two. Oh gosh, and the dogs. The dogs are here. Oh gosh. Oh, it's happening. Oh gosh, run away. Run away. I'm so bad at combat. I'm so sorry, puppies. I'm so sorry. Oh, man. And the puppies disappeared. Thank goodness. All right. I didn't want to fight them anyways because I would feel so terrible. But this is a Wilden den. They're something specific to ours, which is pretty cool. I think it's just ours. It might be ours in another mod. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, it's just full of Wilden, and if you're not prepared on how to fight them, you don't last because they can overwhelm you so quickly with all of the dogs that they summon. It's wild. Legitimately wild. But look at all the horns that we have now, which I think we can use to get Whirly Sprigs to come hang out with us and do things that we need. Let's check out some of this loot as well. Yep, we've got the normal loot for loot chests. I don't know what's normally supposed to oh, and we can get those things too. Very cool. I don't know what's normally supposed to spawn in these loot chests, you know, without this random loot chest mod. I'm not entirely sure what would be here, but I'm glad that we have these. A Wixie token. Oh, that's cool. I think we can spawn a Wixie in now. That's super neat. Wixies are things that, like, can I just punch those? Nope, I gotta use shears, don't I? Oh, I don't have any. Oh, it's okay, I got some iron. So I think Wixies are things that will just automatically craft potions for you. I think that's what they do. And they look really cute. They're like little tiny flying witch thingies. And that's, gosh. Sometimes the tool swapper upgrade can be such a pain. But I'm just going to spend the next little bit picking up all of this stuff here so we can bring it back. Because, I mean, hey, this is just more decoration. What's wrong with more decoration? Well, that's the whole thing mined for resources, except for the mud, which I might actually dig up as well. But real quick, what I want to show you is what's on top of this thing, because these are actually really cool. Ooh, I'm going to have to get some of those too, those dead bushes. I don't have any. Because on top of this, with all the other trees, is a dead archwood tree. And I think it's such a cool bit of generation here. Now, if all these trees weren't here, I think it would look even more imposing. But it's this nice little mound with this dead archwood tree that's just generated on top, and then we were, you know, hanging around in the roots there, and then there's this over here, which I'm in love with, and we're gonna build something up there, don't worry. But yeah, it's such a neat bit of generation. Man, this mod is so neat. And then he spent the rest of the evening gathering dead bushes. Like he's not gonna get a ton of them through Create byproducts. At the end of the day, folks, it's about the decoration, all right? That's what it's all about, is the decoration. It's not about form, or not about functionality. It's all about form. It's not about functionality. I don't care if it works. It's got to look good. All right, somebody remind me when I say I need a lot of mud that this thing goes four layers deep. This is 4 layers. This is so much mud. So remind me this is here when I'm like, oh man, I wish I had some mud later. Oh gosh, I'm counting on you guys. Count on y'all to remind me that this is here, okay? Just help me out, all right? Thanks. I appreciate you. No, for real. Thanks. And then look at the size of this ocean. This is incredible. I got plans for this too. This is absolutely incredible. What is that? What in the world? Oh, are those jellyfish? Oh my gosh, they totally are. Do you hurt me if I touch you? No, you don't. Oh, you do. You absolutely do. Oh, that's super neat. I wonder if I can put them in a bucket. All right, the ADHD has started already, folks. Let's get a jellyfish in a bucket, shall we? Ah, bucket of jellyfish. Very cool. That's so neat. I need more. All right, we got a bunch of jellyfish now. Very cool. Maybe we'll make a little aquarium for our jellyfish or something. But as I was saying, I got plans for the ocean. I got plans for stuff a little bit farther that way. I got loads and loads and loads of plans. Oh, another jellyfish. So yeah, we'll be back here-ish. Don't worry. Let's go see if we can find a whirly sprig. I'm pretty sure that I picked one up and placed it in this forest a while ago. I'm pretty sure the whirly sprigs are the ones that want the wilding horns. Either that or it's a drigme. I can't honestly remember. So I just know they were kind of abundant, honestly. Or apparently not. Jeepers. You know, I could have sworn I put one in the forest. That's all right. We've got Shadowfax's fastest horse in the West. We can go ahead and ride around and try and find one. Well, you know what? Here's a drigme. So let's see if it was a drigme. I'm pretty sure it was a whirly sprig that liked the wilding horns. But let's put that on the ground. Oh, it is a drigme. Oh. Drigme tokens. Yup. Okay, cool. Well, I'm glad that we didn't find a whirly sprig in the other place. Now I gotta find drigmes. And there's a whirly sprig. All right, let me double check. Actually, I think somebody on YouTube commented on what they need. Oh, it's whirly sprigs need trees grown near them. That's what it is. Okay, I remember, because they're the nature ones. They're the ones that enjoy, like, getting things from plants and whatnot, and gardens and the like. Wow, look at all these whirly sprigs around here. Jeepers, I wish I had my my sapling back. Oh wait, there's trees all over the place. I can just grow trees next to them. But yes, they want, so they do plants and whatnot. So if you have like a bunch of whirly sprigs in like a garden and stuff, they will just passively get materials that garden would give out, right? And they don't even like harvest the crops, I don't think. So like if you have trees and plants and the like, they'll just give you stuff that those plants will produce, essentially, which is pretty cool. But it was Ice Snow 3070 that gave me some phenomenal info about drigmes. You know, they used to do the same thing that whirly sprigs do with plants, but with mobs instead. And I think it's hostile and passive mobs. So you could have drigmes in a hostile mob farm, and they would just give you the stuff that they would normally drop, which is pretty neat without killing them. I wonder if they do XP. Whoop. Dangerous place to be. Oh, and actually something that Ice Snow mentioned as well is you can turn these mobs into familiars too, which is useful, especially the drigme, because it gives you an extra level of looting. So if you have a drigme familiar and you're near, let's say, a mob farm, like they said, then you'll be able to, you know, get that extra level of looting, which is pretty incredible to help you get more drops. I got 2 saplings. I didn't drop any saplings, really? All right, I got 4 now, so that's good. We can get a couple whirly sprigs at least. Now, I don't know how close our friends need to be in order to get the stuff and things from them, but oh, okay, that looks like it was close enough. Sweet. Okay, great. So I'm just going to go around. I'm going to farm up a couple of these Ars creatures, I guess, is what we'll call them, just creatures. And I'll be back to you guys when I'm all set. Well, I'd say that was successful. We got 6 whirly sprigs and 10 drigme tokens. And I don't know if I showed this earlier, but we've got 10 starbuckle tokens now with a couple of named ones as well. So that brings us up to 12. I think that's pretty incredible. That should get us going. Oh, and the Wixie token as well, which we'll have to make a Wixie at some point. I've never really been one to use a lot of potions, but obviously this being a magic shop, we're going to need a lot of potions. So Yeah, it's something we're gonna have to work on. Well, listen, that is unfortunately where we're gonna have to leave it today. There's so much more that I wanted to do in this episode. There's actually a lot more that I have recorded, but this episode is going way too long, and I have probably another at least hour recorded, so we're gonna have to wait for the next episode for that one. The next episode is where we're gonna tackle some source generation. We're gonna hopefully be using Archwood for that, and maybe a couple other things, but we got a lot done in this episode. We did a lot of exploring, and I'm so happy with this shop. I'm just so happy with it. It's so pretty, and it's so cute and quaint, and I love it. But folks, thank you so much for coming on this adventure with me once again, and a super duper happy New Year, Merry Christmas, and all that super wonderful stuff. Happy Hanukkah and happy holidays, etc., etc. to you all. And as always, an absolutely massive shout out to my patrons over at patreon.com/Throwlash. We have Jucifer, Yo Your Mom Games, Interbert, Husol, Dusk, and Ray. Thank you so much. As well as the members here on YouTube, we've got Moon Goddess Lolo, Diosil, Av, Love for Sunflowers, Matt, and Bot. Thank you everybody for your support. It means the absolute world to me. Hey, check out the Discord while you're here, while you're watching. Link should be in the description. Make sure to like, subscribe, all that crazy nonsense for YouTube, and I'll see everybody in the next episode. Thanks again. I love y'all. Bye. Hey folks! In the last episode, we finished the interior of our magic shop. Ooh, look at it, it's so beautiful. And not only that, but we also went and fought a couple of Wilden in a Wilden den, and then we got a whole ton of tokens for some Drigmies and Whirly Sprigs, which I still have to, put to good use. And we got a Wixie token too, I forgot about that. But in today's episode, we need to handle an issue that we've got. I need gold. I need gold, I need a lot of gold. And the reason I need gold is I want to get started on building this tower, and the accent block for the tower is gold blocks. I don't know why I do this to myself, but hey, you do what you can. Now, we do have 49 deep slate gold ore in here, which is super fantastic, but once again, it's not going to be enough for us, unfortunately. So I've been doing some tinkering in the test world on how to make a gold farm. And I know, oh god, I love this place so much. I know how to make a gold farm. I can't use the door though. I know how to make a gold farm for Create, and I don't know how to make one for Ars, and it's something that I would like to give a shot. Give it a shot. Let's go to the test world. And here we are in the creative test world. As you can see, I've got a bunch of stuff all over the place. Anyways, what we're looking at is this here. Now, in order to get gold, there's a number of ways that we can actually get gold. One of them that I really considered was soul sand, because you also get a lot of quartz from it, which is really great, but you only get a 2% chance for gold out of it, and I need a lot more than that. So really the only other reliable way is red sand. And to get red sand, you have to crush down either granite or terracotta, and to get terracotta, you need to blast clay. To get clay, you need to make clay balls, and get clay balls, you gotta ground down gravel, and then you can also wash sand for clay ball. It's a whole process. So here it is. We've got a drilling machine that drills down cobblestone, drops it onto a belt, and that's going to make gravel, and that's going to make sand and flint, because you always get flint out of something. And the sand's getting washed here and turned into clay balls. Now the clay balls go into this little compacting machine and get turned into clay blocks, which go here onto this burner, and they get turned into terracotta, which come around this way, and it gets ground down into red sand, and then the red sand would get washed here, and we would get gold and dead bushes. This is huge, and it's currently running off of 5 Starbuncle wheels with 4 gold blocks in front of it. Absolutely ridiculously massive. Now the alternative using Ars magic, is to do something with a spell turret. Now, as you can see here, I've got a little cobblestone generator, and I also have a spell book, and this spell book is doing touch, crush, break, item pickup. And essentially what I'm going to do here is I'm going to give this turret this spell. I'm going to set it for 2 seconds, and on touch, it's going to turn this cobblestone into gravel, into sand, and then it's going to break it and put it in here. As you can see up at the top, the sand is going up, which is absolutely incredible. That's exactly what we want. Every 2 seconds, that will happen. So it skips out this, and this, which is super phenomenal, because then we can just take the sand out of here, wash it, and then turn it into clay, etc. But you might see the problem. It requires a lot of source. Right now I have a creative source jar here that is feeding that thing. I'm trying not to look to my left here, because the tower's right there. But as you can see, it is just sucking source out of here. So we need a lot a lot of source in order to do this. Now, our other option is an enchanted spell turret, which actually uses less source. And I actually haven't tried this with, you know, having real source jars instead of creative source jars and just seeing how they work. But the way that these work is once you give them a redstone signal, they trigger, as you can see here, right? The nice thing about these ones up here is I don't have to worry about that. Every 2 seconds, it's going to break the cobblestone. It's going to crush it down into sand and break it. So I don't know which one to pick. Now for this one, obviously we're going to need a ton of source, and I think that might be what we have to focus on next, is just getting a ton of source, because this rigmarole is doable. I can do this. I just want to be able to use the Ars stuff, right? And I've been researching different ways to gather a lot of source, and I gotta be honest with you, I don't know which one to do. Now, we already did a little bit of source gathering with a Starbuncle and some source berries, which I have unfortunately torn down. It was behind me, it's no longer behind me. Uh-oh. Now, there's a lot of options to gather source in this handy-dandy little notebook here. As you can see, we have an agronomic source link, an alchemical fluid, mycelial, there we go, vitalic and volcanic, okay? And each one of these gathers source in different ways. So the agronomic we've done. That's where if a crop grows near the thing, it turns it into source, right? Alchemical actually uses potions. So you brew up some potions, and this turns the potions into source. More complex potions with longer effects, etc., get you more source. Now, fluid source link actually just consumes fluid into source, and I don't know what that means. So my question is, Piggy, like, if I have lava near it, will it turn, like, do I just have, like, an infinite water source, and I keep feeding that through a pipe, and it just makes source? I gotta test that. The mycelial is really cool, because you can take food, just dump it onto this thing with a hopper, and it will turn that into source. The problem is it turns dirt and grass into mycelium, 3 by 3 below it. So if you just put something underneath it that's not dirt or grass, it's fine. We can get source berries and a whole bunch of other stuff, turn that into food with like auto processing or auto crafters, etc. What are those called? The create crafter, mechanical crafters, jeepers. And we can use those to make different source-esque food thingies. Because as you hear, source berry food is worth more than other mundane foods, which is really, really great. And then if we go to the backside, we have a vitalic source, which is a moderate amount of source when a nearby mob death and animal breeding occurs. And it will also generate passive source from nearby baby animals and make them grow up faster, which is really cool. Not something I'm interested in right now. The main thing that I'm interested in is the volcanic source link, which essentially turns anything that can burn into source, which is really cool. It also produces heat, which is not good, and we're gonna have to learn about how that works and all that sort of stuff, because it can start turning things into lava and whatnot. But yeah, I wanna make one of these, so that way we can just, you know, take our... I'm sorry, these absolute morons keep getting stuck on that block over there. It's driving me crazy. You know, I could fix the block, but no, they're dumb. That's where they live. They're stuck there forever. Anyways, it has a thing in here, and it says that source using a blazing archwood log, I guess, will generate the most source, which is pretty neat, because essentially what that means is all we need is a creative log farm, and then just one of those things, and we can just feed that thing forever and generate a ton of source, which I think is what we're gonna do today. And now the difficult question is, where do we put it? Because create log farms are generally really big. Now, I did make a video recently on a very compact log farm, but it's not super fast. And I think what we're going to do is probably not going to be super fast anyways, because it might just be 4 saplings. But regardless, we still need a place for it to go. And I don't want to start destroying this island in its entirety quite yet. So there's a possibility I might put it down here, but at the same time, I also don't want to do that. I'm so indecisive. So what I might do is, they're literally the worst. They're the absolute worst. They're not even a challenge. They're just obnoxious. Anyways, what I might end up doing is I might clear out this here forest, and I will put something here that's forest-esque, have a couple of whirly sprigs that live inside of it, and then just create log farm, or at least one create log farm, spinning around, cutting down some trees. I think that might be our best bet. And then if we need more wood, we wind up needing more wood, we can always go underground, right? We can just go straight underground and put it under here. I think that might work as well. What is happening over there? Oh, there's a glow squid. Real quick, let me go deal with these idiots. Issues with areas like this is when you're running through it, you're like, wow, there's so much room here. But then when you go into free cam, you're like, there's no room here. There's no room here at all. This is rough. I don't know if this is gonna be enough for what we're looking for. Hey, a whirly swig. Well, I cleared out all the trees, but I made an oopsie because I was experimenting with some stuff I found out how to breed bears. When you make a bear cub and you get too close, they get real mad at you. So I can't go where I want to go to build the things that I want to build because I'm gonna get mauled by bears. So I gotta watch this bear cub grow up, and then and then we're good to go. Oh well, hey, yeah, sweet berries. That's how you make new bears, but don't make new bears because it makes the parents real mad. So I'm changing my mind just a little bit. Instead of having it in this location, I am going to put it behind me, kind of exactly where the amethyst is, and I feel bad because we made this little amethyst field, and now I have to tear it apart, and these dudes are gonna be like homeless, and I feel really terrible. But that's okay. We can just put more amethyst. I have so many blocks of amethyst because of those guys. But I think I have a design for what I want to do with those cutesy little dudes, anyways, and we're gonna throw them underground in a beautiful little amethyst geode that they can call home. But we're gonna put our spinning create tree farm kind of like right over there, and then right here. I think we're gonna make a greenhouse. Yeah, I really like the idea of having this big old glass box and maybe like copper or some sort of something. Oh God, I love the generation back there. Copper or something holding it all together. I think it's just gonna look absolutely beautiful. And I got the inspiration for a I got the inspiration for a greenhouse by taking a tour from one of my absolute favorite YouTubers, Dio. Now, DSL25 was gracious enough to take me on their end of the season world tour of their Create World, and oh my gosh, it was awesome. Here, check out a couple of little stills and scenes and stuff from the tour. Dio's world is incredible, just absolutely incredible. I'm gonna put a link in the description as well as a card right now. Please, please, please go check it out. It's just so beautiful. And they have already started their new season, and I don't want to spoil too much, but it is quite the adventure. You should go check it out. They built one of the coolest looking starter bases that I've ever seen. Oh my gosh, please go check out Dio's stuff. Like, subscribe, all that nonsense. But yeah, as you saw in one of the screenshots, Dio has these absolutely awesome greenhouses, and I want to chuck a greenhouse over there. I think it's going to look really great on this island. It's going to contrast well with the big old tower that we're going to put in, just having this big old glass box here. And I think what we're going to do is, this is a flower forest, right? So we got to fill it with flowers, and we got to fill it with bees and some whirly swigs and all that. Whirly gigs and all that sort of stuff, so we can go ahead and get all of our flower resources that we need. But that does unfortunately mean that these nerds have to go somewhere else. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take this box here, which is okay, I just emptied it recently. I gotta take this box here, and I'm just gonna move it out of the way. I'll probably put it up here with, let's go on the other side, just because since we already have friends on that hill, I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna put it on top of this hill over here, and we'll have them just chill out up here while I go ahead and build the Create Tree Farm. So I'm sorry, my little nerd friends, but I have to move your home. Your home's gonna be over here now, and that might mean that I need to Dominion Wand them again, but I'm not 100% sure. So it's gathering over here. Do I position set? I always forget how to do this. Position set, stored entity, home set. Okay, there we go. Sweet. All right, so that should do it. I don't know what's going on. So I'm gonna break these and we're gonna go from here. Actually, I'm gonna try and get as much of this off as I can and then break them. And there we go. We gave them a little home up on top of this hill here, and I even gave them some more amethyst that they can go ahead and harvest forever. Forever. Where are you going, buddy? Did you? I didn't hit you with the wand, did I? I don't think I did. Hang on, let me check the other nerds. Bam. 672, 64. Yeah, no, I didn't hit you with the wand. All right, stored entity, bam. All right, so now you should be level 69. All right, we're good. We're good. You guys are good. Okay, so now what I need to do is I need to build our little Create Tree Farm. And actually, before we do that, I'm gonna pick this here. Bees. This is not a bird's nest. This little bee's nest up. And we're going to move it over here with the other bees' nests, because this is where we're going to put our greenhouse at some point. Move this bee nest over here as well. And then I got to lure bees back. Come here, little bee friend. You wish to come with me, please. Come here. Thank you. Come, little bee. He's so wiggly. Look how cute he is. He's so cute. I go too far? I went too far, didn't I? Come here. Come here. Come here. There we go. Nice job, buddy. So you got one of them brains parts. Bring your little bee butt over here. And I got another one over here. There it is. And as you can see, I've got a little field of, what is this, compost? I think it's like rich compost or something like that. It'll turn into rich compost at least. over there where I'm going to put our saplings down. Now, I made a stack of it, and that was a lot. I didn't need to do that many, but that's okay because that means we're gonna have a stack of compost if we ever need it. So we've got two. There's one over here. I'm missing a bee. Where'd our other bee butt go? We had a bee butt fly away. Hello, baby bee butt. Oh my goodness, you're so cute. Yes, you are. But you are, though. You're the cutest little bee ever. Until you have a baby, and then that baby's gonna be the cutest little bee ever. Where's the bees? Bee butts. Come on out. There's a bee butt. Ready? Bee butt. Make a little baby bee. Make it a baby. A little baby bee booty buddy. It's so cute. I like putting the bears next to beehives because they eat the honeycomb, and it's really cute because they get all sticky and honey-like. So we put the bears right there's. And he sniffs it out, and he goes over. And he eats it up, and he gets honey all over himself. It's so friggin' cute. There you go. Hang out with your bear friends. Can we get any ducky friends? We can! 2 little ducky friends. Oh my gosh, so many ducks. Okay, I am getting way too distracted for life right now. I need to start doing things. All right, I did some science earlier, and my science told me that if I have a sapling, that means that the actual logs can grow anywhere off of here in a 2x2, right? So it could be here, here, or here. It also could be here, here, or here, right? So that's kind of like and you know, obviously it could be here and here as well. But that's kind of how this tree could grow. It's just in a 2x2, originating from the sapling. And then you can also get 1 extra log that comes off. So we kind of have a this-ish sort of footprint coming off of the sapling. There we go. That's the more correct one. This-ish sort of footprint. So you could have a 2x2 with an extra log that comes off the edge. I think it can also come off the sides as well, so it might look like this. Here's the catch, though. Unlike normal trees, when a mechanical saw comes around and hits any of the archwood trees, whether it's the last one or the first one, it will cut the entire tree down, or mostly the entire tree. Sometimes it leaves some hangers. So what that means is all we need to do is make sure that the saw can make it. If we're going to grow the tree here, we need to make sure that the saw can make it to here, or here, I guess, right? Just to where the sapling is going to be. Because if the saw can make it to here, where the sapling is going to be, then it can cut down any part of the tree that might grow. Because remember, these are possibilities. It could grow in a 2x2 with an extra one here. It could grow in this 2x2 with an extra one here, right? So it's kind of random how it grows, okay? However, if the saw can make it to this sapling, we are good to go. However, we don't want the thing to be too close for the tree to grow into the spinning mechanism, right? So what we're going to want to do is keep the spinning mechanism a couple of blocks away from where the sapling could grow. So this sapling could grow in a 2x2 here and then grow an extra log there. So I want the spinning mechanism to be at least this far away. But that seems a little compact, so I think what we're gonna do is have it be, what, 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks away from every sapling. So what I'm gonna do right now is I guess I'm confirming that this is where this is gonna go. 1, 2, 3, and it's gonna go here. 1, 2, 3, it's gonna go here. 1, 2, 3, and it's going to go here. There we go. So that's where our saplings are going to be placed with our little spinning mechanism right here in the center, spinning around. I'm going to go ahead and get me some of that there compost. And I only need 4 pieces because we're only going to do 4 saplings. And the reason we're only going to do 4 saplings is because I don't want the trees to be an absolute ridiculous mess, right? I still want it to look nice. You guys know me. I am a form over function player, and I want the form to look way better than the actual function for this thing. Am I concerned that's not going to give us enough source? Yes. And that's okay. It's all right if it doesn't give us enough source. And the reason is we're going to get source in other ways, right? So we're going to have a whirly sprig inside the greenhouse that's going to be behind us, giving us... Oh, no, wait, those use source. We're going to have an the source link where crops grow. We're going to have one of those, at least one of those around with, you know, source berries all over the place. We're going to have one of those mycelial source links, which we're feeding those source berries into foods and then feeding the foods that we get into you know, the source link there. We're gonna have all sorts of different sources, the source generation all over the place here. Source. There's gonna be a lot of it, all right? Getting source from these archwood logs is just one of the ways that we're going to get source. And I'm hoping with us getting a start on this here, it will be able to, you know, actually get the gold that we're gonna need here relatively soon so we can start working on our tower. Now, I think I only have one saw here, and I have 0 water wheels by the looks of it, so I have to do a little bit of create grafting, and I will be back once this whole thing is created. You guys have seen create tree farms 1,000 times, so once this is all created, I will come back to you guys. Okay, so it's not the prettiest thing in the world right now, but it exists, it's here, and as far as I'm aware, it works. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab a little bit of bone meal, and I'm going to hurt myself, and we're going to see if this thing actually cuts this tree down. Gosh, I really hope it does. And it does. Now, I knew we were going to have some stragglers. This is just going to happen with every single tree that gets cut down. And unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about it, and it replanted. Awesome. So now in here, we have some blazing archwood log. That's fantastic. It's on the wrong side, but that's okay. Now, I hate that this thing has to go through this. But if here, I'll show you again. I can't reliably put something over here without making this arm absolutely massive to have this on the end of it. So it just has to go through this, which sucks. But hey, what can you do? Literally nothing. There's literally nothing I can do about it. Now, I was considering putting an agronomic source link over here as well. I don't know, like over here this way or over this way. And then I remembered that, you know, this thing bone meals this every now and then. And I don't know if the agronomic source link is going to work with this, because it specifically says when a crop is grown via bone meal, it doesn't work, right? It doesn't gather source. So that's something I will go grab one and put it over here just to test and put a little jar next to it. Because if these things, I mean, if they grow by themselves, which they will, they're saplings, like it just got the bone meal effect. You just saw that right there, right? So I don't know how this works. So I'm gonna do a little, I'm gonna go grab one of those. I'm gonna we'll just see if it fills up a source jar. Sorry about the rain, but it does. It absolutely does fill up with the agronomic source link. That's absolutely fantastic. Here's the issue. It's not quick. it's not quick, but that's okay. We're gonna, like I said, we're gonna have a ton of different ways to generate source. So if this is just generating a little bit as well as what it's going to be generating while we burn all this stuff, then hey, that's a win, right? I gotta be honest, I don't have any idea how long I've been running this, but obviously it's been a little while, and this has been filling up. I have to keep backing up to get it out of the way. But now we're on to our next piece, and it is feeding all of that blazing archwood into one of these, a volcanic source link, and I gotta go make one first of all. So we need a couple of gold, need source gems, and a lava bucket, and I'm pretty sure I have a lava bucket in here. I certainly do. Head inside and get out of the rain. My goodness. Oh, and I got my quests working again. I totally forgot to mention that I got these quests working. I'm super happy. So now I have, you know, the option to actually get all of the rewards again that I've already gotten. So, yay, go me. I'm just going to plop this duder down in the ground right over here, and it's not something that's going to stay here. I just want to see how it reacts. Now, that's not how you do it. All right. Now, if I throw it on there, yeah, that certainly did it. Something. So it looks like one log just created 1% of source. So if I grab 64 logs and do that, I just want to see what happens with the heat, essentially, is what I'm most concerned about. So we're at 42%, and it still says there's 64 archwood logs here. I am so confused. Okay, it's gone through all the logs, and we're at 80%. Wow, okay, so it looks like over a stack. Excuse me, it went over 64%, because it was at 1. I threw 64 logs in the ground. It should have went to 65. So it's not a 1-to-1 archwood log to a percentage, which is good. That's a good thing. Now, what's up with the heat? I didn't see anything turn into lava or catch on fire. Oh, it converts stone into lava. Okay. So it converts stone into magma blocks and magma blocks into lava, given that they exist in a 3x3. So there's a good chance there's lava underneath this thing. So I'm just gonna do this real quick, and we're gonna put some stone down. I just want to see this thing turn stuff into stuff, more or less. Yep, look at that, it did. I don't even need to put more on it. It just did. If I, in theory, throw that there, this thing should start creating source and lava. Yep, there's the lava. And okay, I didn't get any lilies. That's interesting. Well, I mean, I have the archwood logs. I might as well just go until I get something, right? And while this is doing its thing, I need to think of a way to decorate this, and I also need to think of a way to hide this thing. I think I want to hide it. I'm not really sure, though. It says it can use pedestals in order to gather the logs, and these idiots are back. Gosh darn it. I'm playing with lava. Actually, this is a perfect opportunity for me to play with more lava. Hello, friends. So yeah, this thing generates source fast enough, or super fast, excuse me. I'm not sure if it's going to be fast enough for the little spell turret. However, it is generating source very quickly. And I'm guessing it's just going to hold on to any surplus that it has if there's no jars to output to. I'm sure this one will skip to jars over there. Once this one is full, I don't know. I'm just flying by the seat of my pants at this point. It looks like that jar might be too far away, but that's okay. So the next thing I want to test out is a timer spell turret as well as an enchanted spell turret. An enchanted spell turret is just a spell turret on an enchanting table with a couple of things around it. So we're going to need some source for that. And then the timer is a spell turret with a clock. But I'm going to make a couple basics. So, oof, gosh, it's so much gold. Everything takes so much gold. So yeah, we got to go back to the house real quick so I want to get some more source jars and we can get our turrets and stuff going. There's our timer, and I need a couple blaze rods. So like, how hard could it be? You know, I'm just gonna spawn some blazes right here. Why not? Maybe it's too bright out. Gotta find a cave to spawn my blazes in. Let's try this again, shall we? Bam, bam. Oh gosh, everything's fine. Everything's completely fine. See? Ow. All right, that's enough of that. Blaze rod, source gem block, basic spell turret, and here we go. Boop. That makes the best noise. Anyways, we got our enchanted spell turret. Heck yeah. We've got these guys pretty full. I still don't have any darn lilies, which I'm just kind of ticked off about. This guy is a going, and I don't know what to do about these. I have an idea, but I don't know if I want to do that idea, and I'm not entirely sure how I would go about it. Essentially, I would have a create contraption that is hidden underground, and like twice a day, it will just like swivel up and then go forward, and then kind of like, I don't know, just drill everything out that's here, but I don't know if it's going to work. If anybody has any ideas in the comments of not having something permanent, like going back and forth to get rid of these hangers, that would be really, really, really fantastic. Let me know. Well, hi there, everybody. It's been like, I don't know, 2 seconds for you, but it's been like a week for me because I got carried away. I got carried away designing a greenhouse in creative because I didn't want to have, I couldn't figure out what to do with that spinning wood farm, so I decided to just make a greenhouse, and now I have a schematic of it, and it's going to be going right, y'all, which is why I took everything out, right? So all of our stuff, don't worry about the hole. And I've got this cannon right over here, this schematic cannon, and a checklist, and we have an issue on this checklist, as you can see, 246 white stained glass pillar, and then another 77, so that's what, 3 some odd, 316, and then a little bit more, and then some more, and then, you know, some green stuff, and then 200 more glass, and then, oh, you know, we got a lot of deep slate. I don't have that much deep slate, and then more deep slate, and then 688 more glass. So we got a bit of a problem, which is why I've got a machine behind me to make us some glass, more or less. What we're going to do is we are going to just have this machine. Let me just turn around real quick. We're going to have this machine make us some glass. I set this up a little while ago. We got 166 in there already. We only need like 1,000 more, you know, so that's good. And this is obviously temporary. This is what I don't want, right? I don't want this, which is, as you can see, it's force loaded. When I walk in here, it's force loaded, and it's also making some clay balls. I don't want this to be permanent. It's the whole reason we're making the tree farm is so that way I can get source from trees and not source from, or not gold from this. I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. I don't know what I'm doing. I just am making lists and I'm checking them twice and I'm finding out whether I'm crazy or not. So the other thing that I need, as you can see on this list, is I need green wood. And green wood is a new wood type from the Cluttered mod. And what it is oak logs with green dye. And speaking of oak logs, we need 579 of those, but they need to be stripped. Oh my gosh. Want to do this to myself. So I need to go find a desert, and I got this beautiful little nature's compass right here, and you know, the closest desert's only 6,000 blocks away. That's it. Like, whatever. I walked that in a day. It's so far. You know, out of all of the wandering traders that we've had, not a single one of them has given me a cactus, I don't think. I am gonna head home. That is force loaded, so everything should be fine. I'm gonna head home and just see if we have any cactus anywhere. If we do, fantastic. If we don't, then hey, we're going on a magical adventure to a desert. It's gonna be magical, it's gonna be adventure-like, and I probably don't have everything I need. And some of you are probably like, hey, hey, Throw, if you're going to the desert, I can't shift when I'm on a horse, Throwlash, come on. Hey, Throw, if you're going to a desert, why not just get a whole bunch of glass there? And like, that's not a bad idea, I gotta be honest. But at the same time, I'll just have the machine do it while I'm gone for free, right? So yeah, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do that. And that's wrong, and that's right. Yay, I'm getting there. I'm crazy. I'm losing my mind, people. Oh my goodness. We've got 8 cactus. That's so awesome. Oh, how much cobble? We don't have a lot of deep slate. Oh, that's the back of my head. I'm so sorry. We have so much cactus. We don't have so much cactus, but we actually have cactus. That's fantastic. Literally, the only thing that I need now is deep slate, and a lot of it. So, what we're gonna have to do is I'm gonna grab all this iron while I'm here. What we're gonna have to do, we're gonna have to make just like a little boring machine that goes into the ground and digs a whole bunch of stuff up. And I won't show you how to make the machine because it's too boring. Sorry. I'm not 100% sure where, I'm so sorry about that, by the way. 100% sure where I want to start digging, to be honest. I haven't made one of these machines yet, and I'm gonna need more drills. You know what, let's go back to the wizard area, and we'll make it there, because if we go down into the ground there, I think there's more gold? But it might not matter once we get down to deep slate level, I'm not sure. Anyways, any chance for more gold is a-okay for me, so we're gonna go over there and dig up some deep slate. Yeah, let's do that. It's taken me way too long, but I finally have all the ingredients that we need for this, materials that we need for this build. They are behind me right next to the schematic cannon. Schematic cannon is ready to go. I just wanted to show you everything that I needed to build in order to make this happen. I needed a cactus farm, I needed this mining machine, I needed an oak farm, and I needed the glass thingy, and I needed this connected to the glass thingy because I needed so many dyes. I needed so many of everything. It was absolutely incredible. And when I started making all the glass for this, I had over 1,000, and now we're at 432 glass. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna go ahead and hit this play button, and we will have our, gosh, I'm so scared. Why am I so scared? We're gonna have our greenhouse in place right over here. Here we go. And there it is, it's done, oh my gosh. This took, I don't know why this took me so long to build, but it took so long. And I'm not 100% in love with it, but I think it's gonna work out great for our needs. I love the little added detail, the color every now and then with like the, you know, the normal greenhouse black metal, I guess, is usually what surrounds it. I gotta do a little bit of landscaping, but unfortunately I think we're gonna have to do that in another episode. I just ran out of time during this one, but yeah, I'm just super happy with this thing so far. And what that means is we've got tons and tons and tons of room in here, and we can go ahead and put our farm back in this area. And you know, there's no logs or anything anywhere. Now these ones here, these are copycat blocks. As you can see, they are logs, but they are copycats. So if the trees actually grow and touch these logs, they're not going to get chopped down when the machine chops it down. So then I think what we're going to do is in some part of this over here, you know, we're going to have a ton of greenhouse stuff. We're going to put our agronomic source link in here, maybe a couple of them, so we can get more source, and then, you know, source berries and other things in here with some little squirrely dudes climbing around picking berries for us, and then the trees growing over here. More agronomic, I cannot say that word, more agronomic source links all over the place as the trees grow up, and then the volcanic source link I might put underground. I know I said that in the beginning of either this episode or last, I don't know, they're all merging together, but I might put that underground and have like some lava underneath this just to make it look, I don't know, kind of spooky and cool, you know, that sort of thing. Anyways, this is all I've got time for today. We're gonna have to do everything else in a different episode because oh man, it is Saturday night at 11:43 p.m. and this episode needs to go out to you all tomorrow, and I don't know if it's gonna. It might come out a day later. But anyways, folks, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for watching this episode, and as always, an absolutely massive thank you and shout out to my Patreon patrons and my YouTube members. We've got Bot Sams, we've got Moon Goddess Lolo, Diosil, Av, and love for Sunflower. Thank you so much, every one of my members. And over on patreon.com/Throwlash, we have Jucifer, Yo Your Mom Games, Interbert, Dusk Doodles, and Wraith. Thanks, everybody, for being here. Thank you for your likes, your subscribes, your views, all that sort of stuff. I appreciate all of you so much. Much love, and we'll see you in the next one. Bye. Well, hey there, everybody. In the last episode, we made this wonderful greenhouse behind me, and I have, as you can probably see behind me, it's spinning around in there, I have rebuilt the farm inside of it. Yeah, I kind of rebuilt it. I haven't rebuilt the whole thing. We don't have the volcanic source link in there yet, and I haven't really decorated the inside, but as you can see, I'm on a tower of gold because I need gold before I can do the gold thing. I need so much gold. Anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and take this here pickaxe that does not have efficiency on it, and we're gonna mine this down. There are 49 deep slate gold ore here. How much do you think we're gonna get out of this? All done and dusted. We have a stack on the hotbar as well as over half a stack. All right, that's not too bad. Now I think I can crush this. Right? We can take raw gold and crush it and to get other stuff. That'll get us crushed raw gold, and then I think we can wash that. What does that get us? Ooh, quartz. Actually, that might be worth it, to be perfectly honest. I do need a lot more quartz. Maybe I'll break a little bit of this, and we can crush some of this gold down. And perfect, that gets us our gold ingots. We got 50 quartz out of that, and a bunch of experience. And this is a good thing. I need experience because something that I completely forgot about, the crushing glyph is a tier 2 glyph. And I'm not there yet, right? I'm not quite to tier 2 yet, so I need to unlock that at a scribe's table. But I also, I gotta get some earth essence, and I don't really know what that means yet. Okay, that actually looks kind of simple, never mind. But anyways, to unlock new glyphs, I need experience, and I do have 21 levels right now, which is pretty fantastic, but, you know, getting more experience is always great. But this gold, what do I want to do with this gold? Well, I want to decorate a little bit on the inside here. I don't know if we're going to do that right this second, but it's something that I definitely want to do here pretty soon. Oh, and I upgraded all my backpacks to diamond backpacks, so they got more room and more space and more stuff and more things, so we're gonna have to get some of that stuff as well. But let's go on in here. We still have our issues with our floating logs, but I want some chandeliers hanging down here. I'd like some gold chandeliers specifically hanging down from here, and obviously I needed some gold for that. But right now what we have is I have sunk down the portable storage interface here into the ground. I did a little bit of decoration. I don't love it, but I think it looks pretty neat. And if we sink down into the ground, you can't even see what's going on here. Anyways, I just have there's a drawer controller slave right there underneath that, right? So right here, and then drawer trim that's coming up to here. And right now we're getting a ton of logs and a ton of sticks, which is absolutely fantastic. That's exactly what we want. And then I just have a little composting set up for, you know, when we get too many of these saplings in the toolbox. I'm gonna go ahead and just eat this experience. There we go, and 27 levels, that's not too bad. But to get a level 2, tier 2 glyph, we need a tier 2 mage's spellbook. So we have a novice right now, we need a mage's spellbook. And honestly, I think I have all of that. Oh, we can change the color? That's dope. But I think I have all of this. Let me go in here and check it out and see what I'm missing. And there we go. All right, Mage's Spellbook. Absolutely awesome. And we get a little advancement from it too. Very nice. So I'm curious, what do the other ones require? Ooh, Totem of Undying, a Wilden Tribute. I need to defeat a Chimera and a Nether Star. Dang. And then that's a creative one. Okay, so that's the last one here that we can get. And then there's a whole bunch of other stuff. Oh my gosh. Enchanter's bow and stuff. Anyways, I'm getting ahead of myself here. But now that we have this, we can go ahead and unlock ourselves. I think it's this way. Is it this way? We can go ahead and unlock ourselves a crush glyph. I gotta be honest with you, I don't really remember how to do this. It's been a while since I unlocked glyphs. So let me do a little bit of research and I'll get back to you guys once I am unlocking glyphs. So I think I got this right. We've got dirt, seed, iron, source gem, crafting earth essence. Wow, that takes a lot of source. Holy moly. And it's done. And it's just going to put it right over there? No way. Oh, that's super cool. Huh, awesome. So now I should be able to just bloop and bloop. And then this thing crafts our glyph. Look at that. Awesome stuff. And I do this, and now we have crush, which means we... Oh, it doesn't use these things? Ew. Gosh, there's so much about this mod that I still have no idea. So I'm just going to leave those there for now. I do know the wall is going to go around here, but we're not quite ready to start decorating a whole bunch of this stuff just yet. I miss the stairs. I do that all the time. So now that we have our crush glyph, we are that much closer to unlocking our sand or our gold farm. Gold farm. That's what we're doing. Golden farms. And the gold farm, I think it's got to be in here. I'll probably put it underneath, like, you know, under the ground here. I could put it up here somewhere, but I think that's going to look weird. I'm not entirely sure, honestly, exactly how everything's going to look just yet. But in here, I do want greenhouse stuff. I want plants. I want plants growing all over the place. That's the point of a greenhouse. I want plants. So I mentioned this last episode. I think I might want to put the volcanic source link underneath this here. Just make a little chamber underneath this where it is turning all of this into source. And then I can either put the gold farm up above here, or I can put the gold farm underneath this piece here, which I think is just going to make the most sense. I just dig out underneath this whole thing and make a nice little basement for our greenhouse, because, you know, greenhouses have basements. That makes sense. And folks, before I continue with too much more, I just want to let you know that this mod pack is actually out now on CurseForge. You can download it. It is called Create Nations. It's available for download. It's been approved. I'm super happy. I feel really great that I have a mod pack that's approved on CurseForge. Again, huge shout out to Mr. Beardstone and his team for the Perfect World mod pack, which I stole and then just added it and tweaked a little bit, and now I made my own. So huge thank you to the Beardstone and his team. Absolutely incredible job on this mod pack. Thank you so much. And also, like, hey, if you want to come hang out with us in the Discord, you know, we're doing stuff all the time. I might even start streaming in Discord here pretty soon. Who knows? I've been saying that a while. I gotta actually do it now. But real quick, I think what we're gonna do right now is head over to the creative test world, because I want to try a enchanted spell turret instead of a timer spell turret on this type of setup. So in the last episode, I was talking about the enchanted spell turret versus the timer spell turret, and somebody in the comments, the clever joker, was like, hey, just put a redstone torch underneath the cobblestone, so right when the cobblestone is created, it sets off the enchanted spell turret. You don't have to make like a redstone clock or anything. Just literally every time this cobble is created, it'll fire that off. And they were absolutely correct. Now watch what happens here is I can actually do like a threshold switch on the gold somewhere, and then once it hits a certain threshold, it'll shut this off, right? It'll turn the farm off, but then when I bloop, look at that. Right when it's made, it just does the thing. How friggin' smart is that? Dude, clever joker, you are very clever. You're no joke. That was genius. Thank you for that suggestion. And with that suggestion, all there really is left to do is to just do the thing, right? I have to build the volcanic source farm thingy. Ugh. And also build the gold farm. So I guess I'm going underground here, and we're gonna start doing the thing. Now, I think most of this, besides this area here, which I was going to do all of the stuff with when the farm was sitting on this area before I blasted this into existence. I was gonna, you know, put the volcanic source link stuff under here and do this here. So now this will probably just be the gold farm. And then right underneath this area is where we will have the volcanic source link source farm. Goodness gracious, too much source. So yeah, I guess I'll start digging then, huh? Well, I got most of it set up already, except for the actual gold contraption machine here. As you can see, we have the trim that's just coming off of the drawer controller slave coming around this way. We got another controller slave, and just, we're going to be dumping out, I think I set this to 1 at a time, and I filled up all these nerds. Look at this, this is insane. I just was trying to figure out where I want the wall to go. Obviously, it's not very pretty in here, but that's okay. We'll get there eventually. Anyways, I want to set up this with you folks, so I have a bunch of stuff in here that I think we're going to be using here, and I'm doing it wrong already. Now, the first thing I want to worry about is the flint, and I want to take it because every now and then when this thing crushes this down into gravel, and then it crushes the gravel into sand, it'll make some flint and throw it in here. As you can see, I was doing some testing. There's already sand in this vault. So I have to do something with the flint, and I think what I'm gonna do, and it lines up, oh, it lines up perfectly. I didn't even try that before. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm actually just gonna put the flint into an item vault, and then I'm going to roll it on some more item drains, this-amic way, until it goes into whatever drawer controller slave we set up over here. And I think for this, what we're gonna do is we're actually gonna send it off this way and have it snake around instead of going straight out like this. I always do contraptions in like a straight line, and I don't know if that's the best idea. It's just what I do. But anyways, I am going to have this snake out, I think, to here. And before we go too much further, immediately what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put a couple of fans in the floor, because I think what we're gonna do is wash this from underneath. So we're gonna have some fans in the floor there. That does mean we're gonna have to figure out what in the world we're gonna do with power. I didn't even think about power. Maybe we'll just send some water wheels back that way. I think that should work out pretty fine, and then we'll just, you know, have it snake out underneath the ground here and come up over here. But anyways, we're gonna have this go underneath the floor here, and it's going to get washed and come over this way. And then as it gets washed, it's gonna turn into clay, which can just go straight into a basin here. And the problem immediately is we have to put a funnel on here with anything. I think, did I set this attribute filter up? I didn't. So I think I've got this can be washed, deny, and we'll just do that. Bam. And that should work just fine. So if it's a thing that can be washed, we're not gonna let it go into this basin. And of course, we have to pause what we're doing for a second, because I need more polished rose quartz, because I always do. It just is, this is the worst. See, absolutely, this is the worst thing in Create to make is electron tubes. They're just, they're the worst. Where were we? Okay, we only want to let sand out here, and then over here, we only want to let flint out, and I screwed that up already. And you know what? I don't even have any flint right now, so we're not going to worry about it. Now, on top of this basin here, we want to put one of these nerds here. Ooh, mechanical crest. Is that a cauldron? I put a cauldron on there. Whoops. I was like, man, that should be way higher. All right, basin. There we go. I did it. Cauldron, and we want mechanical press on top of there. Perfect. And that is going to get us our clay blocks. Now, clay blocks are gonna come off of here, and they're gonna go off in this direction, and we need to smelt them down into terracotta. And as you can see, we're gonna do the same thing that we did before, where we're actually going to have it underground. So we'll have the lava sitting here and two fans just sitting right there, blowing up. Terracotta is going to go into an item vault, and again, we have to have a brass funnel on there, and then another one coming off in this direction. And the reason we have to have the brass funnel here is because we are only going to allow terracotta in. And this one can actually be andesite. Now that I think about it, we can just have an andesite funnel here that is going to go again into a little bit of shaft. And then right here, I believe, is where we're going to put our crushing wheels. This is going to be very, very, very tight. And you know what? I am actually going to move these one spot further down, I think. No, we'll keep them right where they were. So those are where our crushing wheels are going to go. I'm not going to keep them here right now. I just wanted to show you that's where they are. And then over in this direction, we are going to have two more fans. We might do three now. We'll just do two for now. We have two more fans that are going to be blowing up and washing. So we got to have our mangrove roots there, and we are going to be washing the red sand, because the terracotta is going to come out. It's going to get crushed, and then we're going to wash the red sand. And then that is going to go in the drawer controller slave, which apparently is going to be sitting right here. And with this hooked up through the floor now, I went underneath everything instead. I think that's it. I had to swap these out for some belts because I don't have enough iron to make any more item drains. I have the casing, I don't have enough iron. It's really something that I'm needing real bad, but hey, we're not at that point yet. We've only done like, what, 10 episodes and almost 100 days in this world. We're not at iron creation yet. That's crazy talk. Anyways, I gotta wire this thing up. So I'm gonna make a... gosh, I don't know, 2, 3 big water wheels, and then a small one, and then maybe a speed controller? Or I'll just go gear. All right, there's a real good chance that that's way too fast. That's probably way too fast, but we're going to try it anyways. I'm not worried. I'm not scared. Are you scared? I'm not scared. let's give it a shot. So first things first, we gotta wire up this here. And then if I'm being smart about this, if I just put a gearbox in there, that's going the complete wrong direction. That's not what I want at all. I was gonna do the same thing it is, so why? What if I just put a shaft there? There we go, that's what we need. All right, shaft going in there. That's wiring that up in the correct direction, so that should get all of that archwood out of there. It's gonna do one at a time, isn't it? That's fine. And after way too many additional water wheels, I think I put an extra 7 large water wheels on the back of this thing. Ah, my gosh. Anyways, the whole system's ready. It is running at super duper duper speed. I just gotta patch a couple of holes here, and I think we're good to go. What I'm concerned about is I don't know if the source jars are actually going to reach all the way over here, but I believe there is a solution for that. So I'm just gonna go ahead and patch up some of these holes, and we'll give it a shot for real. I am so nervous to turn this on for some reason. All right, I'm gonna go flick the lever, and let's see if... No. Okay, so the source jars are not close enough, and I figured that might have been an issue. So what we need to do is we need to get source from over there to over here, and I have a couple of ideas on how to do that. There's a source relay. I think I can also turn this into liquid and then like pump it over like with a create pump, I think. But I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna go the source relay route, which is this mumbo jumbo right here. It let's see, send between relays or from a relay to a jar, use a 1. So to pull source from jars, use the dominion on the jar and then on a relay to send between relays. All right, cool. So essentially what we're gonna do is I'm gonna plop a relay down over here somewhere. I'm going to have every single one of those jars feed into the relay and then have the relay feed into jars over here. And I think that should get us going. I don't know if the bottleneck will become the relay, if the bottleneck will become, like, we'll run at a source, or if this thing is just going to make sand way too quickly and all of the rest of this isn't going to be able to keep up. But there's only one way to find out. Let's go make a source relay. All right, I got my source jars up there. I got my relays right here. And I think what I do is I grab this and I do that. And it's taking from 1. And is it just going to send? No. Okay, so let's grab here. And if I put that there. Yes. Oh, that fills up so quick too. All right, so let's do this as well. I want to grab from all of these, I think, and send as well to everything. I don't really know. I don't know what I'm doing here, folks. I gotta be perfectly honest with you. And why is this not working? What's happening here? Maybe if I re-flick the thingy. Aha, there it is. All right. Oh, and it's using like a% every time. That's not bad at all. This part here is so slow. Just washing the sand. Oof, that is unbelievably slow. If I got 2 more little fan washer thingies, that would absolutely certainly help. However, oh, that's rough. All right, so yeah, and there it goes. The gold up there, I already put a gold ingot in there, so don't pay attention to that. But yeah, there goes our little machine. So by the looks of it, one of these relays is absolutely going to be enough. So I'm just gonna break this one, and we will use that for something else. And I think I'm just gonna have this one fill up both jars at the same time. That way it's got this jar as well as a backup. And what that also means is I can go ahead and flick this guy around, and we should be able to just fill up these jars again. Well, I've learned so much since that last recording, and let me tell you, there are some improvements I need to make to this farm immediately. First of all, this thing can only take from 1 location. So this is just going to continuously fill this up, and it's just going to plop it over here, and it can only push to 1 location. I can't find a way to make it do more than 1, so if anybody knows how to do that, let me know down in the comments, please. Also, this is incredibly slow. Just, it is ungodly slow. So, I think what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to double up on this. Actually, we might do 3. We might triple it. I have 1 here, 1 here, 1 here, and they'll do 3 at a time, and I'm probably going to have to move them up 1 or maybe 2 blocks. Probably 2 blocks, to be honest. Because what I'm thinking is I don't want to really change too much that I've got going on here. So I'm going to keep this here. We're going to have a chute where this is, and then a line of vaults just right here. and then these guys sitting on top there, just, you know, shooting through all the different cobble that's going to form. But I need to make a couple more of those because I believe that's the only one that I have, so I gotta make a couple more. So I'm gonna let this guy run for a little bit. And by the way, it's been like over a half an hour, and I only have 2 gold ingots. It's real slow. I'm starting to wonder, like, maybe create would have been better for a gold farm, but we don't have to worry about that. Is that gonna break? Nope, that's broken. That is absolutely broken. Man, is this not pretty, but it is working. It's really loud too. It's actually way louder than I thought, and I still got the shut off switch in here as well. I just put this up here, and as you can see, there's probably better ways to do this, but this is the way that I did it. We just have this shut off switch here, and it is just gonna be able to turn this off completely, and just go over here, and now the whole thing is shut off. Look at that, isn't that fantastic? And we turn it back on. Amazing stuff. Now there's a couple other places that I would like to put this here, this redstone link specifically on this, because while this is not in use, I don't need to make all this source, right? And have all these source jars. There's other things that we're going to use it for, obviously, around the area, but, you know, I don't know. It's just, if it's only going to need 1 source jar, like I haven't run out of source at all, then it's, you know, it's not a big deal. I've been running it for a few minutes here, and it is keeping up. It's not backing up anywhere here. It's not backing up over here. Everything seems to be running just fine, and we're up to 6 gold ingots already. Now, what does this tell me? I mean, this tells me that, you know, I could probably just keep going this way and get as many of these as I really wanted to. I'm not really limited at all, or the only thing that I'm limited to is, can the source keep up? And it absolutely can, right? But for right now, I'm just gonna keep this going. I'm gonna let it do its thing. This is totally fine. We'll probably snag these guys in a little bit and bring them off with us, because like I said, I mean, this is all it needs. It's just this one little jar right here, and this thing has been keeping it full very consistently. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna pick all of my stuff up at this point, and let's go decorate something. I think we might decorate down here in a little bit, but obviously this up here needs a bit of decoration as well. Ooh, you can see some of the sparkles coming through the floor, and I have a bit of inspiration of what I want to do in here. So let me grab a few materials, cut down these extra log bits, and I will get to decorating. Well, I've been doing a lot of decoration, and as you can see, it's nighttime, but you gotta check this place out at night. The ambient lighting is really cool. First of all, got a little bike. Look how cute this is. Little bike. I'm calling these scrolls. They definitely look like newspapers, but I'm calling those scrolls. But yeah, got this nice little walkway entranceway thingamahigger, and there's no mobs around because I made a couple of mega torches. I got sick of creepers blowing up my stuff, so yeah. But yeah, we've got, you know, some nice little decoration out here. The front could use a little something, but we'll get there. And then, are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? I'm so excited. Boom. Oh my god, it's beautiful. I just can't. I can't. It's so pretty. It's so pretty. I'm gonna swap out a lot of these source berries, and I'll tell you why in just a minute. But the clutter is on point. It's just immaculate in here. Yeah, especially when you turn around. We got all this stuff just sitting here. Look at all this up here. We got these little walkways. You can come up. This growing stuff up here as well. Look at this. Growing stuff on the other side too. There's just so much. There's so much growth going on, and it makes my heart happy how much there is in here. And you know, we got to keep warm, right? So we've got a little heater in here just in case in the winter months it gets too chilly. Don't worry about the back. It's not done yet. And then we got little starbunkles just chilling on their beds and stuff. Look how cute this place is. Yeah, like I said, I'm still working on the back. But this place is so cute. Now the source berries, we're having a bit of an issue because when I give the starbunkles this as like a place to drop off, they kind of freak out. I don't know if there's too much to pick up, right? There's too much all at once. You know what I haven't tried picking all of these and seeing if that helps, right? But they freak out and they run around and they just like, they'll go into certain spots and then just spin around in a circle. And one of them actually just like got stuck here, just stopped moving completely. So I don't know exactly what's going on with the little bunkles, but yeah, they don't seem to like this area, so we'll use them in a different area. I'm not too worried about it, but I had to use 2 gold blocks, 4 gold blocks for our mega torches. I made 2 mega torches, so we had 8, but yeah, I had to steal 2 of them. Yeah, this gold farm is excruciatingly slow, just beyond belief slow. And it's this here. It's the enchanted turrets. They are just not fast enough for what I need. So I could get, like I said, I could get a row of them. We could just make a ton and have it be ridiculous. But I don't know what the solution is just yet, because I wasn't expecting to use a million water wheels. It just breaking in here. I wasn't expecting to use a million water wheels over here. I don't know. I don't really have a solution yet. If anybody wants to let me know, like, hey, why aren't you doing this with ours? You know, that would work so much better. But yeah, I'm a little let down, to be honest. I thought this was going to be a lot quicker, and it's not. It's just not. I could add 6 more, right? So I could add 1 here and then 5 more over here, and that would help our production for sure. The issue we're going to really run into here, if I just come upstairs, is this number is slowly ticking down. It was at like 8,500 or something like that when I started this, and I've been working on this for a few hours, and it is just slowly ticking down. So this thing is not keeping up with what we have with just 3 of them, right? So I don't know. I feel like this entire thing was a waste. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do now. We do have a lot of space down here, and I could dig out some more as well, and we could use those starbunkles to just, you know, gather source berries down here instead, and have another source generation bits PC thingy with an agronomic source link. So that might not be a terrible idea. And there was somebody in the comments, I can't remember the name, bear with me for 1 second. Blue Cremata in the comments of the last video said that anytime something tries to grow, even if it can't, it will create source with the agronomic source link. So what they had suggested was a big field of melon stems that can never create melons, and that generates a lot of source apparently, which is pretty incredible. It's absolutely amazing. So that might be an option as well. We'll have, you know, a row of berries for Starbuncle, and then like a row of melons. And honestly, I mean, a melon farm is not a terrible idea to just... What's that? The glisten melons can be used to, I think, help make, like, redstone or something. I don't freaking know. I just work here, man. Oh, but look at this place so far with the sun rising. Ah, oh, that's so wonderful. Absolutely beautiful so far. I'm super happy with this area already. And we only have 2 buildings in. We still got a tower we got to put up. Ah, I was trying to build stuff and the freaking crushing wheels absolutely destroyed my butt. Oh no, I hope it didn't grind up everything. And just literally lose everything in my pockets right now. Could you imagine? Oh, that would be awful. Please, 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 please. Please, 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 please. Okay, I'm here. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Oh. Golly, that would have been... I would have rage quit for the night, let me tell you. Ooh-wee, that would have made me angry. Goodness gracious. All right, how do I make me go away? I think I just go away eventually. Well, I might have rebuilt the whole thing. Yeah, I kind of went a little crazy. So now we have 12 of them going. We got some source relays that are bringing source to these jars up here, trying to keep this plenished and full of source so that way it can do its thing. And I just, I forgot this was Minecraft, and I just made some more room so we could expand this thing out. But here's the dealio, right? I had to get 4 more of these because when source is being used, they can only like fill up 1 source jar at a time, which is interesting. And then these things can only pull from 1 source jar and then can only push to 1 source jar. So there's other things that only work within like 5 blocks, which will like snag from every source jar within 5 blocks, and then can also push to source. And I'm kind of disappointed. I gotta be honest. This farm isn't super wonderful, and as I was tearing the whole thing out and rebuilding the entire thing, it looks cool. I like the way it looks with the chutes going down into the vault there. I think the whole farm looks really cool. But while I was building it, I was also building up a stock of archwood, and I was at over 14,000 archwood logs. We've gone through over 3,000 archwood logs. I don't know, in a half an hour, maybe, since this farm has been back on, and I've only got 9 blocks of gold to show for it. So, I gotta be honest, I'm not a fan. I'm really not a fan. Also not a fan of this light. Get out of my face. I was so much not a fan that I went to the Googles. I went to the old Googs, and I was like, what am I doing wrong in Ars with a gold farm? And what I'm doing wrong is I should be using Drigmees. So Drigmees have this really interesting thing where they can farm resources, essentially, in production, right? They will farm resources based on the mobs that are around them, okay? And essentially what they do is they farm mob drops, right? They have there's this whole mechanic where they need to be happy, but there needs to be enough mobs around to make them happy, and then there also needs to be enough Drigmees so that it makes it quicker, and like 20 is the golden number or something like that, and then there's a whole bunch of mobs that don't give any loot that will help you get more loot from the Drigme thing, and it's very complicated, and I need like axolotls and bees and pillagers and wandering traders and villagers. Oh my, it's all very convoluted. So as you can see here, I got a bee and a wandering trader in a jar. This seems so funny. I don't know why the bee's wigging out, but this guy, he looks so sad. He's like, please let me out of the jar. But as you can see, if I go to the wandering trader spawn egg and I right click on it and mob drops, if you kill it, nothing happens. You don't get anything, right? You don't get anything from killing it. And if I do the same thing with bee, once again, you don't get anything from killing a bee besides experience. So the more of these types of mobs that don't drop anything that you have around a Drigme henge, when you summon a Drigme, they will help you get more resources from mobs that you have in jars that do drop something. I don't know. I watched a video. Let me go see if I can find who it was from. It's by Epic Enchants, and it's how to farm any mob. It's a Drigme guide, and it's on all the mods, and it's from I don't know, a few years ago, I'm guessing. It's from maybe a while ago, but the Drigmes kind of work the same, and they go through each and every step of farming with Drigmes. How to get the tokens, how to get the source because the Drigmes need source as well. Everything needs friggin' source in order to get these. It's absolutely convoluted. But it's also not at the same time. More or less, you need like, I don't know, 10, 12 mobs that don't drop anything. So like a camel and an axolotl and a wandering trader and a bee, but only one of each, because if they're the same, they're not going to add anyways. It's very confusing. I don't want to talk about it anymore. So I'm going to go get a villager as well, and I'm going to trap them in a jar, and I'm going to do a whole bunch of stuff and trap a whole bunch of things in jars, and then ladies and gentlemen, use your brain parts real quick, just super quick, and ask yourself, what drops gold when it dies? That's right, zombified piglins. Yep, specifically zombified piglins, right? So zombie pigmen back when I started, when they came out. But zombified piglins will drop us gold. They sometimes drop gold ingots. They sometimes drop gold nuggets. And I gotta be honest, I tried this out in the test world with like a couple of mobs that didn't drop anything when you killed them, and then 1 jar of a zombified piglin, and I got so much gold so quickly. It was wild. So now, what do I do with this? What do I do with this thing? I'm so upset that I made this thing. I'm going to keep it for now. I'm going to keep it, and I'm going to use it until it runs out of source. It runs out of trees in order to turn into source. But yeah, I'm so upset that I felt like I kind of wasted my time. Like, this is beautiful, and I love this. And what I wish that I did instead was use all these logs that I'm getting, instead of turning them into source, to create a steam engine, right? I should have created a steam engine and just had a create gold farm, right? Because I would replace this entire thing with just a wall of like 9 to 12 drills that's on a minecart contraption going back and forth, getting all sorts of cobble, and then I have all the crushing wheels, so crush it down into gravel, crush it into sand, and then do all the same stuff here. And I could do that, and I'm probably going to do that at some point. Today is not that day. There's one other thing that I want to get done today before we end the video, and it's going to be super quick for you, and it's going to take me so long. Hopefully I actually get it done. It's done. It's done. Well, for the most part, I still want to put a light up here, but it is done. Look at this. I got to get rid of these blocks here, pretend these weren't here, and pretend that I have this extending off this way as well. But look at this. There's way too many crystals on the inside. I want to look crazy, but oh my gosh, I am super happy with this bridge for multiple reasons. Don't worry, I will connect it to the floor. Don't worry. All you Beardstone people out there, I'll connect it to the seafloor. Don't worry. But man, oh man, am I done? Am I glad to finally have a bridge that will take us across the water here, because what I've been using is this little guy right over here, and it's been absolutely obnoxious to get to our other area, to just walk along that little tiny path, and now we have this beautiful bridge here. Oh my gosh, I love it. I love it so much. And I want to dangle a couple things here from the a couple of chandeliers, maybe that sort of thing, from the top there. And of course, like I said, I got to connect it to the seafloor, which we'll do between episodes. But I think it's super pretty, and I really like the glass in the ceiling there. I think the glass fits with the gradient from the source stone to the amethyst, and I think it just adds this almost like ethereal looking thing, this magical looking thing as it goes up to that pink color. Oh, I love it so much. Unfortunately, folks, that is all the time that we have for this episode. I'm so glad that you guys came on this adventure with me today. Don't worry, we'll figure more out about the gold farm. And look at all those iron golems back there. I didn't realize there's like, golly, there's got to be like 12 or 15. That's insane. Anyways, folks, thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you all so very much. And a huge shout out to my patrons and my YouTube members. Thank you so much for your support. It means the world to me. Over on Patreon, we have Yo Your Mom Games, Interbert, Dusk Doodles, and Wraith. That's patreon.com/Throwlash for anyone interested. And then, of course, you can always subscribe here and become a member. We've got Bot, Moon Goddess Lolo, Dio, Av, and Love for Sunflowers. Thank you so much, folks, for your support. I sincerely appreciate it. And hey, while you're checking out the description and looking at all those links, make sure you hit the Discord, folks. We're having an absolute blast in the Discord lately. But that is it for this episode. Thank you so much, and I will see you in the next one. Bye. Hey folks, in the last episode of Minecraft Create Nations, we decorated the inside of the greenhouse you can see behind us, built this absolutely beautiful bridge, which as you can see, I connected to the seafloor, haha, Beardstone. And if I run inside of our beautifully decorated greenhouse and take you downstairs, I can show you that we built a gold farm, which I rebuilt again. That's right, now we have a minecart contraption that is digging out some cobblestone for us. We still have 10 pieces of cobble being made, ground down into sand, being washed, all the same normal stuff over here. The only difference is it's being powered by the steam boiler. It's a level 4. I could probably make it a little smaller, but that's okay. It's giving us way more than enough, and this tiny little itty-bitty tree farm is just barely keeping up with the demands of this steam boiler. Is this any quicker? I don't know, but we do have over 30 blocks of gold at this point, which is absolutely fantastic. We could go harder, better, faster, stronger, but I think at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to let this work in the background, and we're going to go work on something else today. Sick and tired of being down there. It's making me all depressed. It's just stone all over the place. I could decorate it, but, like, that would take effort and stuff, and, like, I'm lazy. I don't want to do that. I might do that later. I'm not going to do that. I might do that later, but it's not right now. What is right now is I destroyed everything out here as well. Oh, man, I'm a menace. I'm a menace in my own world. But I do have this little plus right here, which I'm probably going to move this way just a little bit. We might put it here instead. And a lot of you might be wondering, hey, Throw, what's that plus? And hey, that's a good question. I want to start working with Drigmees. I want to work with Drigmees here. I want to put a Drigme henge right here, I think. And what better, I don't know about you guys, but when I hear the word henge, for some reason, I think of a labyrinth. I don't know why my brain goes there, but it does. Now, a labyrinth gets confused a lot with a maze, okay? And a labyrinth and a maze are two completely different things. A labyrinth is one path that winds around in a circle or some sort of pattern that goes to a central location inside the labyrinth. It's supposed to denote like you walking on your journey and just walking through and meditating through this journey that you're going on, and then eventually you get to like your spiritual center or something like that. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. I don't know, as meditation, prayer, self-reflection, all that sort of stuff. Stuff that honestly I should probably do more often. There's Greek labyrinths that are mazes, and we're not talking about those, okay? But I want to build a labyrinth here, so I've been digging around for some extra things. We've got some extra azalea bushes here, and I've got some extra azalea as well, and we're gonna build ourselves a little labyrinth that's gonna go right here where our Drigme henge is eventually going to be. Now, issue already. Drigme henge needs source. It needs source in order to work, so probably under the ground. We need to make another source generating machine thing. And I'm not gonna do the volcanic one this time. It wasn't working out. Keep turning my food off. It just wasn't working out. Behind me, inside the greenhouse, we have that spinning thing of death and destruction that's getting us all sorts of archwood logs. Yes, Mr. Ducky, it wasn't working super wonderfully. So a lot of you guys came out in the comments, and thank you once again. Let's get rid of that real quick. Thank you once again, everybody in the comments, for telling me how to play this game, because as you can tell, I'm horribly inept. But anyways, everybody came out in the comments and they were like, hey, Throw, relay splitter, right? Relay splitter. It'll allow you to take a source from multiple gems, jars, and send it to multiple places. Relay splitter. And hey, that's really smart. But what I think I'm going to focus on with source, and the source that I'm generating in this mod, is I'm going to focus on Drigmes, and I'm also going to focus on Whirly Sprigs. And I think I might put a Whirly Sprig setup in here. And I don't know if I'm going to keep this or if I'm going to wall this off with some glass so the Whirly Sprigs don't accidentally get the butt chewed up by this saw here. I gotta figure that out. But yeah, we're sitting at a casual 17.1 thousand blazing archwood logs, so I think it's safe to say that we could probably shut this farm off for just a little bit and let it do its thing. And I've fallen into a hole. And I knew that hole was going to be an issue, and I was like, I'll fix it later, and I never did. So anyways, I'm going to replace a lot of these crops with other things, a lot of these mushrooms, excuse me, with other things, and I'll get some Whirly Sprigs in here, and I might get an agronomic source link in here that is, just seeing when the crops grow, or attempt to grow, I think is another thing that can happen. I'm not really sure. But anyways, we need to put something over here, most likely under the ground. And if we hop into free cam real quick, free cam is still doing its crazy stuff where it won't tell me where anything is. I've been flying around under here for a little bit, and I haven't seen anything pop up relatively close to the surface. So I think it's safe to say that we can just go down there and dig all of this crap out. So let me grab my drilling machine. Let me go ahead and grab some rail. Let's see how big this thing is. I probably am going to want to make it bigger. I definitely want to make this thing bigger. And we'll start drigging. We'll Whirly Sprig some... I don't know what I'm saying anymore. I'm losing my mind here, people. We will start drilling some stuff out. So just give me a few minutes and I'll get this thing ready. You might just see like a little video montage of me drilling stuff out. I don't know yet. We'll figure it out. All right, now that's what I'm talking about, a big old empty room to put a whole bunch of ugly crap in. So, it's not exactly center. I think our X is over in this corner over here. If we just go up a little bit, yeah, it's right there-ish. All right, so it's about there is our plus. That's not too bad. So essentially what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the advice of a comment from a couple of videos ago, and I'm just going to throw a bunch of melons down here. And I'm going to make it so they can never grow, essentially. And supposedly that's supposed to create just a metric buttload of source. So we're going to give that a shot. I'm going to go get an agronomic source link. Oh my gosh, I can't say words, people. And we'll go from there, I guess. Well, I've run into a slight problem. I only have 7 melon seeds. I could do this with, actually, hang on. Never mind. Nope, I only have 6 pumpkin seeds. So we're gonna have to wait for these to grow up, I guess. Ugh, that sucks. All right, I'm gonna speed up this process a little bit because I got a ton of bone meal. Wow. Yeah, this took a little bit longer than I care to admit. It's probably maybe 2 hours of me going through and just putting down lemons. Melons? Melons. It's not lemons. And it's not horrendously fast. Honestly, by the time I got done with it, and I swapped it out for dirt, so this is just normal farmland. By the time I got done with it, I was like, you know, I should have done source berries. And the reason I should have done source berries is because they actually add more to... I gotta put another light here, don't I? They actually add more source when they grow, so they'll increase the source production, essentially. And what I can do is I can get a few of those starbunkles running around in here, picking the source berries, and then they can deposit them in chests scattered around, right? And then we can use those source berries to feed them into mycelial source links, and then we'll get even more source. Source. So there's a good chance that I might rip this down when I'm done building the henge upstairs. the labyrinth, excuse me, the labyrinth. But I think for right now, we're going to keep it, and we're just going to build up some labyrinth-style-esque stuffy thingies, and see where we get on with that. Well, folks, things are certainly happening. As you see, I changed out the farm behind me to an azalea farm, and the reason for that is because I need a lot of azalea bushes. As you can see, we've got them on the rich soil, so every now and then they're getting bone mealed, which means they're going to be able to grow up by themselves. And over here, we are collecting azalea bushes, which is super duper wonderful. Now, if we head out in this direction, we can see the start to a labyrinth. Oh my gosh, this is taking me so long. This has been so many hours for me to build and come up with. But let me just go into Cheaty Free Cam here real quick, and you can kind of see what is going on here. It'll look better once everything's in. But, you know, you're going to walk up around this way, and then walk over around this way, and then walk over around this way, and I'm probably making all of you nauseous. But it's just one gigantic loop. I just pointed at the screen with my actual IRL finger. Oh my gosh. But we're running into another issue. I don't have enough azalea leaves. I have the regular ones. I got more than enough, probably, regular ones. Let me just... Look at this. Ooh, man, a lot of those. But not enough flowering azaleas. So this is a problem. We're running into an issue. So over here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set up a little farm for this, okay? And I kind of wanted to do this together. I don't know how this is gonna work. I haven't even come up with an idea of how this is going to work. But essentially what I want is on a minecart, right? I want a minecart that is going to be triggered by this smart observer when it detects an oak log. So I'm going to put an azalea bush right here, and this rich soil is going to bone meal it, and it's going to grow up. And when it sees it grow up, it's going to send a little redstone pulse to probably a piece of powered rail. And that powered rail is going to have a minecart contraption on it. And that minecart contraption is going to swing forward. And on it is going to be 2 things. Well, a number of things, but 2 main components. 15 mechanical harvesters and 1 mechanical saw. Now, the saw is going to come in here and it's going to buzz, 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 and it's going to cut the tree down. But first, I want these harvesters to get as many leaves as it possibly can. I don't know the best place to put them is the problem. So I gotta run some testings and look up some stuff, and you know, I'll get back to you in a second. All right, let's see if we can figure something out here. So I think I want the saw to be here, which is facing the wrong direction. I think I want the saw to be there, and then the deployer to be right behind it. So the deployer, once the saw saws the saw thingy, the deployer can just plop a thingamahooger, azalea bush, that's what it's called, right on top of there. Let me just go ahead and grab one of those real quick. We'll set that there. Oh, the wandering lead salesman shows up. What do you got for sale, buddy? Nothing that I need. Thank you. You're as useful as always, Agnes. Thank you so much. Go that way. Go ahead. Be free. I won't kill you this time. It's all right. Anyways, and then I think I want, golly, just one forward? Yeah, I think we'll put a chassis there and there. I don't think we need both of them, but hey, I'm going to put both of them up there for right now. And then from there, we'll put our mechanical harvesters down. And you know what? I think I want these farther forward. I really do. I think, you know, if I push them super duper far forward, maybe to like here, they're going to be able to get to more of the tree before this thing cuts it down. So yeah, I think we're gonna bring that way farther forward. Maybe to there. That might be too close. If anything, we can just back the contraption up a little bit, so that way, you know, the tree has some room to grow. But I think to there is gonna be fine. And this is not gonna be attractive, and that's okay. Not everything has to look pretty. Sometimes it's just gotta be functional. You know what I mean? and perfect. Jeez, that's probably one of the ugliest things that I've ever made. Oh man, but hey, guess what? It's gonna hold together, baby.
Hey baby, hold together.
And there's the whole thing glued, and like I said, I think I'm just gonna back it up a couple of blocks, but let's turn it into a contraption first. We always want to make sure we lock rotation, fantastic, and contraption, and pickup, perfect. And I think we'll move it back to like, golly, I don't know, here, maybe there. And then we will have this be here, and that should be enough momentum to get us going. I just want to do a little test and see if it'll make it all the way there. It certainly does. Problem is I forgot the torch, so now I gotta push it. All the redstone experts out there are about to get real mad at me. Yeah, I'm just putting redstone wire on grass. It's fine. So I just want to make sure that I have this. I made a pulse extender for like 3 seconds. I think 3 seconds should be fine. And I just want to test it and see if it does the thing. And oh, okay, so this guy stays on, ow, this guy stays on while there's a thing there, so I don't even need that pulse extender. Okay, so let's try that again. That's super dope. All right, sweet. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna place this and then we're going to grab some of these, and then we're going to bone meal it. And it did not place this down, so what are we going to do about that? Okay, I have an idea. I don't know if it's going to work, but we're going to try it. I'm going to pop this off of here. I gotta fix my glue. That's all fine. And what I think I'm going to do now is I'm going to put a grass block there with this deployer sitting right here. And I'm going to pick this grass block up. And I don't know if this is going to work, but we're going to try. All right, so I need a chute and a barrel. Chutes and barrels, classic game. We're gonna put azalea filter, chute, barrel, azaleas, yes. And then we're gonna cheat, and we're gonna put a starbuncle wheel in here. Yeah, buddy. I have new blocks of gold. I do inside. It doesn't need to be that fast. That's okay. All right, so now we bone meal, and I've shut this off. So hang on just a second. Lock rotation. Pick this up. That's a contraption again. And this should, yes, awesome. Okay, great. And we've got leaves. We've got so many leaves. I'm gonna break this one more time. And here's why. I don't know why I'm singing. Why am I singing? I want to change these out for barrels. Oh my gosh, dudes. It's kind of late. I've been with the sick kiddo all day long, so I'm kind of losing my crap right now. Anyways, we're gonna swap those out with barrels just so we have more storage, and then I can go ahead and bone meal, which does that. And lock rotation, I don't think I did that before this was on, so let's just lock rotation. There we go. You go away. You go here. Boom. Go. Yes. We're clear. We're in the clear. We're golden, pony boy. We are set. We got a little leaf farm going on. I'm good. We're good. Let's build a thing. And a couple of changes, and we are fully automated here. I got just a obnoxious observer clock. I'm trying to talk over it. It's just breaking some stuff down, and then going down into this vault here where it's just storing all this stuff. We're at almost 1,000 regular leaves and 268 flowering already. I'm just going to let this thing run for a while. I went over to the Skelly farm a while ago, and I got just a ton of bones. Look at this. I got a new backpack, ton of bones. So we're going to let that run over there. Yeah, once I get around to here, then I can start hearing it. So it's not going to disturb us at all. Fantastic stuff. We're still getting our flowering azalea, and I can get them out of the vault if I need to. So let's just keep, let's keep on placing blocks and see what happens. All right, ladies and gentlemen, add it to creator bingo, content creator, YouTuber bingo. I forgot my mic. I recorded so much stuff. And, yeah, my mic was turned on. It wasn't muted. It wasn't connected to the correct microphone. For some reason, I don't know, I probably, like, used Zoom for work or something like that and then forgot to remat my mic. Anyways, as you can see behind me, we are complete. We are completely done with our labyrinth. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I say completely done. There's a couple things that I want to do. I need some lighting in here somehow, and I'm still trying to figure out how I want to do that. I do have some trees, but they kind of completely blend in with the labyrinth itself, so we'll probably come up with some other tree that I can do. But let's go into Cheaty Free Cam here for just a second. I got some jars back there. Don't worry, we'll talk about that in a second. But look at this. Look at this. Came out great. Came out absolutely perfect. I love it so much. And around here, we're going to put some nice little plants and flowers and more trees and all that sort of stuff. Today's not that day because this video is already late coming out to you guys. And I really want to get this stuff done, this stuff set up, and get this ready and out to you. And not even on time. Just like, not too late. Just late enough. But anyways, over in our jar, we have a villager that's got a hat. Ooh. We got a fox, we got a bee, we got a piglin, we got a wandering trader, we got 2 piggos, and then a zombie piggin in a boat. And the jar says it's a spruce boat. So I gotta be honest, I don't know if that one's gonna get us any resources or not. But what we gotta do right now is head back up to the house because we need our little Drigme charms, and we need to remember how to turn those into Drigme thingies, tokens, and whatevers, so that way we can actually get Drigmes to do the things. We only have 10 Drigme charms. We do have 7 more Wildland horns, so we could go out there and try and find more Drigmes to turn into charms, but I think we're good with 10 for right now. I think that should be totally fine. I don't know why I'm leaving. I think the things that we need for this ritual are inside. Let's check the book, shall we? Yes, it is an enchantment apparatus, and I have all of this, I'm pretty sure. I went fishing on the bridge a little while ago just to try and get some neat stuff. And I got a ton of fish, so this should be totally doable. And, ooh, carrots are going to be a problem, huh? I didn't expect carrots to ever be an issue. Yeah, look at all these fish. Goodness gracious. Well, I guess I'm going to go farm a couple of carrots for... Still didn't know how to use my door. I guess I'm going to go farm a couple of carrots for a bit. I'll be back in a little while. Well, I figured we'd just do this over here because I think the jars underneath should be able to reach this thing. So, fish on the top, seeds, carrot, apple, wheat, I think. Oh, actually, I don't think this needs source at all. So, never mind. It probably doesn't even need this thing, but that's okay. I have it there. Bing, look at that. BOTS. Well, now just do this 9 more times. You, and you. Pedestals must be... Up, fish. I think I am ready to summon these guys. It's always at night. Why do I always do this to myself? It's always at night. All right, I think I'm ready. So I actually got rid of all the dead bushes that were around here because I kind of want to trap these guys in for some reason. I don't know why. I don't want them to get lost in the maze, so I think I just right-click on this, and it eventually just turns into a Drigme henge. Look at that. And now I got a Drigme! Look at that, isn't that so cute? And he's using the bee right now. Alright, so I think I can just summon all of them. And, whoa, they explode out all over the place. And the first thing I'm going to do is try this guy in a boat. And see if... Ooh. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what's happening. Oh, I think they just like the bee. Whatever bee is over there, they're really happy about, I think, is what's going on. So, I'm going to keep that guy in the boat out here for a little while and see if these guys pick up on it. and drop anything off in the chest. Because I think they'll drop off anything that's under the hinge on top of chest means stuff go in chest. I don't know what I'm doing, okay? I don't know if that's apparent or not. Okay, I'm sorry it's dark out, but I put all the jars down, and I mean, gosh, it's still nighttime. Nighttime's almost over, and we got 31 nuggets already. That's not terrible, I don't think. 36, look at that. It just procced again. And we are absolutely keeping up with source. This is 100% full, and it literally just triggered. So we're keeping up with source. We are producing nuggets. And kind of the most important one is experience. Like, we're getting a ton of experience out of this, and I'm not mad about that at all. Now, I took the beehives out, the bee nests. I don't know if you can tell by listening to me, by the way. I don't feel great. But yeah, I took the bee nest down. I'm kind of worried that the extra bees are going to screw with the production. But yeah, geez, we got 47 gold nuggets already. This is pretty wild, I'm not going to lie. And it'll only get better the more drigmies we get and the more of these creatures that we get, right? Like a camel or a bat or any of that sort of stuff will help increase the production here. I know this is kind of weird, but I kind of want to put a chicken in here. And one of the reasons is I don't really have a stable way to get feathers right now. And feathers it's one of those obnoxious things that you need in a weird number of stuff. Like a lot of the handcrafted things you need feathers for. There's some rituals and beds and whatnot that feathers, they're kind of useful. It would be nice to get some, a spider wouldn't be bad too for string, but yeah, wow. Wow, 54 nuggets already. That's absolutely insane. I'm so glad that I built this. Now I'm gonna have to decorate this little area here, but I am pretty darn happy with how this whole little space has come out already. It's a little bit of a sea of the exact same thing over and over, but I think it works. And when I get different trees on here, I think it'll work even better. All right, it's been about a daylight cycle. Let's see what we got, and that's a lot. that's a lot. That is a lot. How many? That's 8 levels of experience, and I already dumped this out once. that's ooh baby. All right, I should have done this in the first place apparently, and not dealt with the create or any of the other crap that I was trying to work on. That's a lot of gold. And there's more already. Well, something that I know I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to get some villagers over here, especially some clerics, and just plop them over there probably, and or somewhere around here. I'm not really sure. So that way we have something to do with the rotten flesh. And yeah, this is wild. And this thing is keeping up, right? It certainly is. It's probably too much source, but that's all right. We can split that off somewhere else. Oh, wrong button. But I got a bunch of stuff cleaned up, and I think I might be ready. I might be ready. I might be ready to work on decoration of this place a little bit more. I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to do yet, but I think custom tree in the center, and then maybe a couple other custom trees on the side, and maybe other custom plants. We'll see, though. I'm not entirely sure. Ducky? No ducky. Well, that's a much better look, methinks. I really like it. I like it a lot. I got a little custom mushroom thingy going on over here, and I gotta be honest, I have a couple of these brewed up in a creative test world. We'll see more of these later. I'm not a huge fan of this one, but it works, and if you just don't stare at it, it looks pretty darn good. I got one of my custom trees over here, and then I built this little custom guy. And we've got the Drigmies just dancing around in here, grabbing resources from all these nerds. I actually stole a pillager as well because they help mobs that don't drop anything, sort of whatnots and everything. And we're getting so much gold. I'm up to 19 blocks already. This is insane. And if I just pop into Cheaty Free Cam, it's still a pretty neat looking labyrinth. It still has all of the labyrinth-like style thingies. And honestly, the only thing it's still missing is some lighting. And there's a part of me that almost doesn't want to light it up. Or maybe I'll put just some like glow lichen in a couple of places. And really the reason for that is I don't know, it might just ruin the whole labyrinth aesthetic where it's like supposed to be this peaceful little thing that you walk around through, and how peaceful is just you know, darkness when you want to have a little nighttime stroll. But what that does mean is I'm going to have to make a couple of mega torches because I think the ones that I've thrown in the ground so far, they don't reach over here. So that's going to be a problem. Unfortunately, that is all the time that I have for today. We are a week late on this episode already, so sorry. Anyways, folks, thanks so much for watching. Thanks for being here. Thanks, everybody, for the comments and telling me how to play this mod pack. I really, really appreciate it. And we're getting really close to being done with this area. Really, the only thing that we have left is a place for the amethyst farm to go, as well as a big old tower, which is going to go on the side of that building. And then, you know, just decoration all over the place. I don't think I have too much more that I want to do on this island, but we might come back later. Anyways, I want to send a huge shout out and thank you to my patrons over at patreon.com/throwlash. We have Tim, Jucifer, Yo Your Mom Games, Interbolt, Dust Doodles, and Wraith. Thank you so much for your support, as well as everybody over on YouTube and memberships. Hey, if you want to join, you can click that link down at the bottom that says join members. We have Bot, Moon Goddess Lolo, Dio, Av, and Love for Sunflowers. Thank you so much, everybody, for your support. Anyways, I appreciate everybody so much. Thank you all, and we'll see you in the next episode. Much love. Bye-bye. Last time on Throwlash Create Nations, we built this beautiful, serene labyrinth with a Drigme farm in the center of it, powered by a gigantic melon field, and that was to replace our failed gold farm in the bottom of this structure, which I think we might reuse into something a little bit different, to be honest, but I'm not entirely sure what I want to change it into just yet. But that's gonna have to wait because we have some important and exciting things going on today, which are gonna be going right here. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we are finally going to get this tower in today. And gosh, I've been leading up to it. I hope it kind of, you know, exceeds expectations. Actually, I kind of hope it meets expectations, but those of you with keen eyes might have already seen something's missing over here. That's right, I have gone through and I tore down the village. I just completely tore the whole thing down, got rid of all the path blocks. I'm pretty sure they're all gone. And we are going to have to do a little bit of landscaping as we fix whatever the heck this natural generation was. We'll get rid of that because that was a wood farm for a little while there. And I do want to dig all of this out here just to turn this into an island. But I might do that off camera because today, like I said, today I want to go ahead and get our tower built. Finally want to get our tower in here. Mr. Berry Pants, you are going to have to move. Hang on over here with the other bear friend, all right? Now, I did go back to the nether, and I did contain another thing in a jar. We are now farming some ender pearls, and look at this. We've got 3 stacks of them already, which is absolutely fantastic. And we're going to need those for something very special today that we're going to be putting in the tower. Now, this is something that Beardstone took out of his mod pack, and I threw it right back in because I want to be able to use waystones to get around in the tower. And not waystones, I want the warp pads. There we go, warp plate. That's what I'm looking for. So I want to be able to use warp plates to get around the different floors of the tower because wizards don't climb stairs. Ignore these. They warp around, and I couldn't find a reliable and good way to do that in Ars Nouveau. It just, essentially, there was like runic chalk and all that sort of stuff, but I couldn't find a way to like inscribe the runic chalk with a spell that would warp to a specific point. I was having an issue with it. Folks, if you know of a way that I could do that with Ars, please let me know. But anyways, as you probably saw downstairs, I got a bunch of nerds sitting here. These are the leftover nerds from the village that we are going to turn into clerics because our little Drigme gold farm is getting us thousands upon thousands of rotten flesh, and I need somebody to trade that with. But what I need to do right now is I need to go ahead and grab this schematic table. I need to get this empty schematic, and I'm going to throw this right here. And we're going to grab this doohickey here, and we are going to plop it and position it. And I'm going to just figure out a materials checklist at this point because I have no idea what this thing is going to need. Look how big this is. Huge. So let me go ahead and get this positioned, and I will be right back with a material checklist in hand, and we can start gathering all the things that we need. Well, here we are with our checklist, and I've already started checking some stuff off. I think it's the back of the page. Back of the page, it certainly is. Look at this, 16 pages of stuff. Azurine and calcite. I need so much calcite and limestone and more calcite and daub. I think that's how you pronounce that, daub. And then a bunch of gold stuff. And it's just so much stuff. So much stuff that I don't even have. And I moved all of our storage over here just in case it kind of breaks through the wall here. But I need like 10 stacks of calcite. And I have like 2. So this is going to be a problem. I feel like I also need a bunch of diorite. And I also need some quartz. But if we head on in here and we head on down here, you can see that I have changed this up drastically. I was going to say dramatically, but drastically. This is now a quartz farm. And really the only changes that I needed to make was this was all the same. I needed to swap this out for haunters, swap the lava out for washers, and get rid of the rest of it. And now it is a quartz farm, and it is an excruciatingly fast quartz farm. I've only been running it for a little while, and we have almost 900 blocks of quartz already. This is insane. It's absolutely insane. And we're getting some clay as well, and we're still getting a little bit of gold too, because when you wash soul sand, you get a tiny little bit of gold as well. And flint. You always get flint. Yeah, you can see the gold rolling across there. Yeah, there's so much quartz. So much quartz. I think for every 12 cobblestone that we break down, we get like at least a block of quartz, which is pretty incredible. And honestly, it only looks like we need like 3 or 4 stacks of quartz, but having quartz is always helpful. So I'm glad that we changed that over to a little quartz farm. But at this point, I've got my work just severely cut out for me as I try to gather everything that's on this checklist. I mean, the azurine is going to be a problem, as well as the calcite. Calcite's going to be such a pain. And I think what I'm going to have to do is just wander around for a little while and look into, like, caves that are in the area to like those. I think they're they're like create things that of course free cam's not working, stuff like this where create has generated this, what is this, crimsite, and then there's ones where there are like there's a little bit of limestone right here, and there's ones that are full of like calcite and full of azurine and all that sort of stuff. So I think what I'm gonna have to do is just go exploring, I guess, and try and find all this stuff. And as luck would have it, look at here. That's excruciatingly lucky. I wish I had planned this, but I have not. So I guess now, ooh, and there's even scoria here. I think I need scorchia for this build as well. So I guess now all we're looking for is some azurine, which, yeah, that one might be a little difficult, but I'm so glad that we found this. This is super, super easy to get. I found some azurine over there, but I just wanted to show you how friggin' awesome this generation is. Oh my gosh. This is so cool. You have a huge geode and then just these pools of lava and water that are running into each other, and this horrendously dangerous mine shaft thing that's just dangling above this entire pool of lava. This is so cool. This is some of the coolest generation I've ever seen in this game. Oh my gosh, that's awesome. And for those of you interested, here's the coordinates. But we have found our calcite, which is over there. We've found our azurine, which is over here, in our limestone with our calcite over there. So we are gonna go on a small digging adventure. I've got not so great stuff with my vein mining pick. Let me go fix that first. The pick has been fixed. The resources have been gathered. The cannon is pointing over in this direction. I'm probably going to lose a lot off of this wall, unfortunately, but we are ready to get our tower built. So I'm going to go ahead and hit play on this cannon, and you're going to see a fancy little time lapse, and yeah, I'll see you on the other side. And there's that ding that we all love to hear, and I didn't want to sleep the night away because I wanted to show you this at night. It's actually got this absolutely beautiful glow around it with some soul lanterns as well as a golden chandelier in the top of this thing. But look at how cool this thing looks. And it fits in perfectly with our little house as well. I am so happy with this guy. Up at the top, we have a little place where we're going to do our rituals, and that's where our little golden chandelier is. And I think up at the top here, I might be able to put, yeah, I can put a little glow light in there as well with our spell book. And getting around and doing that is going to be difficult because I want to put some lights up on the top where these crystals are, like we have down here as well. But that's going to be a little difficult. And as you can see down at the bottom, I've got some stone stuff going on, and I would like to do more of that, probably bring it up a little bit more. And I didn't know exactly where the terrain was going to be on these back parts, so I didn't finish that off just yet. But man, am I glad this is here. It's been how many episodes me talking about this darn thing, and it's finally in. Now, if we head inside, I actually broke through the wall already, and unfortunately, there's no way upstairs yet. So what I'm gonna do is just cheaty free cam once again, and we can go up the wall here. And as you can see, it didn't actually replace any of this stuff, but that's okay. And we have a number of floors where we can do magic-y things. And I like this one, big old tall room. I'm not sure what we're gonna do in here yet, and I might cap it off here. I might put another floor in. We'll see. And then, like I showed you up at the top, we have a place to do our rituals. And then underneath, there's nothing but a couple of fireflies, I guess. But the underneath bit, I think I might try to turn into some sort of dungeon-y storage something. I'm not 100% sure. And here it is with the sun rising. Yeah, absolutely. I am super stoked about this being here. This is so wonderful. Oh man, I'm so glad this is finally in. And like I said, we got to do the stone at the bottom, but I'm so glad that this is here. As you can tell, it's a little straight. I probably could have gone up to about here with an extra layer and then brought it in. Maybe even up to there. And that would have added a little bit of depth here. Want to get on Shadowfax real quick and see what it looks like from different angles around the area. Yeah, that is shaping up so well. Oh my goodness. And there's going to be a road that goes along this way that is going to go to a town over there. Let's go check out what it looks like from over here. Yeah, our town's going to be in a general this-ish area, and that is just looking perfect over here. And now the reason, I want to go over the reason why I didn't give it a little bit of an extra base, and that's because eventually I'd like to put an evil wizard's tower over here. And this dude is kind of just here to help the people, right? This wizard is here to help with you know, people's woes or, you know, ailments or any of that sort of stuff. The wizard just wants to help. But the sorceress that lives at the top of this hill right here, not a nice lady. Not a super nice lady. A little more flashy, a little more showy, not as much as this gentleman here, who just, you know, wants to use their free time to help people out. But the sorceress, oh, she a boss. She a boss, and she wants you to know it even before you get in the tower. So yeah, that's gonna be a little more extravagant. Oh, I still gotta build this bridge. But the other place that I wanted to look from was right over here. And yes, absolutely yes. Oh, I'm so happy about that. So everybody in a very large range vicinity is gonna know, hey, there's a wizard living on that island over there. If you need some help, go check him out. And I am now on the path that takes us to our Hobbit hole area, and it is just starting to not be visible. So right when you get on the main road, right when you get on the main road from the Hobbit area, that's when you can actually see the tower. It kind of renders in. That's perfect. That's absolutely perfect. And I love these little monuments of tall structures that you can just barely make out in the distance. Oh man, this world is really starting to come together. Finally, huh? Gosh, this is what, episode 12? Speaking of this being episode 12, as you can see over in the days, what is it, day 872. We are at day 872, so we're coming up on 1,000 days here pretty soon. Hopefully we can get this island done in those 1,000 days. That would be incredible. There is still a decent amount of stuff to do on this island. I have to, you know, do a bunch of decoration. I still got an amethyst farm that I got to put somewhere. Actually, I started making a checklist if we just look at this. So I got the tower, that's done. We gotta do the tower interior amethyst farm. We got some paths, Whirly Sprig farm. Might put that in there. Got some more custom mushrooms. Hey, buddy. Got some more custom mushrooms that I want to put all over the place. Maybe some custom archwood trees. I'm not entirely sure what those are gonna look like just yet, but a couple of them scattered about I think might look nice. I kind of want to play with some bookworms. I don't really know what to do with them yet because I feel like storage drawers are just better, to be perfectly honest. But we'll get there when we get there. And then the last piece was the house interior. Yeah, we got this this here that needs to be done up. And then if we move all of our storage in the basement of the tower... Oh, yep, I figured that was going to happen. If we move all of our storage in the basement of the tower, we got to build ourselves a bedroom up here, too. But for right now, I think I want to crack on getting some of this done, some of the interior of this tower done, as well as a way to get to the different floors. So like I said, we're going to have each floor be special to, you know, one thing to do with Ars that a wizard is going to... that a wizard is going to offer to potential customers. And I figured this floor would work out best as like a little library-esque thing with a scribe's table in it. That way we can, you know, plop an archwood chest right here, and then we can put stuff in the chest, and this will pull out of the chest in order to, you know, make new glyphs, etc., etc. And the wizard, you know, help people write glyphs and, you know, help them with their wizardy ways, right, with glyphs. Anyways, yeah, so that's kind of like how this is going to work. So I'm going to go ahead and build the library in here, you know, put our chest right there, and then that'll be this room done. But before I do that, this room is also going to serve kind of as our, like our central warp point, I guess, is a good way to put it, for the rest of the tower. So essentially, we're gonna have these warp plates all over the place here in this section of the tower, and I might put, you know, a couple on this wall and a couple on this wall, and you know, the one over here will be to the basement, and we step on it and we go down to the basement, and then, you know, this one will be the second floor, and then we go to the second floor, right? But I gotta see what these are made out of. So stone bricks, warp dust, flint. I got enough flint. Oh, ender pearls and amethyst shard. Gosh, we can make this right now. Hang on, before we do, how many floors do we have? Yeah, so something like this. We're gonna have one for the basement and the third floor, the fourth, fifth, and then the ritual roof, essentially, is how this is gonna work. So obviously this hole isn't going to stay here, but if I, just for, you know, demonstrative purposes, let's put that there for right now. And when you place these down, you get these like little attuned shard thingies. So essentially what you do is you bring them to another warp plate, and then I think if I step in here, this will bring me up to this one, and if I step down here, this one needs that attuned shard. Bam. Cool. Now, kind of a pain in the butt is we're not going to be able to go from the basement to any of the other floors, right? We're only going to be able to go from the basement to this floor here, which is kind of a pain in the butt, but that's okay. Essentially, what that means is I might actually change this room to be kind of the warp around room, more or less, right? I might put some other things in here, maybe some tables and all that sort of stuff, and still have some bookshelves and whatnot. But I don't think that we're going to have this be the scribe room. We'll probably put that on the floor above. But what that does mean is I need to make 4 more warp plates. I don't know why I came upstairs. I should be able to do it straight from my inventory. Now that we have the flint for it, bam, ba-boom, here we go. And I'm going to grab these ladders, and I'm going to go ahead and put more warp plates all over this friggin' tower. And there we go. We are all set up here. I want to show you this view, because this is the first time that I've been up here, and man, this is just cool. It's just really cool. I like it a lot. You see our little dudes dancing down there, getting our stuffs. Oh my gosh, I cannot wait to get our next nation in. This is going to be fantastic. Still got to build that bridge over there. Whoopsies. And it would be super cool if I could see the nether portal from here, but I'd have to increase my render distance, and no. Absolutely not, no. But our next nation is going to go about there-ish, so it's going to be very, very, very much so in sight. And then having that Dark Wizard Tower over on this side is going to be so friggin' awesome as well. And we might put a nation in here too. I'm not 100% sure. I don't want to commit to too much. But we've got a lot of work to do, so let's stop messing around and get to work. Oh my gosh, this took forever. Just crafting all this up was insane. And after doing all the book stuff, I only have 1 book and 12 bookshelves left. I started with so many friggin' books. I need more paper. That's the problem. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh man, I need more paper. So I would love to get some librarians over here to help out with book stuff, but I don't have it right now. So I think what I'm gonna do at this point is we're going to grab one of these little brown desks. And this is unfortunate because, you know, some of this is going to be off-center just because, you know, this is too... Oh, man, I knew that was going to happen, too. Oh, man, and it goes smack dab in the center? That's actually super dope. Oh, man, and either side of these, I actually don't have the things that I wanted to put. So that sucks. But what I did want to do is I kind of wanted this to be like a little library-esque sort of thing. I did get silk touch on this. So let's actually try this. That might work. And then I have a couple of things that I can put like here. I have like a little table there, and then we can obviously put some other bookshelves, like chiseled bookshelves, etc. And then just scatter those around. Oh, you know, I should make some looms too. Then on this table, we can have this weird little mushroom. And there's all our bookshelves. Goodness gracious. And I don't even have any books to put in there. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I wanted bookshelves like running up these walls too, and then I was gonna raise these up, but we're gonna have to wait on those. I need to, man, I really just need some paper. Oh, wait a second. Do I have sugarcane growing outside? Did I chop all that down? I didn't. Oh my gosh, I'm a genius. I'm the smartest man alive. And that gave us 28 books, and I wanted to do some other bookshelves like these guys here as well. So we're going to have to see how much those cost. So if I do something like a mangrove bookshelf, yeah, so that's 3 each. And then some of these are a little different because they need cabinet drawers. So, yeah, let me see if I can make a couple of those as well, because they're going to be super great for like things at the bottom here. You know, we can have a row of those running at the bottom, and that will save us some bookshelves too. So let me actually take these out. I could have sworn that I had Vanilla Tweaks 3D bookshelves installed, but apparently not. Let me tell you, the clutter is immaculate. Ooh, baby, look at this place. It is full of garbage. It's absolutely full of garbage. It's difficult to like see everything. It's almost too cluttered, but I love the way it came out. We got these little trophies from Handcrafted, and look at these beautiful, awesome cluttered paintings with a little witch cat. That's so perfect. I got floating books that are, you know, flying in and out of shelves. We got some wine, because, you know. And man, oh man, does this place just come together perfectly. I love this guy right here, this little open book flying around. I think it's perfect. This stained glass lamp looks so cool, and the steampunk globe is, it fits. And I can jump right up here and get up here, and then I can get right on top of this. There we go. I can get on top of this. Look at that. Oh man, we can see it from up top too. I would like cobwebs in here, but these are half slab roof, so I'm not too fussed about it. Let's be honest. I could bring the roof down and make these full spruce blocks, but again, I'm not super worried. The basement is still just grass. It's just grass right now. I would like to do this very, very soon because we are running out of room in our little storage area upstairs. So that's going to be soon, but not next. I think next is the 3rd floor, which is where we're going to put our scribe's table. And I gotta fix a whole bunch of stuff, apparently. Huh, okay. And that's the 3rd floor done. Let's go check it out. I gotta just head on up here. Boom! Look at this. Oh, isn't it beautiful? Absolutely beautiful. I know it's a little difficult to see. They're small little rooms, but look at this thing. It's my favorite part of the whole thing. Luffy Frogman Washington paint. It's so good. I love it so much. Anyways, it's so nice. It's so nice. The cluttered mod with the handcrafted mod working together, and then some of this Ars Nouveau stuff just hanging out as decoration. I love it. So this is our scribes area. This is our scribes table area where we can come up here. We can make new glyphs. We got a little ducky in a jar. Hi, ducky. That we can, you know, help us do scribe table-y stuff. But in order to get a lot of the stuff for the scribes table and to get new glyphs, we need a space where we're going to be able to do. I'm going to cheat here real quick. Look at me cheating. I'm the cheater. We need a place to put what is it called? An imbuement or an enchanting apparatus? I think either one of them, to be honest. Imbuement chamber and enchanting apparatus. I think kind of both of them are needed. You have to make things like earth essences and air essences, and all of those are done in an imbuement chamber. I do also need a place for this enchanting apparatus to go as well. And I don't remember which one needs the arcane core. To be perfectly honest, I'm the worst Minecrafter. So I think for floor 4, which is over here, we might make this one into a little Wixie area. Yeah, I think we might do that. We might make this one into a little Wixie area. I don't think we're gonna do much with potions, because the 5th floor, all of this room in it, we're gonna make into an enchanting thing and all that sort of stuff. And I think I might have to section off another level here. So we do the enchanting stuff and the imbuement stuff on 2 different floors. But I just wanted to head on here real quick. Oh man, I absolutely love this place so much. I love it so much. And as I've been running back and forth between here and here, I've been thinking about different ways to decorate the outside area of the tower here. And I think what I'm going to do is, stupid idiot, so upset. I need a wandering trader. Okay, all I need is 1 jungle sapling. I just need 1 jungle sapling and maybe some cocoa beans. That's all I need. It would be so wonderful. Come on, Wandering Trader Guild, help me out here. But anyways, I came up with an idea for decorating around here, and I think we're just going to have a beautiful, lush garden around the outside of that, and then we'll have a... where's the word plate? There it is. And then we'll have a nice vine running up the side of the tower. I don't want it to go like super duper over the top sort of look, but I definitely think it would be nice to have something growing up the side of the tower. Anyways, we are going to do next, I think we're going to do some Wixie stuff next. I don't know how these things work, so we're going to figure out how they work and then, you know, go from there. So to make a Wixie charm, I need an enchanting apparatus. See, this is what I need this for. And look how cute they are. They're so cute. And I can dye them different colors too, which I'm guessing just applies to their clothes, but I have no idea. Anyways, they do item crafting. That's incredible. That's super cool. So that's super neat. I have a cauldron here, and I think what I do is I have to go upstairs to where... Oh, no. I need the enchanting apparatus first. Hang on. And as always, my inventory is an absolute mess. Okay, I think we said the 5th floor is going to have our enchanting apparatus and all that sort of stuff. So let's just do that now. We've got the arcane core, and I think it's usually just 4 pedestals that you need stuff on. You know, I don't even know if I had brought everything that I need for the Wixie token. Okay, no, I need some brewing stands. And hopefully up here we have a couple... We have 4. And I have 3 Wixie tokens, so I don't honestly know if it's going to chew through those brewing stands. So maybe we give that a shot first and see if it actually eats it or if it keeps it. For those of you who have no idea what I'm talking about, listen, neither do I. Oh, this is going great. All right, so I need that. I need one of these. I need a sapling and something else. Oh, an emerald. In a source jar, we're just going to put that there for now. So I think we're set. 1, 2, 3... and 4, let's do the sapling. Is this directional dependent? It might be. So let's do that. And the brewing stand over here, and the emerald over there, and the Wixie token in there. And we should get a Wixie charm out of this. And it does eat the stuff. Oh no. All right. Free the inner child. That's kind of creepy. That kind of sucks. So I have 2 more tokens, so we'll make 2 more brewing stands. There's 2 of those. I have exactly 2 crafting benches. Grab 2 more saplings and 2 emeralds. And there's our 3rd. All right, so we're gonna head back downstairs and go to the 4th floor. And I think just straight in the middle of the room, we're gonna slap down our cauldron. I might put this on some sort of raised pedestal, actually, now that I think about it. So what can we do with that? We can do a sourceberry sack, I think. We'll put that right in the middle of the room, and then we'll surround it by maybe some... Ooh, let me go get some source. And by source, I mean source blocks. We're going to do 1, 2, 3, and 4 sourcey slabbies. You know what? Maybe I will... I only have 2 copycat bites. That's okay. They're super easy to make. This is hard for you guys to see. I'm sorry. Yeah, let me actually grab some more copycat bites. Pretty sure 1 zinc ingot gets us 8. Yep, it sure does. Okay, there's that. So let's go back to the storage. And what do we think of that? I think that looks pretty cool. Now, I'm just going to break this torch, and I'm going to go ahead and just slap a couple of torches down just so you guys can see. We're going to put our cauldron here, and we're going to right-click. No valid craft nearby. I don't know what that means. Hopefully we get a Wixie out of this. We do! Look at that! Look at how cute you are! Oh my gosh, I can't stand it. Sorry. You know, we're gonna try and dye this one. I think it said that we can dye them red, green, white. Is red an option? Red's an option. Oh my gosh! Sorry. I'm sorry, everybody. Can we dye them purple? Red, white, black, blue, or green. Okay, so we have a red one. I don't have any more black dye. We'll do blue and white, I think. We're going to have to use some lapis for blue dye, and that's fine. Well, I just realized that we can only have 1 pixie. I just realized that we can only have 1 Wixie per cauldron, so I went ahead and made a couple more. This lady's freaking out for some reason. Stop it. I don't want to punch it, because I would feel bad. Can I? Oh, no! What happened? Okay, if you pick the cauldron up, it kills the Wixie. Don't do that. Gosh, that made me feel terrible. I gotta go get some more red dye. Actually, we'll try green. No, we'll get red and green. I'm so excited. All right, you're gonna be green. Yep, love that. And we'll put you back to red. Oh my gosh. Oh, she's so cute. Sorry. I'm sorry, everybody. Anyways, So we have our Wixies in. Oh my gosh. I don't know what I'm going to use them for yet. I got to be honest. They do, what is it? Auto crafting, which is really cool. I don't know exactly, like if I put pedestals here, I think I can tell it to craft certain things. And then it'll have to craft, you know, with inventories that are around it. And we don't have like storage set up in this place yet. We'll get there eventually. Today's not that day. But, you know, I think at this point what I'm going to do is I'm just going to decorate this room. So cute. I can't stand it. They're so cute. I'm going to decorate this room, and then we can work on the next 2 floors, and then we'll be done with the inside of the tower, and then all we have to do is decorate the outside, and we'll be good to go. And that's another floor done. Oh my gosh, this is coming along so well. I'm so happy about that. I really didn't have a plan for the inside of the tower besides like I'm going to put some Ars stuff in here. I just decorate as I see fit, and it's really, really coming along very well. Now, these ladies are not doing anything. They're not doing anything at all. And that's fine. I don't mind that. I have this one little nether wart over here, and I'm wondering if Skytail is going to pick up and harvest this nether wart once it is fully grown. I don't honestly have any idea if they harvest nether wart. Anyways, regardless, we have kind of one more floor, but it's split into 2. And I don't know how that's going to work with the warp plates to do here. So what I might have is I might have to move this warp plate over here, and then I'll do another one here that'll take us up to whatever, if imbuement's up there or enchantment's up there. I feel like I'm going to imbue stuff a lot more than I'm going to enchant things, so I might do imbuement down here, and then if I need enchantment, I can go from this plate there, and then from there downstairs, right? No, from there to here to downstairs. Yeah, it makes sense in my mind, don't worry about it, but let's go over here, and we'll check out this sunset for a little bit. Or sunrise, isn't that gorgeous? Absolutely gorgeous. I'm going to look at that Enderman on accident, aren't I? All right, that's enough. Back to work. And back to work we did. Look at this place. This is completely empty, and that can only mean one thing. We head down to the basement. Ta-da! We finally have a proper storage system of sorts, right? So we have a little drawer controller over here that's got all of our woody bits and our, our rocky and dirty bits, and then mob drops and all that sort of stuff. And then a little table in the center that's holding all of our backpacks with our extra bits in it. We got extra bits, folks. Everybody's got some extra bits every now and then, and that's okay. I'm just gonna sort through my extra bits real quick. And eventually we'll get everything that is being processed over here as well as over here into here. That'll be super fantastic. But for right now, I'm gonna head back up to the little lobby area here, and we're gonna go to the 5th floor where we'll see, our imbuement chamber. And isn't this just absolutely beautiful in here? I love it, I love it, I love it. We got some of the new paintings here from the Cluttered mod, and they're just gorgeous. And once again, we have our little balconies over here. This one overlooking the Archwood Forest over there with some mobs hanging out. And if we hop, skip, and jump over this way, we have our other balcony here, which is all dolled up to look out over this balcony. Or excuse me, this area here. My gosh, mobs all the way over there too. Anyways, our last floor, the 6th floor, is also complete. And I started running out of materials, so this one's a little bit on the sparse side. Sparse? I think sparse is the word I'm looking for here. But yeah, still really adorable, and I'm super, super proud with how the interior of this tower turned out, as well as how quickly it went. Honestly, this only took me a couple of days of recording at night and all that sort of stuff. I'm really happy with this. Now, that leaves us with a couple of options. I'm just going to take a little nipper nap. Hello, buddy. Look at those shades on. So cool. Actually, I put those on there. I did a little Discord hangout with members and patrons. That's right. If you're a member or a patron of this channel here, you can come hang out with me. I'm trying to do these every month. We're just going to hang out in the Discord and get a couple of things done and obviously goof off a little bit. A little shameless plug for myself there. Anyways, the other thing that I think I want to do today is we got a leg. Get this area set. I want to make a nice little garden out here, I'm pretty sure, and I want to build up some of these rocks a bit more around the tower base as well. Just integrate it with the land a little bit more. But yeah, I think we're gonna have essentially, golly, maybe up to like here-ish be a garden, and then we might just like set a retaining wall around here. I'm not really sure what to do with the outside area yet, but here we're putting a garden, and I think we'll probably get some whirly sprigs in here, whirly gigs, whirly smigs, swirly swigs, whatever the heck they're called, in here, picking all the crops that we throw out in this here garden. We might get a couple of starbunkles on here too. Starbunkles are super cute. Well, we haven't gotten to the whirly sprigs yet, but I do have... Oh, still can't open my door. Hang on one second. Okay, I made it. We haven't gotten to the whirly sprigs yet, but as you can see, I have 6 whirly sprig charms in my hand, and I've done a lot. As you can see by one of the things behind me, I made a little area for Shadowfax here, right? So if people come up to the shop and want to shop and they arrive on horseback, then, you know, they gotta have a place to put horses, right? You know what? Speaking of which, I actually put, what is it, Astor's carts in? Asticor carts? There we go. Yeah, so, I think it would make sense in this area to have a little cart sitting right there, too. I could make it a supply cart, but that's all right. I feel like, you know, somebody maybe came by, had their cart sitting here, you know. Anyways, let's look at the garden. I'm rambling. We've got a little starbunk dude running around picking up our source berries. Isn't this adorable? And then look at this custom mushroom that we've got going on over here. And then we've got this big old garden with some scarecrows in there as well. And if we take a little fly up, oh my gosh, it's absolutely beautiful. I love it, I love it, I love it. And we've got vines crawling up the side of this thing here. I feel like, I don't know, I didn't do enough down here, but it's fine. You know what? It's fine. And that is this area in the interior of the tower complete, honestly. Really, the only other things that we have to do in this particular area is just decorate like in between these builds here, and a little bit of decoration out back here as well. We might get some custom trees. I still want to do some custom archwood trees, and I have some more custom mushrooms that I want to throw around the island as well. But I also did another thing off camera that I want to show real quick before we end this video today, and that is I got this place all finished. We got all the barrels in here, we got all of the storage drawers in here, and we are also grabbing everything from over in the labyrinth over here. So underneath this chest, we have a storage controller slave that is feeding into the storage drawers here. And also in here, this storage controller slave is now feeding through that network into the house as well. So everything is connected into this room. And I say connected, I'm pretty sure it's connected. I think these numbers are going up. And the Drigmies have been working so hard that they actually finally ran out of their source in their source jars. So they kind of work when they can, right? So the next thing that I'm going to do, probably off camera, is throw a couple of whirly sprigs in here and get their chests linked up to that storage system as well. But unfortunately, folks, that is all the time that I have for today for this video. I really hope that you all enjoyed it. And hey, I got a new website now. It's throwlash.com. It should be in the video description if you want to go check it out. It's got some merch and all of my socials and all that other stuff on there. So, yeah, go check it out. And as always, I want to shout out my Discord. We are having a great time in the Discord. Where are you going, Duck? We're having a great time in the Discord all the time, so you should come hang out with us. But anyways, a huge, huge, huge thank you to my patrons and my members over on patreon.com/throwlash and members right here on YouTube. If you want to join, you just click that join button right underneath the video. For our members, we have Bot Sam's, Moon Goddess, Lolo, Dio, Avril, and Love for Sunflowers. And for our patrons, we have Jucifer, Yo Your Mom Games, Interbert, Dusk Doodles, and Wraith. Thank you so much, everyone, for your support. I cannot thank you enough. And we'll see you in the next episode where, hey, we might finish this place. Who knows? All right. Love y'all to death. Bye. Hey folks, in the last episode of Minecraft Create Nations, we finally built our wizard tower. Look at this thing, it's absolutely beautiful, and we put this absolutely gorgeous farmland right next to it. And today we're gonna be putting some whirly sprigs in here. I said I was gonna do it off camera, but guess what, I didn't. Well, that's right, we're gonna be putting whirly sprigs in this here farm area, so that way we can farm all these crops without having to farm these crops. But before we do that, there is one thing I think we have to go underneath the greenhouse that I want to do today before we get started. And ta-da! Look at that, I made this thing here, and we've got ourselves a jetpack now. Now, I know Beardy shut these off in his world, and guess what? I kind of want them on in mine, just for some difficult things, difficult places to reach when I'm trying to build stuff. And one of the obvious issues with this is going to be fuel. I gotta find a heck of a lava lake in order to fill up this guy, as well as probably a couple of tanks. I'll probably make some tanks, but essentially what I'm looking to use this for is little things like these, right? I want to friggin' put flowers in here, and it's such a pain in the butt to scale up with dirt and, you know, get all the way up here, and I would like to do more vinage on this thing. It's such a pain. I am not going to use this as a main mode of transport. I am not going to use this thing all the time. In fact, it's probably going to live in one of my backpacks until I need to use it. I'm making that promise to you right now, okay? Right now, I am not going to have it on all the time. I'm only going to have it on when I need it. Okay? And if you see me abusing this thing, call it out in the comments, all right? But now I gotta go make a couple of fuel tanks and filling tanks, and we can get started on the things that I want to do today. Actually, before we move on to the thing that I want to do today, or the things, I guess, I wanted to show you my new website. Now check this out, throwlash.com. We have all of our merch on here, as well as all of my other socials and my latest videos and all that sort of stuff. So go ahead and check it out, throwlash.com. Links in the description. Thanks, folks. Well, I got our fuel tanks all filled up and our jetpack is all filled up. And I think the first thing that I want to tackle, let's just go ahead and take a look at our clipboard here. I think the first thing I want to tackle is the whirly sprig stuff. Yeah, I think I'm going to have 3 of those whirly sprig flowers. Maybe one here, one over here somewhere in the beetroots and pumpkins, and another one over in this direction over here. And the whirly sprigs, whirly dudes, as far as I'm aware, should just farm natural resources that are around them. So they might even farm like the azalea leaves and stuff, but I'm not 100% sure how this really works. I'm kind of hoping they farm maybe some of the flowers, etc. But enough talking about it. Let's just get it in. So I think the first one maybe we'll put here, and I'm just going to dig down a little bit because I want to link up to this. Now, these are our drawer controllers, and essentially what I want, looks like I'm just going to drop into a cave here. Yep. Essentially what I want is I want to have them come down a series of chutes and then roll across some copper thingy-mahoogers. We actually, ooh, yeah, these are in the ceiling, so we gotta go up. Oh, that's gonna be an issue. We are completely out of dried kelp. Now, I'm not farming any at the moment, and I think this is all river biome, so that might be a problem. Yeah, it doesn't look like I have any kelp in the backpack either, so maybe we will have to reevaluate this and use drawer controller slaves instead? I really didn't want to, mainly because they're super laggy. If you have a bunch of drawer controller slaves all over the place, they can get really laggy, so what do we do here? All right, I think what we're going to do is we're going to pivot a little bit. I am going to take Shadowfax out for a quick stroll. I know there is an ocean off in this direction, and we're going to grab a little bit of kelp. We're going to bring it back with us. We're going to start farming our own little bit of kelp, and then I have some other things I need to farm, mainly leaves. Just, whoa! Goodness gracious. Okay, yes, all right, cool. Just on the other side of this forest, we got a absolutely massive ocean, so I should be able to get just a ton of kelp from here. Gonna turn the magnet upgrade on in the bag, take a plunge, and we'll grab all the kelp in the world. And I mean, while we're here, we gotta check out this shipwreck, am I right? And, oh, we got a globe, cool. Boy, oh boy, do I need respiration on this helmet. And a buried treasure map. I wonder if we've been to this one already. So this is looking in the southeasterly direction, somewhere over there. Looks pretty close too, actually. Oh no! Oh no! Goodness gracious! Oh, that scared the heck out of me. My gosh. Oh. Okay, heart's beating still. Heart is beating again. Wow. Oh my gosh. Hey, look, literally nothing that I needed. Oh gosh, I'm gonna go pass out now. So as I was making my way back over, I remembered this thing, and a bunch of you were like, hey, there's something inside the log here. So I dug it out, and there was a ritual brazier thing, which is really cool. And then I found this dude. Twan, I think his name. Oh, yeah, he's no rendering. So, and I bought a brush from them, and now I'm here. So let's dig this up. I kind of forgot about this. I gotta be perfectly honest. What in the heck is that? Oh, I think it went in my backpack. A sheep fossil body? Oh, that's cool as heck. All right, I'm gonna turn this off because we're picking up a lot of stuff in the backpack that I don't want in the backpack. Okay, that looks like a bone. Sure is. Okay, that looks like another body. And then what's this? Bone meal. That's so cool. I wonder if there's anything. I don't want to tear this up, right? Like, I don't want to dig up underneath any of this stuff because it looks really cool. It's nice natural generation, but like, I don't need 2 of these. I need 1 and then the head. But hey, we got a brush now, so if we find any more of those things. Oh, there was a friggin' like ruined house over there somewhere. Let's go check that out. I'm not procrastinating. You're procrastinating. Yeah, here we are. Let's defile this grave, shall we? More bone meal. More bone meal. A bone? A bone. Ooh, that looks different. That looks different. A villager fossil. Cool. Have I gone in this house? It looks like it. There was another somewhere else. Off that way? Yes, here it is. All right, let's defile more graves. Bone, bone. It's a thing. What is it? Ooh, villager fossil skull. That's cool. And bone meal. Oh my gosh, we gotta get home now. I gotta see what these look like. All right, let's get inside and check these out. Okay, so I'm guessing, can I just place these down? I certainly can't. That looks so cool. Ooh, sorry guys, sorry. Okay, let's go upstairs and check this out. That was probably it's a bit much for them. Anyways, that's super cool. And then look at this guy too. That is so awesome. And that would work so well in like a dungeon or like a cairn or a kern or whatever the heck it's supposed to be called. Oh, cool. All right, so its fossilized arms could act as a sort of display. I want to do this, but if I do this, can I take them back apart? Screw it, let's try it. That's super neat. I like that a lot. It kind of looks like an undead butler. And his arms can be used as, can I like give him this? Cool. Very cool. Ooh, so I can give him like an axe? That's awesome. Oh my gosh, this is the friggin' coolest thing. My only other question is if I hit him with something that's not silk touch. No, he still pops down. All right, cool. So I can't tear him apart is the only issue. I can't rip his head off. Which I'm upset about, but that's okay. That thing is really cool. Well, you know what? I kind of fully forgot about the sheep fossil. So yeah, that just lays down. That's neat. That's neat. I wonder what the sheep head's gonna look like. Ooh. Well, we've got enough kelp, so I'm gonna get that smoking. And actually, while I'm doing that, I forgot that I kind of redid all of my quests because I broke it earlier. And I have just a metric ton of stuff to hand in here, which is actually pretty cool. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hit this little button, collect all rewards. and oh no, I need to select some of them. So, oh, this might have been a bad idea. Hang on. I got a fairly decent amount of stuff out of that, which is pretty incredible. And honestly, it goes to show me that even though these backpacks are at diamond tier and we have all the stack upgrades and everything on them and all that, they are still not organized to the way they need to be. Organization is probably one of the most important things in this game, especially like inventory management and all that. It's so important. And for example, here, ready, create stuffs. I don't have a spot for brass casings. I don't have a spot for it, and that's a problem. That is such an issue. So what I'm doing is I'm just gonna dump as much as I can, and I'm not gonna worry about organizing everything right now because I want to get on to farming the whirly sprig stuff. Now that we have all of this dried kelp. Oh my gosh, I'm such an idiot. I don't need kelp for item drains, people. I need item bars. And I'm doing the recipe wrong. Oh my gosh. I need to go to bed. How come all y'all didn't tell me that I'm an idiot? Well, at least we have dried kelp now, I guess. So there's that. You know, I'm just going back and forth on everything today. So I did go with individual drawer controller slaves. This one is connected here. There is one right over there and then one right there. And all we have to do now is just summon the whirly sprigs. And I'm pretty sure you just click on a flower and the whirly sprigs will show up at some point. And that one, I'm going to have to put something underneath it. But look at these little nerds. Aren't they so cute? They're so cute. I don't know if they need source. Yeah, I'm unsure if they need source in order to work. I would like to, can I move this? Is that going to kill the whirly sprig? Where is it? It's right there. Okay. And it does. Okay. All right. No big deal. Boom. Boom. Happy whirly sprigs. Happy, 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 happy. All right. So essentially what this should do, this is going to kill these two. Dead. it's so awful. Essentially what this should do is they are going to start farming the things that are around them. They should place them in the chests, and then those chests should just dump everything into our drawer system here, kind of haphazardly and randomly. And yeah, that should really be it. They should just do the thing. I don't think it's not going to be super fast, and I'm okay with that. I got to be honest. We're getting so many different other resources. I cannot use this store. There's so many different other resources very rapidly. So I'm not 100% like worried about how fast they're going to not be. It's just what I'm worried about is running out of drawer space. Hey, you know what? We'll just let it run, and I'll look at the drawers later and make sure everything's going okay and it's not overwhelming. And look at that. Bing, bop, boom, Whirly Sprigs, Dunsky. So what do we work on next? We were kind of working on the path a little bit. I did a little bit of this off camera. I need to rough it up and make it look more trodden, essentially. So we could do that. The other thing that we could tackle right now is the amethyst farm, and I need to figure out a location for that, to be honest. If this is a good spot, I could keep it there, but I have ideas for something to put there anyways before the video's out for the day. I could put it kind of here, but then it's gonna be kind of out of the way. Let me think on this, and while I'm thinking on it, I'm gonna tear these archwood trees down. Well, the archwood trees are down, and I tore them down for good reason. Reason number one is I have made some custom archwood trees, and we'll be blasting those into existence on this island here pretty soon. Right now is not that now, but very, very soon. And as you might have noticed, I finished the path as well. Look at this. It's absolutely gorgeous. It just continued kind of the same theme. It just not nearly as much other stuff. Like I need some more flowers and bushes and all that sort of stuff. But kind of the same theme that we have going on with the one up there. But before we can really start blasting things into existence in this island, the archwood trees and a couple other things, as you can see, pulled out my nature's compass. Guess what? We just need a jungle. I just need a jungle. A bamboo jungle would be cool because we can get some more bamboo. Or any, I don't even know if we have any bamboo, but literally any jungle will do. Any of them will do at all, and it looks like, let's see, am I facing this way? This way is a jungle. Bamboo jungle's in the same direction. All right, so we'll just head over there, and I am gonna use my jetpack to make this trip way easier and take way less time. And we gotta, I need brown dye, darn it. So, hey, travel music, cue it. There it is. That's the good stuff. The cocoa beans. Absolutely. Oh, finally. Finally, we have all the wood as well. This has been just way too long. This has been way too long. Ocelot. I should have done this ages ago. But I feel good now that we have the jetpack. This was really nice. And I gotta be honest with you, most of it was water, so we could have just taken a boat down here, but that's okay. I'm just gonna go ahead and grab oh my gosh, so much wood. Grab so much log. It's going to be great. And here's some bamboo as well. We are in the clear, ladies and gentlemen. I am feeling good. G-O-O-D. Now, this is some pretty cool generation. I kind of like this a lot. A couple of little, like an archipelago, little islands dotted all over the place. And then this nice little, like, stony river. This is pretty cool. Wow, what an awesome and productive trip. We got so much stuff. We finally got our jungle logs, which is incredible. We have cocoa beans, and I got some jungle saplings as well. Because, man, I don't want to go back. But while we were over there, we found some sort of ziggurat thing. And, you know, there was a ton of stuff inside. It was actually right next to a jungle temple, which was pretty cool. This guy right here, which jungle temple is right over there. And you can see the coordinates up at the top there. And we went in and we raided the whole thing. And it was awesome. There was so much stuff in it. Evoker traps, as well as a couple of spawners that I had to break. And there was rooms all over the place. And I think it was from the Better Archaeology mod. And let me tell you, jungle temples need some work. After going through that and then going to the jungle temple, man, the jungle temples need work. But it was absolutely beautiful. It had a bunch of hidden rooms and stuff in it. It was so dope. But now that we have our jungle logs, I need to go ahead and start farming up some cocoa beans because I desperately need, what is that called? Brown dye. I need some brown dye. And the reason I need brown dye is for brown mushrooms. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to tear this down, and this is going to become our jungle/brown dye farm. And don't worry, it's going to be temporary. I'll tear it down at some point. There we are. And look at this. I think this one's mature already. It sure is. Man, these things grow quickly. But I think while we're waiting for some of these to grow, that was all of the cocoa beans that I got. So we'll get, 3 stacks once all of those have all grown up. And while that's happening, oh gosh, what do we want to do next? Do we want to put some custom trees around that I've been working on? I do have some custom mushrooms. No, I just have the brown one and the yellow one. I am working on another red one. It's taking a minute, all right? Yeah, mushrooms are not my forte. But I do have some custom archwood trees, and I actually have one sitting right here. It is a purple one. And, ooh, yeah, it's a big jobby. Look at this. Big tree. And I think maybe what we should do is figure out where I want these to go. I definitely want one of the big purple archwood trees to be over here. I have a couple of blue designs, and I want one here and one back there-ish. And man, there's a part of me that maybe wants to put one of the big ones here, too. It's like the first thing that you see when you go across the bridge, just this nice, beautiful, imposing purple archwood tree. Yeah, maybe we put this one here. Let's plop that there. And obviously, we gotta move it. We've gotta move it. And yeah, wow, I really like that a lot. It's like the first thing that you see when you come over the bridge. That's really pretty. I might actually move it over here. maybe over here-ish. What I don't want to do is I don't want to put it in front of the tower. So like in this area would be cool as well. There's just not really a lot of land to put it there. Yeah, let me see if I can extend this land out here. I have a ton of dirt and grass. So I can extend some of this out and flatten a little bit of this here and just plop it right here, methinks. Oh, before we do that, some of the other stuff that we found in that jungle temple. Look at this thing here. I found these on the way back. We got some guardian things, but we found even more villager fossils and some skeleton skulls and pointed dripstone, which is fantastic because now we can actually farm dripstone because I don't have any. Those are the first 2 pieces of pointed dripstone that we've gotten so far. But anyways, let me extend some of this and I'll get back to you folks in just a minute. Yep, that's where I want that. Absolutely, yes. That's perfect. That is literally perfect. Awesome. We've got everything loaded up in the backpack. This thing is ready to go. I am just gonna hit play. And yeah, we'll be back when we have a fancy new tree. Ah, there it is in all of its glory. Now I have to do a little bit of stuff around the bottom of it here. Get a little... wow, why are you so far off the ground? Anyways, get a little stuff going on down at the bottom here. And make it look like it's just integrated into the landscape. And also, whoop, behind me, if I turn around, I got a schematic cannon pointing off in this direction and another one pointing off over here. That's right, I figured if we're going to be blasting a ton of trees and mushrooms over here, we should probably get some help doing it. So I have a material checklist for this one shooting off in this direction. And I need to make another clipboard to get another material checklist for this. And what I'll do is I'll probably try and get 3 of these running all at the same time. The other option is I can get one running, work on the materials for the next one, get the next one running, etc., etc., and then just kind of like round robin cycle them. But yeah, we got some extra leftover stuff here, and I'm just gonna go ahead and pick up this backpack, pick up the schematic cannon, and we'll get working on the next one. Okay, I've been doing a lot of stuff, so I got some progress for you. There is so much to do. I was going to do time lapses and all that sort of stuff, but there's just so much to do to get this island set. And I really want this island done by the end of this episode today because we are getting real close to 1,000 days. We're only like 24 days away. We got to get through this. But if I happen to free cam, we've got, look at this little brown mushroom hanging out. Look how cute he is. Hanging out with our little red mushroom over here. We're going to stick more of those all over the place as well. We've got, look at these beautiful blue, like weeping willow-esque archwood trees. I am in love with these. And then we got this verdant green one. Oh man, they're so pretty. I love the stained glass with the leaves here. We've got another small little blue one and then this red one here as well with some crimson vines that are just going a little too crazy. And I've dotted a couple of these blue ones around, so they are, you know, weeping willows. They like to hang out near water, and I figured it was the perfect thing to have on the edge of the water here. The problem is they kind of disappear when you fly up and you take like a look from above. Now I do have a schematic for a smaller purple tree, kind of akin to these ones, and even smaller trees as well, which will dot around all over the place. But what I want to do right now is I've been doing a lot of schematic cannoning, so I think it's time to put an amethyst farm on this island. And essentially what I'm going to do, I've decided the location. It's going to be here-ish. Essentially what I'm going to do is I'm going to dig into the side of this cliff wall hill thing, and I'm gonna put a geode right here. I'm just gonna put a geode in the wall, in the cliffside, maybe about here, so we can like extend the path over to it if we need to. We might not even need to, but anyways, I want to get this thing up here, and I kind of wanted to have sort of like a, let's get 5 of these up. I kind of want it to like extend up this way, if that makes sense. So we kind of do, you know, another, well, let's see, 4, and then it would come up again. So it looks like geode is almost intact, and it's kind of sticking out of the ground sort of like this, you know, that sort of thing. Probably not going to have enough basalt for this, so I don't know what I'm going to do about that, to be perfectly honest, but that's okay. Let's get started on this. I'll figure out how big I want this friggin' thing to be, and then I'll get back to you folks when I've come up with, I don't know, some sort of weird design, I guess. Well, I did it. It's done. And I gotta be honest, I kind of just completely ripped an idea from somebody on Reddit. Plenty Kaleidoscope. Listen, I wanted to go online and get some source material and like get some inspiration. And I saw this thing and I was like, yep, that's exactly what I want. I want that. So I didn't build the exact thing. I made it a little bit different, but here you go. Here's a big old amethyst geode that, you know, if you just use your imagination, right? This thing was just completely encased. And the wizard decided wanted to tap into this amethyst geode, broke into it, and then there were these little dudes inside farming, you know, hanging out in these amethyst things. Or the wizard was like, I need some little helpers. So made the little dudes. But yeah, anyways, I love this. I love this so much. Listen, Plenty Kaleidoscope, if you're around and you just happen to watch this video, this is genius. This is absolutely genius. You did it way better than I did, but wow, is this gorgeous. And if we just go over here, we can tick off Amethyst Farm, and we only have a couple things to do. We've got our custom mushrooms. We've got to finish, finish putting our archwood trees all over the place. I got a couple of oak trees that I want to throw in as well. And yeah, that's really it besides the house interior that I think I want to get done today. Sorry, the back of the scarecrow looked really weird because of the pole going up. I was like, what is happening? But yeah, we'll throw another couple of mushroom or two in, a custom mushroom or two in, and then a couple of the archwood trees. Now that these are out of the way, I can put one of the purple ones up here. We'll finish off the house interior and we will be done. We'll be done with Magic Land. This will be fantastic. The bookworm thing I'll have to check out a different day, and the reason is we only have 19 days left. 18. We only have 18 days left to finish this entire place, and I'm not going to be able to dive into bookworms within that 18 days and get everything else done. So let's yeah, I guess trees, let's finish the trees next. Yeah, let's do that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I want to take you out here. I finished the vegetation. I'm pretty sure there's probably a couple other things I could do, but I keep telling myself, listen, you don't have to cover the entire area with vegetation. You know what I mean? I want to, but I don't have to. Let's step out the doors here. Ooh, we got a duck. We got a duck in a cart. But look at this. You've seen some of this before already, but I got a nice little tiny mushroom over here, and we've added a nice little purple, that's called the tree, the purple tree, jeepers, purple tree there, and then off in the distance, you can see one of our newer mushrooms as well. I don't love it, but I don't hate it at the same time. I definitely need to trim some of these here, and for those of you that didn't know, if you use shears on the bottom of these, they will no longer grow. Put this on real quick so we can get up there and trim that one. There we go. But we added another couple little mushrooms and a couple little things over here and over yonder, and I gotta be honest, I am loving this place so much. I think it looks fantastic. And we're just gonna take a fly around with free cam here, and yeah, I think this place is shaping up very wonderfully. Now we've got a couple of patches where I could probably throw something else, like here, maybe down over there, and maybe over on this location over here. But I gotta be honest with you, I kind of like how, I don't know, sparse? I don't want to use the word sparse, but sparse it is. Not everything needs to be 100% full all the time, right? And I'm really, really, honestly in love with how this area is shaped up. And if we check the clipboard, that just leaves a couple things. We can check off the custom mushrooms and archwood trees, and we have the bookworms, which again, we're not going to get to in this episode, and then the house interior. Once again, because we only have 7 days. So in a week's time, we'll have this entire place finished. I gotta be honest, it's going to take us probably more than 7 days to do the house interior, but I'll try and get to it as quickly as I can and get it all done super, super duper rap. Idly. I forgot to talk there for a second, but if we head on upstairs, we do have a couple of things that we need to do before we can get started on this interior. Mainly, I need to move these idiots somewhere, and I'm not entirely sure where I'm going to put them. And we also need to do this upstairs as well. So I need to get cracking on some decoration for my house, for the wizard's house. Let's get going. Ladies and gentlemen, here we are waking up to a brand new day in our completed bedroom, which is an absolute mess, which I honestly wouldn't I wouldn't expect otherwise for a wizard such as ourselves. Oh man, I am so happy with this. We have a nice guardian fossil hanging from the ceiling and a spider trophy from Handcrafted. I am so happy with it. It's a little sparse, but at the same time, I feel like the wizard doesn't really spend a lot of the time up here, and things just accumulate, you know what I mean? And then we can head downstairs into our brand new finished house. So this is where the wizard obviously cooks all their food, eats all their stuffs, and, you know, maybe cooks a couple of things for some of the patrons as well. We got some berry, right? Some berry jam. Maybe that's kind of a side business. Hey, little buddy. And look at these paintings. I love these so much. These are so wonderful. And just a little nook with, you know, more books. You gotta have more books. And this is where the wizard does all their business, right? All of their notes and books and all that stuff here. And we've been to all these different floors, but we'll go to them again in our final episode on this island here. We've got our, I guess it's, oh yeah, scribe's table. Duh, that's what this is. We've got our scribe's table over here. And I just moved all of these guys up here as well with the Wixies. I feel like it just kind of made sense. We'll probably find a better place for them, maybe in a different nation. And then the 5th floor with our imbuement chamber, absolutely fantastic. And we'll head up to the 6th floor, which has our enchanting apparatus. Wonderful, wonderful stuff. And we can head downstairs and open for business and help people with whatever they need, you know, do all of our note writing and all that sort of stuff here. Sell whatever magical products we need to sell. And I'm just in love with this place. Just absolutely love it. I think it looks so fantastic. Again, there's a couple spots where it's a little sparse, but I think it's better than just being overwhelmingly full of stuff. And I am just so happy with the way that this place turned out. Now, if we head all the way down here to our beautiful, beautiful bridge, I just want to turn around and I want to see what it looks like as we're coming over the bridge here. Oh my gosh, isn't this just gorgeous? Absolutely gorgeous. And the wizard can greet people here and take them on their merry way down to maybe the Amethyst Geode if they need a little bit of amethyst to help them out with some stuff. Or maybe they just need to reflect on life and take a stroll through the peaceful labyrinth. Totally not cutting through here. That will bring them to this little area here with our beautiful Zen tree. I added a sheep because I needed some wool. Or perhaps the wizard and their patrons need to, you know, just explore the wildlife and plants, the flora that grow around the world here, right? I swear bee pathfinding in this game is just absolutely atrocious. Or maybe the patrons of the wizard are just, you know, interested in the magical properties of crops and how just absolutely jittered out whirly sprigs could help them grow better stuffs. But all in all, ladies and gentlemen, this has been such a fun experience exploring Ars Nouveau with you. This has been absolutely fantastic, and I barely scratched the surface. I'm not done with Ars, obviously. I'm not going to get rid of the mod or anything. There are so many more things that we need to explore, like bookworms, as well as unlocking more glyphs, and we'll get that we'll get there at some point, I swear. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we end the episode, I just want to go over to this clipboard and check off house interiors. The last thing on our list, besides bookworms, that we are going to be handling in Ars Nouveau together. Thank you so much for coming on this journey, and take a look at this right here. We are at day 999. Isn't that absolutely fantastic? We did all of this, the Hobbit Hole, as well as this area here, within 1,000 days. And I cannot wait to see what the next 1,000 days brings to this area, and I just want to send a huge, absolutely massive shout out and thank you to my members over on YouTube. You can sign up right below this video if you want to support me directly, as well as my patrons over at patreon.com/Throwlash. Thank you so much, everybody. On as our members, we have Moon Goddess Lolo, Deosil, Av, and Love for Sunflowers. And over on Patreon, we have Jeff, Jucifer, Yo Your Mom Games, Interbert, Dusk Doodles, and Wraith. Thank you so much, everybody, for your support. I sincerely appreciate all of your likings, your subscribings, and all that crazy happy nonsense. And ladies and gentlemen, we will see you in the next Create Nations episode. Bye!